check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping, shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, flick at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not. Coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. And try with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
flying, can't stop talking. You might say I'm fat, but I say I'm bulking. Shot in the neck. On God, I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. On God, flexing, flexing. On God, I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing.
Now we can fly.
I'll be flexing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of VCT EMEA Kickoff, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin. Today, one of our teams will be advancing to playoffs and another will be eliminated. Exciting stuff. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here by Kakuka and Steel. Welcome back to another day. We're going to have to send somebody home, and I don't want to.
Definitely way different than last year, of course, because we had the split and we were used to seeing the teams every single week. But now just in the, what is this, the third day, we're going to be, you know, setting someone aside to wait for the split one.
Yeah, it's a good sink or swim type of experiment here because you need to just be able to perform, otherwise you go home. And right now, 2 teams aren't performing and 2 teams are.
Yeah, actually, I like that. That kind of teases on what's going to be happening today. But let's take a look at the bracket and see what's happened so far in the first 2 days. Because still, I feel like we've already learned a lot by seeing all the teams. Again, we haven't seen Fnatic just yet, but what's your takeaway after seeing everybody else play already?
Honestly, we've seen a lot of good things from some of the teams. So, for example, the FUT Heretics game, even though it was an upset, it didn't go the way that people expected it to. There were a lot of good moments there, and there were a lot of moments where it's like, okay, we see like the direction, we see the image and everything, but you know, a little bit more work. Same thing with Karmine Corps. We see a roster full of rookies, and they're, you know, exceeding expectations. People did not really see them doing that well, and they were like, maybe 2024 is the year.
I mean, I guess my biggest takeaway is that I'm surprised that every team is performing pretty well. We're not having those very one-sided maps. I think that everybody's bringing something new to the table. We're seeing, I don't know, CNP and Neon, you know, everybody else out of their comfort zone, and that is something that I like for us to do as a region, and also to prove that this off-season has been different from the one that we had last year.
Basically, we're the strongest region. Anyway, speaking of that, all of the player capsules were released yesterday, the team ones even, and we do have the player cards here with me, and I need you guys to give the definitive ranking of these cards, because I've seen some other ones and they're all trash, let's be honest. So we're only going to do the EMEA ones as the best region, and I'll start with Giants, Giant X even. They've just released theirs. We have it on the backcourt here as well for you guys to take a closer look, and we have a S, A, and B tier. So I need you to tell me which one this goes, and I'm gonna need you to be a little bit snappy as well.
I don't want to be biased, but I'd say minimum A for me.
Okay, I've seen only 2 player cards, this one and one other one. The other one looked really not as good, so I would say it's going to be at least an A.
Oh, okay. We're A right off the bat. Nice work,
yes.
you guys. We have the next one, Heretics. They're going to be playing today, so maybe this will sway you guys into supporting them or not supporting them later.
Oh, it's too basic for my
Yeah,
taste.
B for basic, I think,
Yeah,
right?
B for basic? Okay, B for basic, right. Next, we have Koi. Now, I quite like the Koi one.
I
think it's a little bit creative.
You
It's coming
quite
up.
like that?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it with the, I think it's so good to me. I don't want to, can we move them around after we?
No, we're not allowed to.
This is it.
How many do you want to put in S?
Josh, there we go.
How many are we allowed in
Whatever
this?
you want. Josh, come on, you can
This
decide.
one is at least on par with the Giant one.
I think the color scheme is just so good, and especially with the sunset, to me it's an S.
Josh?
Sure.
Yes! I like it, I like
Agreeing
it.
with me.
And the next one coming up,
Why would I not agree with you?
Yeah, you two definitely always agree with each other. Team Vitality. Get it? Like,
superhero.
My only thing is, isn't that like a wasp? Is that a B? Is that meant to be a B?
I get what you mean.
I don't know what's going on with copyright stuff, so I'm gonna abstain from this conversation. I would say this one's it's way better than the Heretics one.
That's the thing, right? If that's the bottom line, it's an A.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we're gonna speed run the rest of them. We got K-Core coming up next. That is the next one on the back wall. Give me your first instinct.
B.
B? All right. B for K-Core. And Gentlemates, the team that lost yesterday. My favorite jersey, though, I will say.
B.
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 Really?
I mean, you're telling us to speed up. We
Oh,
cannot give you
gentlemen, I
reasons.
would have put you in
This
A.
is the first
I
time
would have
that
put
we're
you in
seeing
A.
them.
All right, FUT coming up next. What are we feeling?
Oh, this is B for me.
B.
Yeah, but everything else is like
Yeah,
blue.
but
This is
so-
red.
we haven't seen all of them. You know, it's
We have
very
half
difficult.
the teams left.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. We've got the next one. I think this is BBL. I believe this is BBL. Is this BBL? It is BBL.
Oh,
This one's
this
at least
one.
an A.
Oh, I'm gonna say S.
S?
It's beautiful. Like, look at it reminds me of all the watch parties that we've had.
I'm
and
pretty
everybody
sure
going
I'm in there
crazy.
somewhere.
Probably. And I think like just that, like this. I think that this is beautiful art.
I'm
To me, it's an S.
overriding you, Josh. I'm overriding you.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we got 3 more left. Navi.
It's also basic. I would say B. I would say B.
But we only have one spot left in B if we put them in B.
Well, that's tough.
Well,
that's just tough.
that's why it's called a
That's
blind
just
thing,
tough.
yeah.
All right, Team Liquid, the penultimate one, and then we have Fnatic after that as well.
Oh, I like it. A.
Well, there's no more spots in B, so it's gotta
I
be
think
A.
it's S because it's literally their
I love
mascot.
it.
It's their mascot.
Yeah.
That is Liquid. Okay, we put it in B because you guys said B. I'm not
Yeah,
involved
okay.
with this. And a Fnatic last, and you can't put that in B. B is
No,
4.
I mean, it's at least
It's
an A.
A. It's not
pretty,
S.
Yeah,
It's not
I would
S.
say
I
A.
mean, with everything the Fnatic has done, this is it.
They could have put like a
You know,
twerking
this is the
twerking
trade-off,
omen
though.
in
Or
there.
even, you know, like, I don't know.
The
something-
trade-off, though, is that you have the S tier team and then the A tier, player card.
Okay, so Koi and BBL are winning everything this year. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, I'm fine with that. I'm
Impeccable
fine with
analysis.
that. And everyone, Sliggy, take a screenshot. This is for you, and tell us how we did. But yeah, for now, let's talk a little bit more about the game in itself. We'll leave that there for a second.
Okay.
I believe Kakuka, you got something prepared for us.
Oh, yes.
Bit of Gecko, I heard.
Yes. You know, one of the things that we are very liking about the region is that we're seeing some diversity in the compositions. Love to see that some teams are thinking outside of the box when it comes to how to interpret the different maps that we're having and the changes that we're seeing within them. We've also seen a lot of this, and this is please VALORANT, we need to find a way to fix this. As I said a couple of days ago, we also had that problem at the beginning of the game with flashes, and I think it's only fair to do the same with Gecko. Now I'm going to show you a couple of clips of something that happened on Bind on 2 different matches. We're going to start with FUT versus Heretics, and if you take a look at FUT's composition, it's, not what you're usually going to be seeing here on Bind. You see the Gecko, you see CNET on Neon, but what I wanted to show is how on main A, they're going to swamp with utility, and it's going to be impossible to react to it. So if we please roll the clip, you guys are going to be impersonating and seeing what Benji Fishy had to deal with. After they've seen that there's an echo round, and you see that the Astra has put the smoke at the entrance, they decide to completely swamp. You have the Dizzy, the Fragment, and he also gets additionally flash. So it's impossible for him to survive. It's just one of the little things that you can do implementing Gecko and that extra power. But another thing that I personally love, and I think had different ideas on how to execute with Gecko, is going to be Na'Vi. So this happened yesterday. And if we roll the clip, I want to show you how they're going to be executed on B. Different side, but the moment that BBL understand that they're going to execute and start throwing, as we see in the molly that is going to fall on the CT door, we're going to see that there's a little bit of disparity of how things happen. Zippen throws the grenade. After they could get hookah control, Artis is going to flash, and just after that, Zippen is going to come after. But if you take a look at the positions from BBL, they're prepared for this. Everybody's playing in an anti-flash position, so the moment the Zippen goes in, he gets annihilated by Pora. Beautiful stuff to see, but it's not over because there's a second layer and a second time in to all of this. They still need to be guarding the positions from what's happening on B-Lon, and of course, all the utility that's still yet to come. Artis is going to be ulted, and it's not going to be enough, even though they combo also with the DC and additional flash. Like, there is a lot that you can do and unravel with this kind of combinations, but I think the BBL's response was beautiful to it, keeping the awareness from Brave, Pora, and Reese. Now, this is just a bit of what we're seeing with Gecko. This is just a couple of examples that, of course, you can use in your games, and I'm sure that your team will appreciate it very much. But I'm really looking forward to see what what else we can see from the new initiation.
Yeah, or not to use on the other side of that. But of course, in our first match of today between Team Heretics and Kickoff, it's going to be one to determine which team is going to be going straight into playoffs and be able to skip that play-in stage, which is going to be very, very important here. And moreover, we're going to see the rookies again. We've seen some of the rookies already. I know, Steel, you were incredibly impressed by Narrate. What is it about him that impressed you?
Yeah, Narrate was really impressive, not just because he just had a good performance or something by looking at the stats. It's he has an agent pool where he's not afraid to play against initiators. He played the Raze in the opening game on Split, but then as soon as they go to a different map, it's Fade, Gecko, and honestly, like even that map that they played Gecko on, it's not like they lost because he played bad or anything like that. It's that they just didn't play well in general. But being able to be flexible and good on different types of agents and different categories of agents is really important.
And I think it's also considering the entire ecosystem that is created around it and everybody coming from different places, but being able to slot in all the differences that K-Corp need alongside the matches. Not only the agent you're playing, is the responsibilities that you're taking and learning your spot with new people around you, being so young, but obviously trusting the egg method.
Yeah, and there's a few of those rookies on K-Corp as well. It's not just a Narrate, but on the other side of this, we also had a rookie making his debut, Kakuka, in Mini Boo. That was also incredibly powerful and impressive.
I think both him and Boo had an amazing performance the other day, and we cannot wait to see what is going to be next. Also, having a debut for a duelist that is, very 2024. No Jets, no Raze, just playing the Neo and the Euro, and still having the performance that he had. Everybody knew that the expectations from Heretics, having someone that is playing from home, you're also having a substitute. The way that he was able to perform, the flicks that we were seeing is literally what you meet in rank and something that we definitely needed in EMEA as well.
Yeah, and I wonder if, with the inclusion of Gecko here and Sky not being as meta, there's two things. One, it's kind of reminiscent to early days of Valorant where you would have the Phoenix and the Reyna comboing the flashes. You have to look at one to break in, and then you get blinded by the other. And maybe that's why we're seeing less Jets. If you're Jet opping somewhere and then a Dizzy flash comes, you have to flick up and shoot it. You can't just turn away. You'll get blinded by it. And so we're seeing this flexibility from other players, yeah.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned it already, Kakuka, but Reigns will be playing a remotely Steel once again. I don't think there were any issues of that the last time they did this. And I think Panitek also filling in the team. They looked great. I will say, though, I think one of the interesting things we need to address going into this, Josh, is the fact that both teams share the same ban. Their first ban is exactly the same. So how big of an advantage do you think it will be for them?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a game of chicken, basically. If you have the veto advantage, you say, hey, you guys ban first, see if they ban Ascent, and then you have the option to float the map. It's like, yeah, I'm going to take the gamble that they're not going to pick it. If both teams ban out a map in the and then it's their permaban, we don't know if it's their permaban or not yet. It could have just been like, oh, these other team that I'm playing against has really gotten the map, I'm going to ban it out, and it might not be their ban. So it's a little bit of a meta game, a game of chicken.
Yeah, I will say, Kakuka, just for you, I have been given the info, I don't know the maps, but I've been given the info that K-Corp will have the first ban. They've won the coin toss. I think that's how it went. So do you think it will be wise for them to leave the Ascent out and just hope that Heretics are going to ban it?
I think they need to keep playing the mind games on the information that they have, which is the other maps that the team has played. It's not focusing on what they didn't want to play that one time. It's actually what they chose, what they actually put extra work in, and they have already field tested. I think that is more important in that sense. I would not be surprised if they ban the Ascent, but especially after such a long off-season, I do not expect teams to come on day one and be like, yeah, we have 2 or 3 maps that are not ready. Like, almost everything, if not everything, has to be ready.
Yeah, I think one of the things, though, is that Heretics, they picked Lotus into FUT, but then we saw, Carmine Core actually 13-4ing on Lotus in their map series. So it's like, that's one of, if that's your map pick and it's also a strong map for them, maybe you want to ban out a different strong map. And then we also saw that Carmine Core were really good on Split, and that was Team Heretics' second ban in the first series. So when you're thinking like, oh, we have all these maps, what do I do? That's a concern when Heretics looked good on a bunch of different maps and it doesn't line up the map pool.
Oh, I'm excited to see where we're going to go. We're going to find out in due course. Both of these teams, they won their opening games, and it's time to see how they face, time to see even how they will face a fair against each other. Here is Team Heretics and K-Corp playing for a spot at playoffs.
I will do what it takes. I'll run
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA.
Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA, hoş geldiniz.
Here comes Team Heretics once again getting back onto the stage. The first time we saw them, it was all about whether they could exceed expectations from last year, and they did just that. And today they are facing another team that had the exact same storyline coming into this, a new Kickoff, a Kickoff that had to do better than they did last year. And so far, both of these teams, they have exceeded those expectations. They won their opening game, but the question is, how deep are these rosters? What are their map pool like you said, Steel? And can they go further? Can they do more than just winning one match?
Yeah, I think both teams basically were considered the underdogs in their opening series, and both teams played really well, but we also have to keep note that it's not like they blew out the other team, right? These were close games, 13-10, 13-11. It's not like it was like a one-sided match, but both teams going up here against each other. I don't even know if they prepared for each other like ahead of time, like, oh yeah, we have to beat out this team and then we're gonna have to play against that team.
And would have.
Yeah,
I think End prepared for literally 10 teams. Yeah. I would not be surprised.
I would not be surprised at all, but also we need to think that it's like in their heads, this has to be different. I do not want to see that, oh, we're the underdogs, people do not expect us to win. No, you have already surprised all that people. Now the pressure's on you because one of you, as you said, Yinsu, will advance directly to playoffs. The other one, if they lose here, even if they win their next match, they have to go through the play-ins. Of course, everybody loves having some repetitions, but I think that for such young rosters, coming in and getting straight through playoffs, it's really like a reward for all the effort that they've put during the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, even a one-day break, as you know, still makes a difference. You get an extra day of prep. You don't have to play more games than you need to.
Yeah, being able to have that extra day just to be able to refine things from that first series, be able to prepare against the team that you're going to play against in the second series, all of that is going to be really helpful to, you know, from the map veto selection process to figuring out, like, are we going to run the same comps, to what did we show in the first series that we have to maybe change a little bit, what worked for us that we're going to have to try to add layers to, what didn't work that we're going to have to make slight adjustments to. It's going to be interesting.
And one of the two faces that I think have to be more responsible of that in-game is going to be the IGL's Magnum versus Boo that we're going to be seeing. Boo had a spectacular performance the other day. Now, can he keep it up, especially knowing that, you know, they're seeing the game in that very crisp and fresh way, both at the same time.
Also, the Heretic jerseys. The Heretics jerseys, dead ass, say please buy Heretic skins. Hey, if they win here, I'm gonna go back on the server and get one. That's a promise, but here we go. Kickoff, they don't ban the Ascent. They've left it out for Heretics.
And there you go. You see the Ascent gone out from Heretics and Split being picked by Karmancore. So this is going to be very interesting. We're going to see Narrate obviously on Raze here, and he looked pretty good. And they're running the double duelist with Martin on Yoru most likely. We're going to see the Lotus from Heretics, which was, you know, their map pick yesterday. But Karmancore 13 forward Giant X on, or yeah, that was the matchup. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting here. This is looking really good for Karmancore. And yesterday they looked, or 2 days ago, they looked really good. Not just individuals, but as a team, as a cohesive unit. So this is going to be a very interesting match because I think Karmancore is looking nice.
I'm really looking forward to see if we see those small changes, and also what the composition is going to be looking like from the side of Heretics in this first map in Split, especially, you know, starting from the defense. I think that, as you said, you know, having that one-day break and actually looking into what the other team is able to do in the home grounds that they've chosen and the maps that they showed the first, and they actually, you know, might feel the strongest.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing. The Yoru Raze, the double duelist they ran, it's not a surprise anymore. Heretics, they will know what to go up against here. So surely, you know, they might have some answers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're preparing properly, you should definitely have some answers to this. Also, knowing that you're going to be, you know, okay, they're going to pick split. We get to start defense if we want to. These were like the little plays that they had. Like, let's make sure that as soon as we see these tells, we know how to deal with it. We saw like the mixture of fast plays from them, getting up into B heaven. How are we going to deal with this? How are we going to react? We watched the reactions from the other team that lost to these guys. How did they do their reactions, or did they react at all? And we saw basically not great things from the reactions on the other side, obviously, because that's why we're seeing these two teams here right now. But I think right now, when you go into this game, you need to have something prepared, and knowing how the Yoru plays especially, there's only limited options what you can do with that Yoru. So once you understand how the Yoru operates, it's easy to create a game plan against it.
Yeah, but the other side of it is that I think that Shin and him were making such a good combo, like even Magnum, like you could see how it's not only that Martin was feeling comfortable in everything that he was doing with Yoru, they had a lot of set plays, not only on the attack side, they also on the defense, they actually were having a lot of responses to everything that Giant X was putting on the table. So that's what my question is to Heretics, you know, how much of that did you like degrade as to understand what you're going to be doing against it, and what is going to be your response to what they already have prepared?
Hey, it may be a Yoru versus Yoru. Who do you think is better, Martin or Miniboo?
Miniboo.
Yeah, Miniboo?
I'm biased.
I like what I saw from Martin and all of Heretics in general. Or sorry, not Heretics. Carmine Core. That's a Freudian slip. It's a Freudian slip. What Carmine Core
Okay,
and
so
Martin
we've got a Martin fan versus Miniboo. Oh.
It's too
So
too
do
many
you
years,
want to see
too
the
many
Yoru
years.
versus Yoru on split? Is this the meta we're living in?
Yeah, I think that he could definitely do it.
I'm indifferent. I like Raze. I like the. I'm indifferent about it. I like the double controllers, the double initiators.
I mean, is that the answer though? Is the answer to the Martin Yoru is just to out Yoru Martin?
Is
that
sure.
what you do?
I don't. You can. It's a play. It's a possibility. It's not. I haven't really thought about it.
I saw someone in the crowd, it's their birthday, so happy birthday. He said that this was his home, so I really hope that you enjoy the matches
I missed
today.
it. Yes, happy birthday. Let us know who you're supporting.
Yeah.
Maybe we can change the script for you, just
But
for
make
you.
sure to get you some cake.
Yeah, and also it's Lexi's birthday as well. Happy birthday to Lexi while we're doing birthdays. Yep, cool. Let's bring this back into this game here. It feels like for you guys, at least for you still, you're a little bit indifferent in terms of what agents they're going to run into Carmichael to be able to stop them. Do you realistically feel, though, after seeing both teams, that Heretics will be able to stop Carmichael?
I think Heretics can. We saw the individuality coming out, especially through Miniboo and Boo in the previous series, but it was just kind of like really separated. You had like 50 kills on one player, 40, 30, 20, and 20. It's like, it's all over the place. Whereas with Carmine Core, everyone was kind of like pulling their own punches type of thing. They're all contributing.
Two very different comps, Bear.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Heretics comp?
I mean, I like the double controller. I'm lacking a little bit of information gathering with this, but I think that they're just going to be very like execute heavy. I trust a lot in what Benji Fishy is going to be able to do with the Cypher, but it's more like on the tamed side of things of what we've been seeing. And it's also the third duelist that Miniboo has been playing, so I hope that by the end of this tournament, we've seen all of them.
I like what they're doing. They're starting on defense. They have the double controller with a Cypher and the Breach so that they can run all sorts of retakes and different trap setups off of the info that they get with the trap wires, with the camera, with the Raze comboing. Like, they have really good synergies here. So if you know that your opponent's going to pick split into you and you get to start defense, this is a great composition to have. Double controller with Cypher and Breach and Raze. It's going to be interesting to see how Carmine Core is going to deal with it.
Honestly, maybe this is the answer, right? Just play your own game, know where your strengths lie, and get as many rounds as you can on the defense. It's time to jump into game and see if they can do just that with your casters. Over to you, Pavlos and Ash.
Hi, Sue. I guess, am I Pavlos or am I Ash? I'm not sure, but I'm just surprised.
I think I'm Ash.
All these birthday wishes, Tom, and she leaves out Ryan Central. I mean, I just cannot believe it. After all this time.
Yeah.
And we're just going to forget. Well, look.
And forgot our names as well. Like, what else is there?
She's having a rough day, man. She's having a rough day. Got to give her a break. Look, Casey and Heretics going to be kicking off. And I'm so excited for this one. It's a battle of underdogs, but in the upper bracket. And what an incredible game and start to the season this has already been for Heretics and Casey just the other day. Now we're kicking it off in the big leagues, a chance to push through the playoffs. For Casey, on that attack side. We'll see how much they can get done. This is split, and somewhere you're going to imagine there's going to be a lot of comfort. Benji Fishy, though, could be made uncomfortable by that Yoru already. The decoy bought some space for a dash out, and that's given them a ton to work with, except the rest of the squad a little late out of the choke point. Good flash coming through, and the trades stay even. Team Heretics still in with a chance, thanks to Boo. Patatek's already made it as well. That snake bite slowing down the squad as the spike is irretrievable, and now a big fight to be had as Shin emerges from the smoke, but Heretics were waiting.
Good start. A fairly brute force attempt to group up in towards that B site, and pretty much every single fight going down in a similar position. I sort of want to go back to what you're mentioning at the beginning. Like, for these teams, this is a chance to not only get to playoffs, but because the playoffs are only a few teams, get top 4. I don't think there's meant, like, obviously the goal is get your way to Madrid, is get yourself to one of those Masters events, especially the first one. I feel like there might be slightly more opportunities with maybe a few teams not quite on form, but to get into the top 4 for either of these teams, I think it's still a great start, especially considering the last year.
Yeah, both of them have had a tough history.
They'll take top 4, I'm telling you now.
If karma is real, this is an example of it, I'll tell you that. They're certainly cashing in on all that's left to be found. Now you can see Team Heretics, they've got a bit of a shift in setup. Last time it was B site, they had their Cypher traps there. This time it's around on A that Benji set up. That means Boo is gonna have to take some of the load as they move in towards the B site alongside Mini Boo up top. The brothers defending B. Can KC break through this? And with only classics, you don't imagine much will be done. Oh, just the orb found, in fact.
Yeah, gonna be retrieving that up. Seems that obviously Shin was the one who got the majority of the kills in the last, so the Cosmic Divide might not necessarily be the most helpful thing in the world, but it will at least get them space. And I think especially when you're playing with a Yoru, it actually can be quite useful. You can basically silently get past a lot of that utility. Mini Boot already coming under pressure again. It's similar to what we've seen from both these teams in the past, just moving as a death ball, trying to trade out effectively and do as much damage as possible.
It's a good idea, trying to catch players off guard, but you can see not much to be found. Really just a disadvantage of having those weapons and the patience of Team Heretics constantly falling back. Miniboo, sure, he gets caught out in the open in the end, but he gave up the control of Heaven, fell back incrementally, and allowed his teammates to take the fight with him. That's exactly what you want to see kicking this off. And a very good start for Heretics. Their morale high and their economy looking very pretty.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with both these teams' comps is obviously running that double controller and only having a single initiator, I guess. Martin kind of acts as a quasi-initiator, but it's going to be one of those situations where it can be quite difficult if you lose that player to get yourself in initially onto the site. It's our first tech wars of the year.
Yeah, Tom, I can't help but
feel. It took a few days.
Well, you know, just like the rain, you've brought it with you, Tom. I don't know what to say. Last night I was watching.
What, are you saying that just being close to Pansy is the reason that
it's spreading? It's spreading. I don't like it, but it's okay.
Well, it's one of those things. I think that you kind of look at the compositions, and that's going to be one of the major things. We've seen it in the past with Sky, but obviously Sky had that sort of good mix of information and also the flashes. So you kind of have that on the side of KC while running that Yoru. You get the flashes alongside, well, I guess an alternative, what was the Jet in this sort of composition. Whereas I feel like with Heretics, it's going to have to be very segmented and very reliant on basically Rien setting up Miniboo when they go onto that attack side. For the defense, their composition is fantastic though. An unbelievable amount of delay. Like, you're talking about basically having a quasi-sentinel on either side of the map. You're going to get that with both Benji and Patatek. But then you also have Boo, because a lot of teams will already run like a controller in the form of Omen as a solo B-side hold, because you can delay for an awful amount of time, and if they do manage to get past everything, you have the paranoia to slow them down. So I'm sort of interested more so with how both these teams are going to run their compositions when it comes to the attack. Like, is that Omen going to be used as part of the setup? Because it feels like it needs to be, especially if Rien's dies. That's where it really becomes problematic.
You know, I wonder for KC as well, like Martin, we saw a little bit from him, and it becomes difficult. As you play the Yoru more and more, for teams, or for you to make the same things work, right? Like, this character becomes much more predictable. There's only certain angles, certainly in the early round, that you can find those positions, and I think that's going to be a challenge, certainly for someone like Benji, who primarily finds that value from stopping you getting through those choke points.
I guess the one value, though, for Heretics, obviously they haven't had a mass amount of time, but is at least they've seen KC play this. Like, this is one of the few maps, like, I always have my little thing of like, oh, how many times they played on a map, and as you can see, most of it's blank, but I still like to do it anyway. But one of the ones that's filled in is Split, and so they've already seen this exact comp play versus Giant X, and also it went pretty much every single round. So that's the one thing they have, is that little bit of extra data. You're going to have had Weber and Nilzinho sort of slaving away in the back lines to try and come up with some counters, because that's the thing, it's like, that's what we've always witnessed whenever anybody has brought in a Yoru in the past, is the first time out, it looks amazing. You go, okay, they've completely caught them. I think back to Draken playing it on Haven, and they had that really cool, they had that cool cosmic divide that got them under Heaven on the A site. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. He did it in the next game, and someone shorted him in the face.
Yeah.
Because they knew where he was going, they knew where his TP landed, and they just went, oh, he's going to land here because that's where the whole strat lies. You can't change it because you've got your lineup. You'd have to have a whole new lineup that goes somewhere else. So that's always the thing, is keeping it a little bit more unique. But also, I think some of the cool stuff we saw yesterday on maps like Sunset is sometimes you can throw in something that seems like the same strategy and then just do it slightly differently. And I think Gentlemates did an excellent job of that, even though their defense didn't go fantastically well, was they had these cool TPs, and the first time you take it, the second time, well, you got a tank jumping around the corner on a Raze and shooting you in the face, because you're like, oh, I've got him, I'm waiting for his TP, it's on the floor. Oh, I didn't expect some guy to just come out of nowhere and kill me. So that's what I'm looking for Carmine Corp with this composition is, do you have that little bit of extra depth to almost use what you've done in the past to mind game your opponents?
We'll let you guys at home know as well that over on the side of KC, I believe there was some audio issues, so the league admins have been looking into it in the background, just getting those ironed out, make sure that's not an issue as the series moves on. Obviously, round two, kind of where you want to iron out those problems, and then moving into the next, that's where KC get a real challenge. Of course, their bye round is going to be up next, and yeah, for this squad, there's a ton of questions. I think going back to that with the discussion around Yoru, I think one of the main problems is when it doesn't work, you're not going to be able to take the space and trade the same way as you would be with the Jet or something like that. But we've talked a lot, and the audio issues are still persisting, so we're going to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Who's on the desk?
Pavlos and Ash.
Do you know what? I just knew they were gonna do that. I knew. I was like, there's 100% chance that Tom or Mitch is gonna say to Pavlos and Ash, but hey, I deserve that. But I know it's only been 2 rounds, but we always love talking about pistols, and I feel like, Josh, I'm gonna give you the stage. If you can just talk through what we saw in the pistol round, and what you liked, what you didn't like, and if there's anything that confirmed maybe a little bit of our suspicions on what they were gonna do, we're gonna show it to you in just a second. We have it somewhere. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there were a couple of cool things that we saw. So we saw the defense. I was talking about how they might do like these passive things, these retakes, these traps, but Raze is getting down there. Market is smoked off. Raze clears all of sewers. Then, because they've cleared most of the map out, they've got this rotate all the way back to B. And right here, I'm thinking, oh, wow, okay, Carmine Corp's got a really cool execute. They got this Fade Eye. They're able to spam the Cypher out, but they get locked out at the choke point. They don't get through for some reason. It's only the Raze out there. So that 5 versus 4 man advantage that they have becomes a 4-on-4, and that comes down to a 2-on-2. So it's like, it could go either way, but it's not like one team outplayed the other team. Both teams did things that were really cool. The idea to just play the 1-3-1 setup on defense. They clear out all of middle. They're going to destroy anybody that's out there with their teamwork, and then if it's nobody's middle, it's either all A or all B at that point. They have the Cypher set up on B, and there's a super fast rotation coming in through Heaven, and then the Viper's playing retake A from screens. And if anything happens towards A, she keeps screens control, everyone rotates either through sewers, Raze was already there, could get a nice flank off. Is there a problem?
No, sorry. It's just the first time
is it a trigger word for you?
No, it's just the first time I've
Should I
heard
say the
you...
S word or something?
No, like, yeah. It's just the first time I've heard you say help in sewer, so I'm not super used to it. Yeah, carry on.
It wasn't me that said it, okay? I'll have you know, it wasn't me.
Sorry, carry on. That was a freebie for chat.
And then they would all be able to rotate up through vents so that they'd have the nice rotation through Heaven, through screens, and potentially a flank as well, doing a multi-prong retake. But the execution came onto B, and they had the Fade Eye combo with, I think there was something else as well. The Cypher wasn't able to instantly take out the Fade Eye, which means that he gets revealed and spammed through the spammable wood wall. So everything looked pretty good from both teams. Got down to a 2 versus 2 where, you know, it came down to just guns at that point. So we're going to see something pretty interesting from both these teams. Yes, pistol round and usually like first or second gun rounds are, you spend more time working on that, and then the later phases of the game, it's more adaptations, what's going on, how do we want to adjust little things, do we want to layer in some fakes or whatnot. That's when we're going to see those types of interesting things. But if this is what we're starting out with on round 1, then
you can get a good game, right?
Yeah, we're in store for good things.
Yeah, I like the depth. Like, for example, like right at the end, you're like, why cannot they get on side? We see like the Viper Molly on the floor, and now they have to second guess and they have to wait. Okay, let's put the star and we can cross. But also the good communication and the fact that Heretics had their head in the game, boosts instant response and says, no, come walk with me. Let's not let them do it, and actually ends up in a favorable situation for them. But yeah, I think it's still obviously very, very early in the game to make more conclusions. But I think it's looking good. I think it's going to be a banger.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? How well prepared are both of these teams. Oh,
That's
the Yoru.
Yeah, it was the
Yes.
Yoru. So the Cypher turned around and looked at the fake Yoru TP, and when that happened, the Fade Eye came in, and that's what scanned him out. That's what scanned out Benji Fishy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys also
Good synergy.
So this is what you spoke about. Like, both of these teams, they looked good the first time we saw them, but, you know, looking good once on an opening day where your nerves could be played into factor as well. And again, we hear teams go like, oh, if we play against each other 10 times, you know, we could beat each other 5 times each. So, but this is where it matters, right? Because if you win this game, you skip the play-in stage, you go straight to playoffs, and you can wait there and watch what everyone else is doing. You have more time to prep. You have more time to see what you're going to be going up against. Whereas if you lose this game today, the losing team, you might still be eliminated before the next stage. You're just not safe if you lose today.
You're never safe. I think it's also very important to challenge everything that you've prepped. Like they want to do on the split again. If the other day there was mistakes, if there's any other, they need to know as soon as possible, because everything needs to be ready. This is not only making it out of groups or surviving one day after the other. Is when you get to Madrid, are you going to be ready? Like, is your map? How is your map going to be looking? How is your team going to be adapting on the fly to everything, not only the things in EMEA?
This is the other thing. I'm going to throw a question for you guys and just see what your personal preferences are when it comes to Steel as being naughty over here. You guys can't see this. We will show it in a second. But do you feel like Kukuka and Josh, is the solve when you go to international event is to have as many things as possible that you haven't shown? So teams around the world, when they're trying to anti-strat you, when they're trying to see how you play your protocols, let's say, you know, it is possible for a team only to play, what, 3 or 4 games before they go to Madrid? Or do you think it's more important to get as many reps as you can, especially as a new team, and just not care about showing stuff?
I am personally on the side of reps, because you need to test if what you have done is good enough. You have to test what the new counters and the new adaptations are going to be into that. And if you're not able to see past that and to look for the next answer that follows in that domino effect, you have to change it, and you better do so before jumping into international events. What do you think?
Well, my personal philosophy with like in-game leading teams and just getting things on the board, it's important to have like you focus your energy on like the most important things that will have the most drastic impact and that will have the longest lasting impact. So obviously going over something like pistol rounds, eco rounds, anti-ecos, and like first gun rounds are very important, because you're going to play those pretty much in every single game. So making sure that you have a good like foundation to build upon is really important. And another thing that you need to do is you need to work on like basic protocols. So protocol is a reaction on defense. If you lose control of this area, what are ways that we can, like, how do we want to deal with that? We can deal with it this way, or we could deal with it that way. Whether that be, okay, we group up and then we re-clear an area. Maybe that's, okay, we give that area up because we don't need it at a certain point in the round. So I would focus inwards on that and on ourselves being just stronger fundamentally.
Well, I mean, so far it seems like both teams are doing just that. The tech pause is over, and it's time to jump back into game, I believe, with Brennan Seisher, is it?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. Yes,
you look
we've
short,
got
Brad.
Whoa. I was having a good day till then, Tom. This moment, that's when the day stopped being good. 2-0. Team Heretics versus KC. And look, we've seen a little bit of a tech pause, but we're back into things now. KC, they've got Shin popping off. He's got a kill for every teammate that he's got. The only one to show up so far, but it's only been 2 rounds. The last one they had a classic and they got absolutely shut down. Now a chance to get back on the board. Rifles in hand, and as you said earlier, Tom, thanks to those 4 kills, thanks to the orb farming of KC as well, Shin has got that Cosmic Divide online, and whilst it might not be getting you a kill like the big old rocket launcher or pushing your enemies off the site, it can definitely help to cut up some of these angles and at least get you out of the choke points that they've definitely got to face. Looking towards B, there are some players here ready, and the main thing is Rienz is here. You're going to have that breach utility on hand to slow down any kind of push, but from what we've seen of KC so far, they don't mind changing the direction.
I'm more looking at Miniboo. He's sort of spotting to see if there is anybody making their way back into mid. 45 seconds for Carmine Corp, and because he hasn't seen anything, they can keep those 2 players cemented within. About to come under a little bit of pressure. The peak time is going to be everything, and just seeing that little bit of utility is enough for him to fall back now completely. They pop the orb as well, just to try and slow them that little more. And actually, he's going to dedicate himself to the B site, which with 25 seconds left means they're going to have a 3 stack there for the take.
And this is it, you know, the hope being that those players saw the presence and moved back, but they haven't. They're still very much in position, and after the stun, damage is done. Rien's only good for 1, but 10 seconds left. They have to quicken the pace on the way through. Cosmic Divide gives a safe haven to Boo, and the nade will slow them down even further. Blast Pack to ensure that no plant can be found, and the time is already too far gone. A gorgeous round from Team Heretics as they let KC play against the clock.
Yeah, the Carmine Corp playing against the clock. Somewhere in the world, some man has just shouted the word melons. I don't know. It just seems like that was completely down to timing. Like that little bit of information that was garnered by Miniboo was enough for them to just, okay, we could just dedicate to this side of the map. If they try and rotate that late towards the A site, it's going to leave them in exactly the same scenario. And Miniboo just holding onto his nade. That was basically it. He held onto it for the rest of the round and then just dropped it on the only place they were able to really plant. And he also, by the way, put a blast back on the other side. So if they tried to plant it there, he would have pushed them off.
And possibly into the nade. Now, right, taken down very quickly. Perhaps a worthwhile trade with Patatek's utility no longer in play. And we've already seen that Viper util do so much to the side of KC in some of the earlier rounds, just in slowing them down. And that's been the main problem, getting out onto sites. 4 versus 4, but a rifle picked up. And with 2 in hand, they might stand a chance in some of these duels. Again, though, Team Heretics have been very patient, very disciplined, keeping a lot of their utility, certainly any utility that doesn't refresh, they seem to have that online very late into the round, and I don't know if that's both them being disciplined or to how much degree that plays in, or KC not baiting util.
Oh, timing's going to be everything. Showstopper is available, might not even be needed. Benji has managed to get 2, and well, from the grave, Miniboo has got a couple of their own. Heretics, I love this. They're not just sitting back and waiting for their opponents to come for them. As said, like with the composition they have, they've got a lack of information other than that of Benji, so they're just going looking for it, constantly moving around the map. It kind of it reminds me of like some old school style split where you played like a rain arrays, and it's like, okay, you don't technically have any real info, so you go looking, you go hunting, and you have to be dynamic and you have to have good calls. And that's exactly what they had in that round.
Yeah, especially when we've seen some of those other rounds where they do just sit back and wait. You know, a different flair to it is what we like to see. And for KC, remember though, they had mostly pistols going into that previous round. It was a low buy round. They got some damage off, but the economy of Heretics is not really in that weak of a position. They don't need to be terribly worried. We've seen the map control from KC, the orb farming. It looks like some of the same as they're very spread.
Again, it's a similar scenario. Miniboo just spotting for any information he can find. An early take of control from Martin, but it is being watched. They know if anybody's going to push in this direction. And again, it looks like an attempted split, with mid-control being a big part of the game for both sides. That Viper utility has been holding them back for quite a while. And again, they haven't really been able to take this control. They're just having to sit and wait.
Yeah, and I think the main problem is, you know, if you don't drop Patatek, if he doesn't get over aggressive here or get caught off guard, he's able to drop back, use his util as he falls back, ignore that control Martin has because he'd have to fight through or run through a Viper wall. There's just no way into that mid-split, and I think they're realizing that on the side of KC. They met too much resistance, so the rotate is on. Right back around to heaven.
But it's the 3-stack again. The read is correct. It was the same on the B site in a prior round, but with no presence shown. Now they're going to put up those smokes, but they've got to be careful of the players in the site.
There's a lot to work with. That stun has done a bunch. Rienz is pushed out of position, but they're not there yet. Only now making it to the site with 15 seconds left. Still a trap up that they're going to walk right into. Free wall bang for Benji. He's just biding time on the site, but he falls eventually. And with Rienz out of play, there's no denying that. That plant is coming through, and instead the retake has to come on for Team Heretics. 2 versus 4. The disadvantage is palpable, and the way back through isn't easy. At least a Viper wall to block an angle, but Patatek now down to 30 HP. And it's going to be Boo that has to do the heavy lifting, and they have no idea where these other players are. Everything to work with for KC. It's still losable.
Yeah, they've got to be careful not to overextend, but with 2 players in the close cubby, you have to think there isn't much of a chance. Magnum even just looking to support. Takes a lot of damage, but Boo needs to get a move on. Doesn't really have much time left on the clock to play with. Needs to get on this almost immediately, and Magnum's just going to go running straight through. No fear, but a lot of damage taken. At least KC have a round.
Yeah, he realized the time was on his side. If he doesn't get that halfway, it was over and done with. 1 round for KC, and nicely done. This is a good example of innovating into the round. They realized that there were some danger zones, especially around middle, that there were players there. There was too much util to fight through, and most importantly, the clock was running a little bit low. So they shift focus, move back towards that A site, and burst out. Very efficient. And again, you look at some of that utility. You would have had a player, Rienz, playing an elbow, being able to have that second angle, and instead he's pushed back by all their utility, has to play on site, and takes a pretty disadvantageous fight, considering there were 3 guns pointing back the other way. Then they can isolate Benji. Just really nicely done, and we want to see more of that from KC. I'm looking for the faster paced rounds, though.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been quite interesting. Like, sure, they've been able to bait out quite a lot of the utility from, say, Patatek and a few smokes from Boo. Like, that's mostly been the mid-hold. It's been a snake bite, the poison orb, or a smoke. Like, that's constantly been going down. So playing later into the round at least gives them the ability to avoid a lot of that utility. The problem is I don't feel like they're pressuring too much. Like, Mini Boo in that round prior, having his nade at the very end of the round shows you haven't really baited out that much, because that's something that normally flies out the second there's any real pressure. So either I want to see them pressure a little bit more and force out some of that util, or do what they did again where it's at least a little bit later. And I think in this round it's going to be a bit different because they have so many high impact ultimates online. Like, just on information alone, you can talk about Martine and Magnum being able to find something, but then you've also got the showstopper to capitalize off that as well.
Yeah, oh, for sure. The ultimate economy stacked towards KC. We wanted to see a faster round that looks like we might just get that. A lot of presence towards A, and it's going to be Jordan running it through. Martine in another dimension, trying to find some players, and he's seen the site is fully clear. Heretics were aware that this was exactly what KC were working with, that they'd probably have a bombardment of util and firepower coming their way. So instead they avoid any sort of combat in that early fight. I love this setup now for the retake.
Timing's going to be everything.
Well, he's got him, surely.
It's actually going to be facing the other way, but it doesn't matter. Shin was looking for that, still loses the battle. The same can be said for Thomasy. He's now watching, and he will win that from above. Narrate even going to pop his ult. There's a chance for a lot of damage, but he gets absolutely nothing for it. It doesn't matter with the spray down, but Rienz has found 2, make that 3. Now Thomasy outside the site. They already knew where he is, but he's been revealed, and he can't do anything from this position. He needs to find a kill. Rienz, the man sat back at home right now, has pulled out a worldie.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable round from him. If I'm not mistaken, the second kill probably wasn't even intentional. He came in to trade his teammate and just got a little bit more than he bargained for, but in a good way. 2 quick kills, following up with the third, and a gorgeous farming round for him.
He only just pulled his gun out. The thing is, like, Shin there, even clearing that angle to begin with is kind of like, okay, you're really doing your due diligence, but you came up against a guy who's going to hit the shot first time every time. And that was the thing we were really impressed with in their first matchup. Mini Boo and Boo, especially Boo, outdid expectations by a country mile. Like, Boo played an unreal game.
26 kills back-to-back. I mean, it's just unreal from a guy IGLing a younger team. Should have more responsibilities to work with. KC don't have a lot. I was going to disrespect this round, but Narate got extremely close and even put Rienz down to, what, 60 HP, no shields? So there's some damage already done, but you know, how much can they really get out of this? The judge on Shin perhaps stands a chance, but it's not like they've got the ideal close range angle. They'll even... Oh, what? He's used it to go forward! That's great usage from Martine, and they've not even spotted Shin. Now he's nice and close. The judge in hand as he wraps on site, but it's being diffused. halfway already. Magnum needs to peek it. He's the only one that can stop it. He's seen now they're not on. Can use his utility to buy some more time, deal some damage, make it easier for Shin to finish those players off. And although Patatek found the kill, you had the grab well used up. Patatek picks the right angle though. They've got out of it with a win, but at what cost?
Yeah, no, Patatek had to save them there. Again, he had a bit of a rough start in their first match, but top of the board right now. And without that 4K, it's not even close to them winning a round. The fact is he gets 2 and they still probably lose. The Spam initially almost lost a teammate, trading out Martine, who would have been behind them. But every single one of these was a massively high impact kill. The man above, and then the final one as well. Like, that was such a huge round from him, but it really shows the danger of this KC roster. At any moment, they can take over.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they've had such a...
Is it just me, or did Mixo look like he's about to give a TED talk? Like, just with it's the mic across the face. I don't know why. He's going to teach us something, guys. I'm ready.
I'm sure he's got plenty to teach. Perhaps Boo has time for a lesson. He's out of this round. Gets to sit back and watch the squad play it out. Viper's Pit was used on B, started this round. For Team Heretics, that's a ton of control. They're stacked up on B as well with Benji Fishy, both traps being there. So that side of the map is secure. It's Mini Boo that has to do a lot of work. And despite being tagged so low, Decay down, he's still able to get 2. But Narrate, well, he doubles up on it, takes that 3rd kill and puts KC miles in the lead with a plant down and plenty of time for the post plants.
Financially, things aren't in a great spot for Heretics either. A lot of damage taken in the last round, so whether they go for this or not is really up to them. Thomasy weighing on the close angle. The nade is going to put them in such an awkward spot. Now Benji left, 82 HP, 3 players to find, and not a lot of time to do it. Would need to hit something pretty quickly. Does manage the first, but the other 2 players are wrapping round behind him together. He's actually predicted it for the trade. It's good. Again, a very close round, but this time one that goes to KC. And as said, financially now, things start to look a little bit troublesome for Heretics.
Well, that's it. You know, you got to commend KC for being able to, despite losing a lot of rounds, make them close. Yeah. That's kept the economy in not the healthiest of positions. And with a big round from Narrate, forcing them into the site, and despite Benji having a great read indeed, it has put them now in a spot that 6-2 down, they're able to fight. They should be back to 6-3, and Team Heretics could very quickly see this half snowball out of their favor. For KC, it's a chance to fight their way back in, and it starts here with Narrate quickly taking control of A-Heaven. Look who's close on the other side. It's Mini Boo inside the smoke, down on A, and he's got a showstopper to work with. They need to be very careful that that doesn't find its mark.
He's also the one with the rifle. So normally you'd see maybe him with a shotgun or something. There's willing to take that risk, but he has been very good so far. Clearly having the faith that he might be the one to turn this round, and potentially just setting him up with whatever utility they have. Close corner cleared by the nade, and they're now going to have players walking into the trip. A lot of information to be had, but again, I think that's the 2nd round in a row. Magnum has managed to catch one of them in that window with the C's, so they can't risk it.
All the spikes planted now for sure. KC seem to have a great spot to play from. A lot of information. They can push up ramp towards Heaven. Nobody was spotted. Rians is taking that space. He's ahead of the flash, and so is Mini Boo. A quick double, and that's going to get the showstopper out of him. Damage done at least. Blast pack to push him out of position, and Mini Boo follows up. Rians with another. It's flawless so far, and it might end that way. Magnum with his best attempt, and it was looking shaky. He got there in the end, but the upgrade's just to a pistol. He's stunned up, and he hasn't got time to gun up. That defuse already in. It might not be an Andalucia flawless, but you know what, Tom? It's 7-2, and they'll take that with the weapons they had. My God.
Maybe it should have been. Honestly, that was so utterly impressive, and for KC, a little bit unlucky. Like, they used Nightfall, I want to say a second too early. Like, it would have caught someone, they'd just go slightly more around the corner. The paranoia, second too late. Like, it just seemed like they had the right idea with all the utility they were using. Just the timing was off by such a small amount, and that gave the space. And then obviously Heretics just hitting some crazy shots, winning some great duels. And again, the thing I loved about watching this team in their first match, they group up and play together. Their trades are sublime, and for the most part, they don't even need the trades because they play so well together.
Like, it can be hard to get that attack side going, but that really felt like KC's wide open door. They just had to step right through it, but the door now shut in their face. and they're left down to pistols, somewhere they've at least found damage before. We'll hope for that again. Only a couple of rounds left to play with here in this half. Patatech down to 40. Something to work with. One shot for the Sheriff. KC, time to get going was last round.
How was that headshot?
Has been shut down, and it's spotted. No, players mid, and you've got players coming up right into A heaven. They know at this point that what we're looking at is an A split. That's the intention. So you see that third player rotate around. Rian's now backing them up with this utility, and that's going to slow KC. You can see how these rounds have come down to the last few seconds with just how much Heretics like to stall them.
Again, the Heretics are just so patient. And for the side of KC, you're walking into a site that has 2 players within it, a third waiting to try and catch them on the cross. They haven't even seen Benji, who's just got a firing range in front of him. Tomzy down to just 1 HP. There's not really much chance for him in this round. They got 15 seconds. At this point, you almost have to die just to get that extra credits on the board. Maybe they can save that singular rifle, but they are not getting anything from this round. And Benji Fishy at the backside, an easy cleanup for him as they now have their 8th. This defense looking stellar.
Yeah, it feels like KC's attack really just banging their head against a wall. The different walls every single time, but there's no weaknesses to be found, regardless of where they go, how they try it. Even here, like, having a player break the trip while somebody's holding heaven, that's a good idea. I like it. Trying to bait out a gunfight, something that Heretics have been avoiding every step of the way. If they can avoid a gunfight and use utility to keep you back, they will do it. So the idea is to just swing, make that player swing after the trap to see if there's someone there, and you'll take his head off. Unfortunately, Magnum got his head ripped off, and this has happened consistently.
Where is he going? They're just setting up Miniboo to do crazier and crazier things. Could have afforded a rifle in this round, but wants to play off the back of the Judge. They're also taking control. He could have stuck that. It would have been incredibly risky, but they're just getting that information again off the ults that they have. Now, they're going to want to try and figure out fairly early where KC are going. That showstopper dimensional drift combo can put the round into disarray. And at the moment, they're playing nobody within that B site, just looking at the cross, trying to catch them on the way through.
Cage triggered.
And they're just going to deny any extra space. The thing is, KC are doing a good job to bait out a lot of this utility early, but the problem is when they've got into the late round, there's still been plenty left for Heretics to use.
But even right now, the B camera is down, but you've still got traps. Granted, the one on the back of B side is nasty. The one on the way through B, this one might actually be able to catch something. You've already seen Martin go past it, and his teammates need to be wary on the way through. They've broken already. They'll cross the site, and there's no punishment. Team Heretics, it looks set to be a pretty hard retake for this squad. And with the showstopper still cocked and ready to go from Narrate, this could be tough to get anything done, let alone this flank from Shin that, I mean, just a disgusting lurk. He's still able to have impact, of course, with those stars.
They've broken the trip at the back. Nade going through, showstopper still available. It can be popped at any moment, and to be honest, it's going to be used right now. Boo. What? Miniboo! Absurd couple of headshots, and they know where the last man was. He was wrapping through from behind. He still has a grab well, and it is going to stop that defusal. Not to half yet either, so they have no idea where he's coming from. Shim just looking to wrap back around if he can kill the guy. Defusing, he has a chance, but Miniboo's just not missing. A third headshot of the round, a 9th round onto the board, and even with a couple of ultimates to get them in and slow them down, it is not enough to stop Team Heretics.
I don't know what Patatech just called crazy, but I think it might have been Miniboo.
Maybe this, probably
absolutely ridiculous for this guy to be able to do that with such low HP going into those fights as well. And,
did you just say calm it down, didn't it? Easy, no problem.
Relax, guys. Come on, it wasn't a big play.
I'm 16-7, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday being Boo's day, and he was outperforming Miniboo. He was looking unreal, consistent as well, 26 kills each game. This time, well, he's happy to take a little bit of a back step.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't need to.
He's still positive, but not quite as positive as Miniboo. Spray down from Rians. Decent chance when they're in this choke point. That reveals on. Of course, it's only going to be a decoy on its way through. There's the real one, and they shot the wrong one. Unlucky for Benji and for Miniboo. Rian's caught with ult in hand, and this round, the last of the half, may just be KC's, short of some absolutely insane heroics from Boo and Patatech that I'm feeling confident might come through.
You never know at this stage. They've been able to pull off so many ridiculous rounds. Panatek had a great game, but not this time out. KC will at least manage to get themselves a third, get something done on the attack, which, as we sort of said, with this sort of composition, there's definitely opportunities. I'm definitely intrigued to see how they're going to be playing this one on the defense, because again, it has to be relatively explosive when you're running this Raze in combination with Yoru. They do have a lot of setup. I feel like Shin will be able to put some pieces into play for them to play with, but the fact is I feel like Nilzinho's got to be very happy with how his team performed, because that was a light out performance from them.
Absolutely, a stellar opening half in this matchup, and if you're the side of KC, you're definitely going to be sweating. This defensive side, you had questions, and I think there's going to be answers about how Team Heretics play the attack. But if Miniboo can keep hitting shots the way he is, even Rian's sitting on a breach, 12 and 6. He's been looking very good, popping off individually, and that's what we want to see moving into this attack side. KC, all ghosts. Let's see if they can find the impact with them.
They've got a decent amount of utility to play with. Narrate with the Boombot, the Flash for Martine, Seize, of course, for Magnum, and the Paranoia. So plenty of setup, but you almost feel like if they fail on whatever initial plan they have, it could go very wrong. It looks like they're about to go for it now. Everybody just pushing into this mid position, and that's the thing. They've just used pretty much every single piece of utility bar the Boombot and a Flash, and they got nothing.
Worlds apart from what we've seen from Heretics, keeping their util till late round. You know, here it's not individuals dumping it, it's a team dump. I don't know if they expected that space to be taken,
right?
And they could.
You take a team dump.
A team utility dump.
Oh, utility. Sorry.
Yes. Well,
that's what I heard you did in Alliance, so that's just what I was asking.
I mean, that's never been closer. Team Heretics looking for their double digits to be found, and they've got an A site wide open. The poison orb up top, well, it's not there anymore, but luckily no one's peeking, so plant will be found for free. And the retake for KC. Now, having used up all of that utility early on, they don't have a ton to clear these angles. Instead, have to rely on individual prowess, on winning aim duels. Miniboo goes down after one. That's a good sign. Benji still lurking around, and they've got a decent idea where he is, as well as Boo still being so far away, they cannot even deal with the first man, let alone the rest. Team Heretics, 10 rounds on the board. They are looking uncontested on KC's map pick.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those scenarios where I don't mind the ideas from KC at all. Like, if they heard a lot of players around mid, they go for something aggressive. If the players are a little bit further forward and that Seize catches them alongside the Paranoia and a nade, they are all dead. You've played a perfect round. Unfortunately, they're a little bit further back, a little bit more tentative on Heretic's side. And because of that, you got absolutely nothing. And as I said, you're running in, I think they had a Haunt and a singular Flash. That was for the whole retake at a 5v5. It's never going to work.
Buying bonds versus roulette. You know, different investment approaches. And for KC, it has not worked out. Now, the blue side's going to hope to move into A and find it open again. And Team Heretics are very much correct in the assumption. It's wide open. For KC, how do we get back in? With classics and very little in terms of the hard-hitting util combos. No ultimates to play with. Well, let's see. Reveal, nade, not much to be found. And once they see these rifles, Tom, I expect that this retake will crumble. Really, it's all about that next round and how much damage they can do.
But yeah, the main thing I'm looking at as well is Rian's, because you've got those 3 rifles. They need to be saved. But if he can maybe farm up some orbs, nice spray down from Boo, but that is one of the guns. And that's the thing. Narrate can either opt to throw this out of the map, die to the spike, or just keep it and run it in the next round himself. So that is definitely going to make things that little bit more costly than would have been like for the side of Heretics. They'll still probably come in with a fairly solid buy. Benji likely to buy back in with a rifle, so not really the end of the world, but probably a little bit frustrating for Heretics. Then again, they are winning 11-3, so I think they'll be okay with it.
Yeah, you know, giving a gun to your opponent with this much of a lead, there's no way that'll come back to bite them. It would be beautiful, it would be poetic, but well, let's see if it does. 11-3, Team Heretics, 2 more to go, and this buy round is pretty much all that stands between them and victory. KC are going to have nothing left if they lose this one, and ults aren't going to be online to bounce them back into it, Tom. This is where, if they've been feeling pressure so far, it just got a lot worse.
It's in order. 18-12, 11-11, 10, 10-9, 8-7, 5.
There we go.
Beautiful, unless you're a KC fan. And then you're probably not too happy that the top fragger on your team is the bottom on the other.
The beautiful sadness. Oh, I like this. Paranoia through, play from Narrate. He's not used the nade. Luckily, that player had TP'd out of the corner, so would have just been a wasted piece of utility. And keeping it in for later in the round, it could be essential for them. With another orb farmed up as well, he's still very far away from getting that showstopper, but it could help get it online before this game teeters out.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. Similarly to Vitality, when they played yesterday versus Gentlemates, I think Heretics have got a very good read on, okay, they're playing Yoru Raze, they have to push stuff. So let's just be very ready, have a counter flash, have something available to stop them whenever they try and aggress. So, okay, you've used a Paranoia, we're going to just get out of there and reset. You've now wasted that piece of utility. And I think they're doing incredibly well at just making these sort of things very, very awkward. And even just things like that, small piece of information. Okay, you had an aggressive spot, I've spotted you with a cam, you have to fall back, you don't have that information anymore.
Yeah, you're going to have to use some of your utility, some of your abilities for later on in the round. It's nice. Patatek might have a challenge here.
30 seconds
Looked for a second like Magnum was thinking about going down, but he was just checking it, making sure no one was sneaking up, but the timing is pretty decent. Team Heretics arriving on site now and looking to make their way through to this A site. Heaven is theirs for free. Aftershock is down. It's going to force them towards the site. We saw this from KC, a reactive flash, though. It's not quite worked. They've not been able to connect the shots on the back of the util. Nice play, though. Narrate slows them. Nade in. It's a little late, but it might just get some damage. Maybe even the kill on Boo. No, he's out. 40 HP still. Benji holding strong. 3 quick kills. And another nail seems hammered firmly in KC's coffin. 12-3. And Benji is making it look easy.
Well, that's the thing. That was one, after seeing like Benji play with the old roster, even in some of the off-season, you do sort of question a little bit, like, is he going to have that individual ability when it comes to Valorant? Is he going to be at a high enough level to compete with these players? But right now, second of the board, he's had a fantastic game, and he's been popping heads all the way through. And wow, a last-ditch effort where we've always given plaudits over to Eng and his coaching. If whatever he says here means they win 9 rounds in a row, I think we just give him the Champions Trophy now, because that would just be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. In other words, I don't believe in the comeback.
Nilzinho might just take the dub over Eng. The better coach confirmed on paper. What can we say?
I think Sue will come up here and fight you.
I don't know, man. I once heard a phrase that said stats don't lie. And I'm looking at this year, stats after this game. It could just be leaning.
You're not even going to wait till the end
favor.
of the best of 3, or just this map?
It's 12-3 up on KC's pick, Tom.
It's true.
He's the greatest of all time, isn't he? Mini's not even in the conversation anymore.
Yeah, I just get flashbacks to Gambit versus G2 on Icebox, and then I think maybe we ask a few questions there. No, that map was pain. That map was pain, especially if you were a G2 fan at the time. But either way,
it's a lot of pain for G2 fans at the time.
Yeah,
and after the time.
Yeah, they had a golden age at the very beginning.
Right.
You beat the party pirates.
Just some guy's angel found on the street. That's not me saying it. That was him. Well, this could be the last round of KC's map pick. A quick kickoff to the day. Not the one that the French fans expected for sure. Team Heretics now on their way through already, avoiding the damage. The flashes were good, but Tamazi's not spotted in the corner. Narrate able to get a lot done before falling. And now Miniboo got a lot of ground to recover. He won't make it out alive. And with 11 HP left, a godlike clutch from Patatek needs to come through. Even the decoy to start off. He's not falling for it. He knows you're not running through a snake bite like that. Not even vulnerable. And with him not shooting it, maybe they don't check this corner. That's his best chance. Great shot from Patatek. One more needed, but not this time. A lifeline for Carmine Corps as they go 12-4.
A nice try. A nice try. And again, it's going to put the economy of KC on the brink, as it has been throughout most of this game. And for Heretics, they can buy back in comfortably. Showstopper online for Narrate. He's at least been putting up some numbers in this game. He's been sort of the one shining light throughout. Miniboo, though, has been dominant. 21-10, one away for a showstopper of his own, and actually a lot of the ults starting to come online. That's the real worry, is you might be able to bring back a couple of these rounds, but eventually there's going to be a Rolling Thunder, a Viper's Pit, and it's going to become very, very difficult to hold on to those rounds.
That's it. That's the problem with being this far behind. They can just probably have 2 ult dump rounds before this closes, and well, good luck to you winning even one of those. Miniboo, the first to start, punishing Shin for the betrayal in the previous. Now Narrate falls. The better Raze stands strong. The rocket up close. It looks like a shotgun in his hands, and it's deadly with 3 kills already. It looks like Miniboo's just booked them. A 1-0 start to the series. Martine's got a flash in hand. Good night, Sunshine. Tamazi, the last man standing. 1 versus 4. The world against him. Let's see if he can stand strong. I'm not feeling it with that Bulldog with the full HP on everybody other than Miniboo. And from what we've seen, he certainly doesn't need it. Just delaying the inevitable. It's been a tough game for KC. And I'm sure the rest of the squad already thinking about their setups on Lotus and how they're going to play out.
My ultimate is ready.
The youngster at least able to find one. But just look at the setup. He's got to peek in. He knew it was coming. Heretics, they're going to dominate map number 1. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, maybe last year you didn't watch the Spanish League, you didn't see Miniboo. Maybe after his first game, you're like, oh, you know, it's the first game. Maybe he just had a good game. Well, by now, you must be very excited.
Oh, I absolutely am. So excited, I don't want to wait around. Let's get this one over to the analyst desk after the break.
Let's go, baby! Nice movement!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That was a completely one-sided match from Team Heretics. I don't know if any of us on the desk, well, at least I didn't, but maybe maybe Kakuka did, think that it was going to be this one-sided. I thought Karmine Corp would have had a little bit better to show, and one of these rounds I want to pull up is round 9 to just explain kind of a little bit of my thought process on like why I expected a little bit more from Karmine Corp and why Team Heretics was able to do so well. So on this round, we're actually seeing them go straight into A site here. This is right after they won a round, they reset the economy of Team Heretics. They're going to be on low buy right now. So they have 4 shares basically on the board. But what we're seeing here is we're seeing a bunch of them grouping up into lower. They are going to go straight onto the site. They're going to end up using a smoke onto screens. They're going to use a fade tether onto heaven. They're going to get stalled out a tiny bit, but here come the smokes and here comes the approach onto site. But what we're not seeing is any control over towards ramp. We're seeing everyone basically coming straight into the site. And what that's going to mean is that when the retake comes in, once they've cleared all of the site here, there's going to be no stabilization. So here we're seeing all of this retake coming in together from Team Heretics. They're moving together. They've got the rocket. They've got a vandal. They've got a bunch of they've got a bunch of sheriffs, but they have no contest. There's no one really stalling them out here. And here we see K-Core trying to finally come into the action at heaven, but it's too little too late. We have Team Heretics moving together. They have the ulti. They're able to get the first 2 kills because the Omen Flash missed, and now everyone is basically stuck on the site here. This is where everyone else for KC is. So Heretics moves together one by one, like step by step. They approach onto the site, and now it's just down to Fade in a 1 versus 3, basically. 1 versus 5, and right here the round's over. So what we need to see more from K-Core is if they're going to go into a site hit, they need to think, what's the enemy's economy? How are we going to manage the post-plant situation? And Team Heretics right now, they're just playing with so much confidence. They're just running out together and taking all these team fights. And even before they take team fights, they'll just run out 2 versus 4. They don't care. They're feeling really momentous right now. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it helps that Miniboo was on form as well. I know we talked about Miniboo versus Nare before the map started, and you were pretty confident that Miniboo was going to perform well, but even I don't think I expected it to be that well.
I mean, right before the match, I was like, oh my God, it's so good. And as a region, we don't have that one-sided maps. And then we get this split. I am so surprised that he is able to keep this level. We see it in the reactions. He's living through every single one of the plays. I do agree with what Steele was mentioning. I feel like there's a lack of a bit of the fundamentals in the side of K-Core, because how to move and how to position and how to activate the rounds when you're playing against the low economy says a lot about how you are as a team.
Yeah, and we are going to move on to Lotus very soon. But first, in the AIM Labs, a warm-up here. I don't even think that Heretics really need to warm up after what we saw last time. But Lotus
it definitely works, though.
Yeah, it definitely works. And Lotus is the map that they both played already. So, and they both won, of course, Kakuka. But again, it was close.
It was a very dominant fashion for the side of K-Corp. A little bit of actually the only 2 one-sided maps that we've seen were that Lotus and the split that we just witnessed. So let's see if K-Corp, can go back into the track actually feeling comfortable. Because from what I've just seen, Heretics got their number into what they wanted to do on split and countered it perfectly. A lot of mid control and how Benji was playing. I'm very happy with that. So let's see if we have some changes in the agent select moving into Lotus.
Yeah, I don't think we will see that, right? I know it was a very close match between Heretics and FUT. It could have easily gone the other way, and maybe we would have had a different team sitting here. But again, they both felt very comfortable. It looked like they were willing to play the newer Lotus, and as you guys can see in the agent select, pretty much what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, the main differences are the duelists. Miniboo and Martin are going to be playing significant the Neon and the Race. They both have a lot of mobility, but the kit is different. I understand that Miniboo will go more for the stunts, for the flashy plays. I think that it suits him perfectly. Martin is going to need a little bit more of his teammates to actually make the plays come into fruition. But I think this is an exercise that they also need as a team moving forward. For the rest, they both play in the double controller. And of course, we do see the difference between the Gecko and the Fade, but that's a comfort and also combo potential.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see Magnum and N maybe step up a little bit. You know, so far they've had a more of a honeymoon side of things. They haven't really had to deal with hardships to this level of getting smashed on a map. So I'm looking forward to the redemption arc and to jump back into the game. Over to you this time. I definitely got their names right. It's Doug and Baller, right?
My fave.
And I'm the tall one.
You're definitely Doug.
Hi, I'm
You're
Baller.
definitely Doug.
I'm standing on my tippy toes right now.
No one questioned it for a second. When they heard Doug, they thought of you.
Because he speaks so many languages. Thank you, Tom. So eloquent and beautiful. Well, as we move into the second map, I think it's fair to say that the French fans back home won't be feeling too happy about what they've witnessed. This especially feeding off the rivalry between a KC, a Heretics, a Spain, a France. That's always going to be there. So far, it was Heretics coming out ahead in that rivalry. We'll see if KC have got something locked and loaded now that we're on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's actually a map that KC played already as well. Both teams have played it, so we actually have a little bit of data to go on. And KC were dominant, winning 13-4. So I think they'll be fairly happy going into this map. It's something that has clearly been played by them already and that they enjoyed. The thing I'll say is, if Heretics are picking it, they clearly feel like they can beat what their opponents are throwing at them.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, this is somewhere that if I was KC, I'd be a little bit scared. What if Team Heretics got locked and loaded for us? We'll see as time progresses, because we've already got those barriers up, and you can see an orb being tapped away at. But no presence from Heretics. They're pushing up on B instead, taking a lot of this control, which means they're right outside the door, and as they come out, everyone's gone. They've rotated. They've decided to move on KC towards the A side, perhaps. If you're Heretics, that's what you're thinking, and that's certainly the right play. And a little bit of a lurk left late in by Magnum.
Toxin screen down.
Take a bit of time. Make their way through. Rian's already going to be able to find one, but it is just traded. Spike unable to make its way to the side because they haven't yet cleared it. And with a lurk, I was going to say a lurk going to be, maybe they head that way. Then go wherever they want now, Mitch. They've slaughtered everybody except Patatek.
Yeah, and Patatek's a little late to the party, right? He's coming around just as most of the squad have left. As those steps are heard towards B, he turns his back. And that's how it ends. Very nicely handled by KC. A refreshed look at this squad coming into the pistol round. But there's plenty more to play for. They've got to keep it together coming into round number 2.
Yeah, and a lot of the expectations, again, when it comes to a comp that has Neon in it, is you kind of have to be pressuring the extremities of the map a lot. Like, it's very difficult to use that kit without basically pressuring towards Mound or pushing up on the A site at the same time. It's one of those things where the agent has its limits, and the supportive utility from players like Rian is going to be really important. So, Mitch, look at the guns they bought.
Yes,
this gun they bought, Mitch. Are you a fan of the gun?
Do you
like the Outlaw?
Well, you know, I'm kind of reserving my judgment.
Oh, okay, cool.
I haven't thought about it
much. We'll
much.
move on then, if that's the case.
No, you know what? I think it's actually maybe it's a decent buy. 2 Outlaws is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, but when you look at the map in play, there's a lot of long-range angles, especially if you're going to scrap for that A site. On attack side, it strikes me as a little bit strange, but it is just so goddamn powerful. Already, Magnum's able to light down Mini Boot, presumably to 10 HP or thereabouts. Could have been a wall in play, but it's allowed his teammate to quickly clean him up, and we'll see plenty more of that. Just engaging as a death ball is always a solid strategy, but when you've got 2 teammates who, if they happen to hit one of their 2 quickly discharged shots, will put someone down to 10 HP, or if they've no shields,
they've
zero,
got no shields, so 0.
then it's a pretty easy fight to take most of the time.
I think it's more so just the fact that it's one of those weapons you can use in this sort of round, and it's a bit of a risk, but it's not as expensive. And then also, you can use it in the next round, and as you said, if you hit one of those shots, it's going to either kill someone off who had to buy light shields, or it's going to light someone so low that you can basically use a classic if you want to finish them off.
Oh, anything. And the best part about it, I feel, is it's the movement speed. The fact that you can so quickly get into an angle and get out of an angle. It works for people in ranked. You know, if you're in Diamond Ascendant, you can pull it out. When you look at pro players, their reaction times are insane, and being able to connect a quick 140 shot to the body is just insane. I want to see a lot of it, so much of it. And we're getting, well, it's here. See how much impact is found in the next round.
Yeah, that would be the interesting thing. The fact that they've not actually lost anything, because that's the one risk. Like, again, you compare to the Na'Vi strategy that we see where they buy 2 pistols, 3 rifles, then you buy up the extra rifles to make sure that you can have a loss. I think the risk with doing this is if you lose either of the guns, it is expensive. Like, you've invested into a couple of snipers that cost, what, 2,400? And then you've gone with the rifles that basically cost you the max. So it's one of those situations where if you lose anybody, it's going to cause you some problems. Obviously, for Boo's side, making sure he doesn't give any orbs over. And, well, actually, the player that is close is going to be Narain. So not too far away from the Nightfall in the next round.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea from Boo. He probably just quickly tapped tab and realized someone's 2 away from an ultimate, especially one like Fades. All right. You don't want to mess with that, so it's a much safer option just to go down to the spike. See what I mean about the fire speed there? Like, that is just outrageously quick. The damage that it outputs in a low buy round, it's huge. In a full buy round,
to note just quickly, there are a couple of players who've gone with the light shield, so make sure to take that in mind. They are 1 shot to the Outlaws. I noticed originally everybody actually bought up 4 shields because it's clearly something noted by Heretics, but they managed to actually invest into it this time. So there's a chance that those 2 players will go down to a hit.
That's Patatek and Boo. Keep an eye if they end up falling later on in the round. It'll be Magnum or Tamazi for now, wielding those Outlaws. But it's more so about how KC are approaching this, right? We're again seeing some pressure being put on parts of the map. We've seen this on C, now we're seeing it on B, where they push up, take a little bit of control, scrap for orbs if they're there, especially on C, and then pull back. They're attempting to make Heretics play some over rotations, overplay their hand to grab information. So far, that hasn't really come through. It's been pretty patient, similar to what we saw on the previous map from Heretics.
Ooh, okay, Martin straight through to give that fight versus Boo. And wow, that's almost too easy for him. The thing is, it's one of those scenarios where he's almost faking things out on the other side of the map, holding a couple of players there as they look to run him. Panatek is waiting, but he doesn't win that fight. And it almost falls onto Benji, but he just isn't missing today. Again, the headshots being connected, and Shin left in no man's land. No heroics from the Outlaw this time, Mitch. Can he win it in the 1 versus 3? Probably not.
Probably no.
15 seconds.
And his pathing is a little different. You know, if he had his ult, maybe a
10
chance.
seconds left.
But as we can see, quite far away from that. Instead, it's just going to be the idea to save this rifle through to the next round, avoid giving away anything that doesn't need to be. I can commend it. It's a good fight back for Heretics, though. This is the sign of life we wanted to see from this squad, but thanks to KC not losing anyone in the second round, it's not like the sting of that is going to be felt massively. I think we've got a decent opening to this, but I'm curious to see if one team is going to run away with it, because Heretics, they snowballed like crazy last map. Yeah. This is their pick, and as we get deeper into buy rounds and we start to see full kits of utility, full rifles, and even ultimates come online, that's where I just have to give them in my head that little bit of an edge to push through, and individually they're already showing up.
Yeah, interestingly for Carmine Corp on this map, they actually did incredibly well on the defensive side, which is rare. A lot of the time you're talking about the attack, but you can see the pressure again. It's something that's almost a necessity for Heretics. Taking that A control away, it's a fast-paced take. 2 players with a lot of utility available, ready and waiting to try and slow them down, and Benji has done well on the start. Oh, okay. Shim from above has taken down the entire C defense.
An excellent shrouded step, I think on the back of his own paranoia being thrown through. Those players couldn't see a damn thing, and he capitalizes on that going up top, even avoiding. Oh, nice spam! He avoided that orb that was in play. This time, the Viper orb, well, it doesn't block as much vision. It blocks vision, don't get me wrong. It doesn't block the bullets. That's the real problem. Martin up close, he might have a chance to punish. It's huge! Martin's decimated this squad. Heretics now fighting from behind despite 9 and 1 HP, respectively, for Tamazi and Martin. This round is somehow not only winnable, it seems to be won. Tamazi dealing the final piece of damage. Gorgeous stuff for KC.
Yeah, I think Shin played the major part in that round, but it still came a little bit close with Heretics on that fight back in. But I like how direct they were. They had an ult, they played around it, kept it simple. Good utility as well. I believe the Nightfall just left them in a pretty awkward position at the back of the site and forced them into some pretty awkward angles to play against. For Heretics, not going to be a massive amount invested into this one. And Magnum and actually Rien's are going to invest into the Outlaw. So almost using it just to pad economy a little bit on either side.
But you can see the difference. Magnum has a one-shot fight to anybody on that defensive side. Light shields is the best they've been able to muster. No shields in some cases. So that's going to make it very easy for this Killjoy to potentially pick off some defenders. And then you got to be worried, you know, if you're going to peek out for information, well, there's a good chance he's going to be waiting on the other side to one-tap you.
Again, KC just playing patient. They know, again, they know that on that Neon there's a very high percentage chance that there's going to be aggression. They've spotted it in the majority of rounds. But interestingly, they haven't challenged too much onto the players on that A side. It's actually quite common for teams to really battle for that ground, so it allows you rotations back to B through broken door, but also just a fake out sound over on A. Instead, it leaves them pretty heavily committed towards C and B, and while they're already getting the information off the Gecko utility of where they're going.
3 players from Heretics waiting, Snakebite down, and Martine not finding anything with the Showstopper. It's looking a little bit worse for wear on the side of KC, but they've made it past the Viper util
30 seconds
without going down. They pushed the players off the site. They've grabbed space for a plant. Rien's firing from the low ground, and Tamazi's quick to punish. That is a big blow to the defensive retake.
Planted.
Although a head has been spotted, Benji's ready, and so is Miniboo. That's the ult online for Benji. The turret down to cover, and their back is already secure with Boo's position. This is a very tough position for KC. They've got a corner they can potentially hide away in, but it looks like Heretics are ready for it. Now right ahead though. 1 second on the clock before he's detained, but he's bought enough time, perhaps, for Shin to clutch this out. Benji's just now retrieved the rifle, and the clock is still ticking away. He needs to find Shin, and he needs to find him soon. Tapping to try and draw him out into the open, but Shin is patient. He doesn't think it's being, oh, nice shot. He didn't think it was being stuck, but he swung just to check. Nice round from KC, and another big one from Shin.
Yeah, no, he's been having a fantastic game. I think as well, the rate within the site, just some real heroics, just turning on a dime and managing to find a couple of kills. But again, I'm just liking the fact of how direct KC are being. Even though there was a lot of damage done, and I think, again, Benji has been lights out with a lot of the way he's been able to defend this site. It's just the fact that they're just working off basics. Simple trades, solid utility combinations, and then a few heroic plays here and there.
Very different mood on the side of Heretics to what we've seen previously. You can see Benji frustrated as that round came to a conclusion. They're going to take a timeout now as they attempt to iron out these creases. It's a full buy round that's coming up, but once again, you know, light shields in play. It doesn't look like KC will be buying an Outlaw though, so it might not be the biggest of concerns for us. This KC squad, though, off to a flying start. Like you said, the next half, it's not like we expect them to slow down that much. So I think the alarm bells are definitely ringing inside of Nilzinho and Weber's heads. They've had their piece already.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that something that was mentioned when we spoke to Magnum was he said the narrate is very, very vocal. Like, he's someone who's always going to give his feedback, his criticism, and a lot of the time when you watch within these pauses, he is being very vocal with the coach, someone who's constantly talking within that team. So it's something that Magnum himself said that he really likes coming over from Americas, is that they're going to tell him how he feels very quickly.
Yeah, and again, no expert on North American Valorant. I watch Tier 1 regions, but I think that Narrate's been doing quite a lot of work in the IGL sector, so that's definitely going to help having a secondary caller if anything does start to clog up a little bit. See now, KC, attack side, grabbing the orbs and baiting out a lot of utility here. Heretics with the nuclear response, attempting to retake the control. They managed it for now. That got a little bit risky in the end. Miniboo barely alive.
Yeah, he used his stuns as well. He wanted to try and get out there and fight, but it was a counter paranoia. I think Shin used that just to make sure, okay, you've got a plan to aggress onto us. I'm going to stop that. That was a spam just towards the button from Boo. That's what he did. He heard the button get pressed and just managed to spray someone down. I'm not really sure how he gets that kill, but it's definitely caused problems. That's Magnum down. It means they have to check to see if anybody's pushed up in towards B as well, because the turret went down for a second. Now, this is one of the first times we've seen Boo on the other side of the map, though. Bear in mind, he was the one always taking control on A. So because of that, and they've seen Miniboo on the other side as well, KC have just been able to walk it.
Well, that's about to end. There's the Killjoy utility. But they've opened the door, so they've already given away the approach. 2 players spotted for the side of Heretics, at least just on the mini-map. They know these guys are close. They'll confirm that there's still players looking to move towards this A site. The rotations, though, 2 players. They now know on KC that they've seen a Gecko, they've seen a Killjoy, so they shift it up, move into B, find a safe place to plant.
10 seconds left.
Hopefully avoid that clock running it all the way down, but they've lost Tamazi in the meantime, and Shin's not far behind. This one's slipping out of their grasp as quick as can be. That snake bite didn't quite land. Narrates able to sneak back over. Now look for the headshot angle, but he's being isolated. The player behind him swinging to try to help, but too many guns on the other side. Heretics do well to find themselves a second. Slow path to recovery.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of a route back, and the other thing as well is if KC are going to have a stronger defensive side as last time out, Heretics are going to have to prove themselves on this side as well. I feel like they've pushed into Benji every single round as well. Wherever he's been, they've been going in that direction. But that early kill definitely helped with weathering the storm. And I think you can see how close a lot of these rounds have been, even though it's the lead taken and a couple in a row. The weaponry on the side of Carmine Corp is not great. The one thing sort of padding things is, again, they've had that Nightfall. Now, bear in mind, last time they had Nightfall, they went for a fast play into the C site, completely direct, and put the pressure straight on to Benji.
Benji's been having one hell of a good game right now. I think he's got the same amount of kills the rest of the team combined. So if you are going to be focusing on anyone, I'd say Heretics would probably pick him right now. Having that Killjoy utility to play with, having the Poison Orb on C as well. But the rotations, bit of a head scratcher as to how Heretics are this confident with essentially 4 players towards this C side. Granted, Miniboo's a little closer to B, but he's on his way. They suspect that this is where KC are taking it, and they were right. The shift was coming towards that side of the map. But KC on the previous map and here, they're showing us they do not mind playing it slow. They do not mind shifting direction. And that's, I mean, by the looks of it, worked out perfectly. Tom, this is a solo hold by Boo, aggressively pushed up on A, and the next closest player is basically on the C site. Even though they've taken down Magnum,
they got great as well. And now it really does just come down to, okay, we don't have the ult anymore. So that was the one major thing they had in this round to make it a bit more awkward. Sure, they found a free B site, but definitely the most difficult of the sites to hold on to. You really need to take some ground, get yourself into a position to play this after plan. And right now, it's like they're in no man's land, just stuck within the site. The main savior could be Martin, though. He gets the timing right, but it's right by Benji. Perfect. He couldn't have done any better in that scenario. Just turned around at the exact moment he needed to, and the only chance for that round to slip away is squished within a second.
It's just lights out for Benji. He's come in here with a mission, with an objective, and an unbelievable start. I think he must be on, what, 11 kills now?
Yeah.
And for a Sentinel to be showing up like that, I mean, it might not even need Viper to hold the site with him anymore. Just let him solo it. Patatek's feeling it too. It's just Benji's game, and they need to shut him down. It's 11-4. Right now, he's pretty much put up 3 rounds for Heretics, and he's not showing any signs of slowing.
I've enjoyed that so far. Like, every time we seem to cut to Patatek, he's just hyping up one of the members of the team.
It's great to see.
He's bringing the good vibes when it comes to Heretics, and especially with such a young squad. And I don't know, I see Boo as the mastermind, maybe not the hype man. He's quite a very chill guy. I think that Patatek is actually the perfect player to be standing in for them here. Nonetheless, we've seen a pause out of one side, and now the same will be coming in on the other. Carmine Corp not wanting to allow their opponents to get back into things. The buy that they're looking at is probably going to be quite a shoddy one. Now, they do still have a couple of high-impact ults. A Viper's Pit on either side, in fact, but that Nightfall still remaining because Narrate got boomed just by the headshot. I actually think that going back to something a little bit more direct works out for them, because so far, they've been losing a lot of that A control. They haven't been able to fight towards rubble because every time it's been smoked off with utility, maybe Miniboo pushing it as well. C site they've actually been able to get quite close to, but that was the adaptation in the last round. Heretics went, they've got Nightfall again. Last time, and for a lot of the rounds, they've just been pushing straight in. Let's stack it up. We'll let Boo have that control over on A, and if it goes to B, we retake. And it worked out wonderfully. Those adaptations are what have made the difference over the last couple. Now I'm looking at Carmine Corp. Okay, your opponent's adapted. What have you got?
I'm out of here.
Looks like the call is made. 1-1-3 from Heretics. C and B held by utility, as well as their controllers and their Sentinel, Benji and Patatek. But the A-side aggression. We've seen it out of Heretics a couple of times, and really this is just going to be Boo left to post up again and hold this into the late round. KC have not been willing to retake that a lot of the time. We saw them avoid it after seeing the smoke when they last round shifted towards A, saw smoke, moved back, looked for B instead. And so it's just been free map control that Heretics don't mind going for again and again and again. A little bit more of an aggressive position. I think last time he was further back, closer to the switch, closer to that corner beside it. Instead, now he's looking to catch those legs on the way through, and he'll get 3. In this round, I think that should be good enough once nobody else goes down for nothing.
Yeah, if it's not good enough, I think he's going to have some serious questions to ask of the rest of his team, especially up against some weaker weaponry. Now, there is a chance for a rifle to be retrieved. That's something, at least, that Thomasy can try and play with in this round, but realistically, with 30 seconds left, there's now a 2-man defense on this site.
30 seconds left.
Hold outside of B as well if they were to try and go back in that direction. And the fact is, throughout matchups so far, getting past Miniboo has not been easy. So little time, they're just going to have to almost face into him, I assume. Oh no, never mind, they're going to actually TP across. Almost try and bait things in, but Miniboo is more than aware. The mosh is going to mean he has to try and reposition. And he's only got 7 seconds left. I don't think there's any chance for Shin. In fact, he almost just has to die. A nice shot, at least, onto the sliding Miniboo, but a good resurgence from Heretics after being 4-1 down.
Yeah, 4-1 down, up to 4-4, tied up. Economy looking good. Ult economy definitely in their favor. And KC down in the dumps. One more buy. They'll get rifles out, and then they're left to try and scrape together something. And again, you know, we saw this hold avoided for so many rounds by KC, and that's exactly why. Initially, 3 players there, full utility dumping, looking to scrap. It's not a fight you're going to win, and when you push afterwards into that one-way smoke, Boo's got you every time. Now, Boo's shifted up position. This is going to be a paranoia used right away, straight down B. I thought, where's the paranoia? He just swung in and won the fights anyways. Miniboo's too good.
Boo's just like, and I still had a paranoia to spare.
He stood closer for the smoke. I thought it was like, I'll smoke, then I'll paranoia. Miniboo's like, no, I'll just swing it.
I have already got 2 kills, and I am already dead.
Said peek B, I didn't hear when. Lovely.
Mom, he peeked B before I told him to, but I got 2 kills.
Listen, he's eating his veggies on this round. He's done the dirty work. Already dropping Martine in the rate. Space taking is going to be at an all-time low for KC. Good luck to them getting through this setup. Still a pit, a thrash.
I think the rate still has the Nightfall, by the way. He hasn't been able to use it because he keeps getting domed before he gets anywhere
Probably
near
the play there was to use it towards B, but they couldn't get the ground.
Just got wrecked.
Oh, insult to injury using the thrash here. Good gathering tool. I thought he'd go out the smoke and back in just to see if someone was there, but I guess he just didn't want it destroyed. Just got it back online for a retake later in a much safer position. He might not need it. Great spam by Boo, just knowing the choke point and when they'd be pushing on in. And here he goes, going again. Thrash is in, and you're done. That's going to be a knife kill to close it out, surely.
Did he just
up in Shin's face. Oh,
he just used the paranoia. Like, Boo is just wasting credits just for banter. He literally paranoid him after he cannot move.
It's the mind games, bro. It's the mind games.
That's just rude.
Don't let him see it coming. Lovely stuff. Well,
if they lose a round because they're a few hundred credits short, there's going to be a TMV video about how this is when Team Heretics trolled.
But look, realistically, they just went from 4-1 down on the side of Heretics to grabbing a knife kill to reclaim the lead. I mean, it's not a bad situation for them, and you can see that the morale certainly swapped back to what we saw last map.
Get the hand holding in, lads. We saw it. You guys were having a great time. We don't need to see the frustration. I feel like one of the things that has to be done for Heretics is they need to start challenging for rubble control. Like, you can't allow a defensive side to just hold onto the A side for the entirety of the map. It's normally where teams lean. That's normally the initial battle, is to fight for rubble, and then you can go back to B. You have so much map control. Just letting them have it every single round, you're not going to win an attack side.
Yeah, you know, you see again this sort of aggression around B, the noise being made, but I think the idea here is to get the push either on C or A, right? One player holding the extremity, waiting for over-aggression, but it's not going to come through. Not when you have, first of all, weaknesses on KC, just a risky play to go getting aggressive, and when you've got Boo in this position with a Vandal in hand. Why bother? He's got a one-way smoke that they have to play behind, and even after they confirm he's far back, that the wall should keep him out, they still avoid going there. They're just too scared of this setup. In some ways, rightfully so, but the map control is too much, and Heretics always have a stack wherever KC go, at least 2 players, and look at the utility they're walking into. A Viper, a Killjoy who's having the game of his life, and then the reinforcements come through from someone like Miniboo, quick on his feet. This is a disaster, the shots are winning it for them. Benji's down to 16 HP. It's actually genuinely winnable, but there's only 20 seconds left, and they've got to run straight into Boo. Great flash, that's won them the round. Unless now Rate's got one hell of a play.
No chance. That's the thing. I feel like Boo is reading the script of the other team. He is so far in the heads of the opponent that he's able to take A control, have a player ready to rotate from B to C when they push it, and then when they try and rotate back, he's waiting on B going, fancy seeing you here. Oh wait, I saw this coming about a minute ago. Like he's even still got the paranoia from earlier in the round they didn't need to use. They have got to take some rubble control. It's getting ridiculous at this point. And the thing is as well, when you have a Viper and a Fade, it shouldn't be that difficult. Like, you should be able to use a Horn or some Snake Bites to force back the aggressive positions that you can have. I think that it's getting a little bit silly that we're now in round 10 and maybe they've taken it once. And even then, I think that was the round where Boo decided, I'm playing C. I think that's the only round they've actually managed to get rubble, which is insane.
Yeah, honestly, I think a large part of this timeout is going to be that conversation. It's not necessarily that you need rubble, but you need to avoid Heretics having rubble with one man for free, with util. By the way, what he's using to continuously contain the control is the free smoke. It's refreshing. So he has it all around, just constantly popping up these smokes. There's a tiny gap for you to walk out, and they're not able to challenge. I want to see them take a bit of a different approach.
They're going to have all of their ults with one ult. And half of them have been online for 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Like, it's
well,
crazy.
Narrate's had his for ages.
Yeah, Narrate has had it at least 4 rounds, but they got the Viper's Pit 1 round after he had his. So they've just been holding these ults because they can't get near the site.
Oh, we've got a scrap. It looks like KC do want to take control of Rubble. They want to fight for it. They've dodged the flash off the bat. Maybe now they're getting an idea of how this utility is being put out there. They know how to counter it. They've certainly avoided giving the control to Heretics early on. Mission success.
No one there.
Yeah. Well, look at crowd control, and that's what it's all about. Right here, they've got the space with their showstopper. Oh, that's caught a lot of players. Do they want to change direction? This could be a B hit right off the back, but they need to make a decision. Team Heretics are going to make that call for them.
Force back. It does look like it's going to end up in a retake. Bear in mind Benji with a single kill, but I assume Magnum's going to be the one planting. That will be a lockdown available. Viper's Pit. They're using everything. Oh. They are literally using everything. They've used a Viper's Pit and a lockdown at the same time, just because they know how quickly their opponents are going to be on them. The problem is, they still have a man disadvantage. This is still looking very good for Heretics.
Definitely an element of desperation in play. Viper's Pit going to be used for Team Heretics to fight back in, wait for that Viper to get nice and low, and then here comes the challenge. Tamazi now on 1 health. A stray bullet enough to take him down, and he's through the smoke and dropped. Magnum, the last man standing up top, tries desperately to hold on, but how can he deny that defuse? There is no way. Another successful round for Team Heretics. They are looking unbelievable. Honestly, this Heretics roster, Peck, unreal.
4-1. This was 4-1 in favor of KC, and since then it's been 6 rounds in a row. They used all of their ults.
Everything, Tom.
They used every single ult in that round. How many people are still alive? Was it 3? 4? Every single ult, and it's not even like they were bad ults. You used a lockdown. You used a Nightfall, a Showstopper, a Viper's Pit. And it wasn't even close.
There were 4 players on A.
They've got to be rattled at this point.
I mean, Heretics over-rotated, got stuck on A, wasted 10 to 15 seconds getting back towards the B site, and still, they make that retake look, it might as well have been a 5v1.
They had 4 seconds left on the clock as well, so it wasn't even like it got down to the wire. Oh dear.
Martin's not had the greatest of starts there, just the 1 blast pack left, certainly going to limit his approach range. Instead, they're moving towards B. Again, though, I don't feel like this is a change in direction so much as it is just the brakes being pumped. as they look to make an actual decision on where they're going. 3 players, though, in that choke point. Body language definitely suggests they're going in. They're on their way. They're looking for a fight. The spike is miles away. Is this a fake? It is. The door open, but it's not worked. It's not even come close to working. Patatek's still on site. Benji is right there waiting for the cross. And the scrap on the back, the wall bangs are coming through. Shin's already 1 HP. There's so much to be done for this side, but KC, a lifeline. Martine and Narrate are low, but it's a 3v3 post plan.
Spike planted.
Maybe this time they can find that round. 7-5, not a terrible half for them. Moving on to the defense.
Oh, they got rid of Benji. That's the lockdown gone. So no ultimates at least to deal with. Utility-wise, though, Paranoia is still available. Little Bro can get on the spike if they can get close, and on the other side of things, there's nothing in terms of utility just yet. Boo, so patient as they look to go on the run, but Narrate has done well again. Takes down Rians. A real opportunity here, but time is going to be everything. A chance for even a multi-crack for Boo, and now Narrate's the last man standing. The Boo brothers strike again as they will make this retake work and get themselves an 8th round, 7 in a row.
At this stage, it's going to be something every team's looking to do. Get those brothers on. Wonder if KC have any leads.
Who'd you have in mind?
Enzo is a brother.
I
Pull out the paycheck.
Maybe get Bambino in big time.
Bambino in big time.
Yeah.
You know, looking at Bambino's Mario Kart skills, I'm not sure you're going to want him around.
That was just me.
It was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know, he might even be around. Like, if he'd gone the other way, if he'd bullied big time, like, dude's in Korea.
He's got a flight
right.
to get me, you know? That's true.
Whereas Bambino's down the road.
Well,
He's on his way.
I think I bought myself some good graces. We had a milkshake together the other day. No, we didn't. Healthy one. Kale. He had a kale milkshake.
Yeah, kale, yeah.
Just kale. Sorry, Barbar. You're not listening.
Yeah, you've not just outed him.
No, it's fine. It was kale. That's what I said.
Yes.
8-4.
Kale
And the
has
second
never
half.
entered your body. I'm 100% certain of that.
No, that's just what he had. I had a different thing. And a place that serves both. It's all right. KC and Team Heretics, 8-4 at the halftime, and Heretics are now on the attack. Somewhere they've looked comfortable, but with how KC stalled out so consistently, kicking this one off, we could see the same thing for Heretics. We could see them slow. We could see KC get back in, and yes, I just want a third map, but I don't know that we're going to get it.
9-3 half on defense last time out.
Wow.
So, you know, it was
so you believe?
pretty good last time. No. But I'm giving you caveats. I'm giving you there's possibilities, but they really need to step up to the plate. And the thing is, this is probably the half where Miniboo's going to be even more deadly. This is where you saw that defensive round where he just slid out and shot 2 people in the head. He's going to try and do that every round.
Well, that smoke's going down towards B, allowing them to fight without the players behind helping, but, well, Team Heretics haven't left anyone behind. They're straight up in KC's face. In fact, aggression going to be attempted right afterwards with a nade in hand. Miniboo has caught Martine, caught Magnum, and Benji Fishy's ripping the rest of KC to shreds. It's only Tamazi left, and not for long. That right there, and Andalucia flawless. Gorgeous play for Heretics, and the home stretch not far away.
This is getting way out of control. 8 rounds in a row, and the time, like, I feel bad for Martine. He pulls his nade out. He's holding that smoke for an unbelievable amount of time, and the second he pulls out the nade, that's the moment that Miniboo decides to go through the smoke. This Heretics team, last year, everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. Even something at the beginning of this year has gone wrong. Rian still hasn't made it to the stage. They've got a stand-in, of course, as well. Well, maybe he's all right playing from home.
We've got Rian's at home. Yeah. That's the better model by the looks of things. I mean, it's not like he's left Tamazi too healthy either.
That's the thing. If this is the Rians you have at home, I'm terrified. What are they going to bring out on the stage? He's just going to be Spin Boy. That's the only thing I can imagine that could do better than that. He just pops 3 people's heads like it was nothing. Sure, it's an eco round, but that's the thing. It's like
coming back.
We're at a scoreline point now where it doesn't matter if it's an eco. There needs to be some damage. There needs to be something from KC. It's been such a long time since they've got a round on the board. As I said, this scoreline was 4-1 in their favor. Zach, can we count that as a kill just to give him something?
Sure. Yeah. Great kill by Tamazi.
The Andalucia Flawless maybe disagrees.
Yeah, might be counting that out. And there he is, the man himself, Rians. Someday he'll grace
honestly,
the stage.
Looks good today.
He looks fantastic.
Slim. Looks slim.
Yeah. An eye test. I don't know if he's what his diet's been, but well, all handled. 10-4, and for Team Heretics.
It's funny because he sat next to Boo, but he's the ghost. Look at the sadness in your eyes. That's what I go for. That's what I like.
I wish I wasn't here. Just because of that. Mini Boo's down right away. Hey, big kill. And Narrate's had some good rounds, some good shots. But each time Team Heretics have picked themselves right back up. Let's just recall a time, a simpler time for Les Jeunes Françaises. It was 4-1 to KC. There were screams from the booth on my right. There are no longer any noises from the booth on my right. That's where the French casters are. They're nice and quiet now, waiting for the return of KC. And it might just be now. Man advantage, already found. Narrate's got the info. He knows they're on their way, and he's got backup this time. The big guns are in play. Martine with the first, and Benji's the one to fall, but look at the HP. Oh, that's got one, right? But they've avoided it. I like it.
Well, they had the full squad there, so even if it got somebody was going to be able to defend for it. After plant in. Oh. Completely unable to be retrieved, even if it was available. The fact is, though, they have been struggling. Martin's so desperately low, he almost has to go in as a sacrifice. Smoke available, but no flashes. So it's just going to have to be these dry peaks and with some aggressive positions, but more so some passive ones. Boo is so far back. They're almost trying to set up what seems like maybe a bit of a one-way. Already, though, it's gone badly wrong. Martin taken out, and already Panatek is going to fall, leaving things into this 2v2 scenario. Tomasi's done amazing. 4 HP, but that time is ticking, and I think he took the player who's looking for that defusal. Shin just has to run away. That spike is going off.
He aimed for Shin, and through the smoke took out Tomasi, who maybe could have just tapped that spike in time, but instead he ends up getting nothing for all their trouble. A fantastic attempt by KC that once again falls flat. And from 4-1, Team Heretics now sit 11-4. 10 in a row.
This is the thing, though. It's a Red Bull clutch at this point for the side of Heretics. They didn't even need it. Rien's just like, well, I've got a little bit of salt to sprinkle in those wounds for you. I'll be heading off now. This is not the way I expected this game to go. Whichever side you're on, it was looking like a really competitive game. Two young squads, some experienced leadership, coaches that have been around for a long time, and well, Heretics are bullying their opponents at this point. 11-4, it's an investment from KC, it has to be. You can't save at this stage. You're not going to want to try and fight back like they did last time, 9 rounds in a row. Well, you don't want to try and fight back 8 rounds in a row either. Can they get anything done here? Because even just on a mentality front, it must be so difficult to even fathom bringing this back.
I think that's fair to say. And the Aang effect, long talked about, and it may come into fruition later. It could be too early, and that was a conversation we had on the first day, seeing this KC roster. Give them time. Heretics don't seem to need too much time. They have looked fantastic. And Rien's more so than any. I mean, this guy is sensational. Another kill for Rien's. The sight opened up if they can deal with Shin, and he cannot get out of sight. Boo wins the Omen fight, and they've got a nice thrash to pick right back up. Plant going down. Magnum in a 1 versus 4 with a stinger. Some opponents low. Patatek and Rien's, hey, he could take him down, but he's still got Boo and Benji Fishy. Two big players. Also, Thrash. And he's on his way. He's caught a scent of Magnum, and he's hunted him down. They might not get there in time for the knife. They're gonna try. Oh, they're gonna try, but the weapons come out. Unlucky, but in the end, 1 knife kill is enough for this game. 12-4. Team Heretics with a lights out performance. And if they win this round, from 4-1 down, they will have 13 forward KC twice in a row. The consistency, unbelievable. I genuinely am flabbergasted by what Heretics have brought to the table this year.
You have to bear in mind, last year, regular season, 8th placed. LCQ, last place. This team's about to get top 4 in Kickoff. If they win 1 more round, It would be a huge start for an incredibly young roster. Even Benji Fishy's only 19. And he's one of the older boys on the squad, one of the more experienced one. Minibu, Rians, the 18-year-olds leading the charge in towards the site. A miracle needed from KC to try and turn this one around. Have they got ults? No. Have they even got weapons? Not really. They've got a little bit of utility to spare as they try and make their way back into this site, but the other side have been pacey. They've got plenty to play with.
It's a foregone conclusion at this stage. Realistically, Team Heretics need to make mistakes to give this one away, and there's one. No, Benji still gets the kill. It's just getting away with sheer murder. The snake bite down will slow them some more, and now Decayed, they try to tap it, Narrate firing back. He'll do damage, but Panatek's in there, shorty in hand, and it's Boo to deal the last bit of damage. 13-4, twice in a row. No doubt about who was the better team here today.
And that's the thing. Coming into this season, Heretics as a top 4 bet was, I feel like lunacy. I don't think there was many people at all, other than the players and maybe some Spanish fans, who were believing that this roster would be this good, this fast. Oh yeah. That's the main thing. They have come in this season, as said, 8th last season in the regular, last in LCQ, and they have already made it to top 4. They are one match away from being a Spanish organization in Madrid. Now that is something that they can celebrate.
Definitely not something most people would expect to see from this squad when they stepped on this stage just a few days ago, but now a step away from greatness. And already, the accolades they've accrued in this kickoff event are unbelievable. This roster couldn't be much better. 13-4 back-to-back in the upper bracket match. They're qualified for playoffs, and honestly, this Heretics roster, heck, it couldn't get better, but it might.
It might. That's the real thing. They're going to have some top opposition, whoever it ends up being, but they have done fantastic work today, and of course for KC, still a chance to battle for the play-in. Either way, there's plenty more to come still today. An elimination match. We'll be back after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. And Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Oh, welcome back to VALORANT EMEA Kickoff. I'm kicking this off. I'm sorry. I wanted to commit to the bit, boys. I wanted to be the newest Boo because I just want to be a headshot machine like you brothers, but I'm giving up. And instead I'm going to talk to you and do my proper job and ask you about that game. Because it looked like Casey just wanted to constantly bait you into fights. And it seemed like, Mini Boo, you were not going to let them.
Yeah, I mean, NT.
Yeah, NT from Casey. For you, Boo, how do you keep your team in check? Because Casey are a team that want to aggress, that want to bait those rotations from you. But the team were able each time to deny them that. You chained together 12 rounds, I believe, in that map. It was 1-4, and suddenly it was 13-4.
We had a good preparation. We have our protocols, and then after we have good preparation, all we need to do in game is keep up our comms and play to our fundamentals. And when we do that, that's what happened.
So it's really that simple?
It's simple to say, it's really hard to do.
Last year wasn't necessarily the best year for you. And this year, the fans from Team Heretics, they can't be anything but so happy with the performance and everything that you're doing with the team. What's been the difference maker?
I mean, compared to last year, I think we kept people who we thought are, have it in them. And then we tried to surround us with people with the same mindset, with the same work ethic. That's why we had long time of trials. And at the same time, we're a young team and our off-season was quite bad. But, I mean, we need time. Even these performances, they're good, but it doesn't mean that we are done or anything. This is a long process and we just keep working. We have a good training plan made with our game, with our coaches. And yeah, it's just like a process, and this is a result of that process.
And how do you feel about the process, Mini Boo? Because I noticed that you did tweet about the fact that your brother just needed the right people around him earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Last year when I was playing in other team, I watched Boo and it made me sad look at him, and when he was losing, like it made me feel sad for him because I knew he was always a really good player, a really wise player, and mechanically he was always insane. It's not just that he woke up this season and he's completely insane. It was always there. And I always wanted to help my brother be the best in the world. I never wanted to compete with him. I wanted to compete against his side. So it makes me really happy that finally we as a team, not only my brother, like Enes, Patti, Weber, Neil, and Benji, they all deserve that. Last 2 months, we gave a lot of time and our effort into making this what is happening right now.
We have to get ready for the next game, but before we do go, there's not just 2 Boos and a woman who ridiculously dressed in a sheet right now. You also have Big Boo. Big brother Boo is in the audience.
He's right there,
He's waving over there.
with the hand.
We need to get you a jersey, Big Boo, and also Daddy Boo as well.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to quickly say to Daddy Boo and Big Boo for some reason have been broken up.
Camera.
We're going to reunite you in a second. Really, really quickly before we get in trouble, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Thank you for coming.
There we go. Achu,
Thank you for coming.
coming.
And thank you for supporting us.
I think I absolutely destroyed the way that you say thank you in Lithuania, but I tried. Achu.
Can I say one thing?
Okay, very quickly.
I want to say thank you to Killers for always believing in me.
Oh, well, I believe in you too now. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Just 1 win away from making it to Masters. Let's head back to the desk.
Oh, what a wholesome interview that was. Shout out to Killers.
I'm not gonna
Shout
cry.
out to Boo, Mini Boo, Big Boo, Daddy Boo. If anything, we need more Boos in the world. And Kakuka and Steel, what a deserving victory as well. They played brilliantly today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a performance there in Lotus. We thought that after the first map, there was not getting any better, but round after round, the reads, the movement, the aggression, as Boo was saying, the protocols, everything was down to a T, so there was no other outcome for Team Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics were looking a lot better today than they were yesterday. They looked good yesterday, but today they looked great. And it came in the form of a lot of like individuality just coming up. You saw them playing with a lot more confidence. They weren't afraid to swing things more regularly and try to take matters into their own hands instead of just like waiting to do stuff together all the time. And that was a little bit of a contrast from yesterday where they're always waiting for their team.
Yeah, and what a time to be on form. We spoke about how brutal this competition can be. Very often you can't afford to even have any mistakes. Shout out to Mixwell as well. We have to say, as an organization, Heretics, they won First Strike back in 2020, and then it's just been a really tough time for them. They couldn't quite find the right recipes, and even for these 5 players, they have never qualified for an international tournament before. This is going to be absolutely crazy if they manage to do it. And Kakuka, may I remind everybody, we don't need to remind you, because a Spanish organization with a storyline like this, making it to Madrid, it's almost too good.
Yeah, exactly. I think that everybody was looking at Giants because of the results that they had last year, because they also, won last chance qualifiers. So they thought that, just keeping on that progression, they will be the ones making it to Madrid. But after what we're seeing day after day from Heretics, the fact that they're actually getting better and feeling better in their own shoes, it feels like everybody's going to be cheering for Heretics because they're just one game away.
1 best of 3 still, given that they only won 2 best of 3s all of last year, and now they're 1 away.
Yeah, it's what Little Bro said in the interview. It's basically like, we have Boo, he's been a really good player. Even mechanically, people are like, oh, look, he's killing people now. But it's like, people don't just overnight just flip a switch. It comes with everything that goes into a team. You need to have the macro, you need to have the micro, you need to have the right environment with the players, they need to gel, the roles need to make sense. Everything kind of needs to fall into place. And then people can be either elevated by the rest of the team, or they could be like held back by it.
So the vibes are good?
It could be that the vibes are good.
Yeah,
it could
the vibes are good.
It could
on stage.
It's everything. It's a culmination of everything coming together. So you have a player that is good enough to do something, but with certain pieces, they don't perform, and in other pieces, they are able to shine.
Would you like to see Heretics make it all the way to Madrid?
Of course.
Yeah?
What kind of question is that?
I had to just check because there's three.
That's going to be insane. Everybody.
But there's three of them. There's Giants, there's Heretics, and there's Koi. I don't know where you're leaning these days.
No,
yeah.
but hear me out. Do you remember when we were in Japan and the crowd was unreal, really, like the Japanese fans were out of this world. They were super supportive, and I think that getting an org like Heretics to Madrid would have the same effect in the Spanish crowd.
And you, Josh, you got a horse in this race?
I don't. I'm sorry.
You will.
I'm horseless right now.
By the end of this week, I'm sure you will. But
well,
with one,
there is a horse. Team Liquid is a horse.
Oh, there we go.
God,
there we go. You know, it works. It works.
You got me here for the cringe joke. Sorry.
Of course it works.
We did.
But we've sent one team into playoffs already. But the thing is, we have another best of 3 coming up, and this is an elimination match. And this means that the team that loses today between Giant X and FUT will be out of kickoff contention. They're not going to be making it to Madrid. And as we've seen from other regions, going out this early is just really, really brutal.
It's devastating. I think that some teams do not see this first part of the year as important as the rest of it. But especially when we talk about these two teams, right? When we were introducing FUT at the beginning of this week, we were talking about how surprising they were for the remaining of the region, how they were, you know, one of the teams to beat. And for Giants, after winning that last chance qualifier and also those results during the year, seeing both of them here, it
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't follow into the storyline.
Yeah, and when you kind of look at things that are important in a year, it's like, obviously everyone's got their mindset on, let's make champs, let's do well at champs. But it's kind of like one of those things that you can't have volatility early on in the season. If you have a really good start and you're able to qualify for the international events, and then you get more reps in, especially tournament reps, stage reps.
Against another region.
Do that. Yeah, all of it is going to matter because it's more experience, it's more reps, it's more time to gel as a team, and then start getting layers to everything. And if you miss out on that stuff, you're going to be sitting there questioning, like, what did we do wrong? Do we need to change stuff? And you might start going into overdrive, overthinking everything. Like, do we need to change roles? Do we need to change this? Do we need to change players? Do we need? And when you start going down that path of just like, what went wrong? How do we kind of bounce back from that? That's not really a good conversation you want to have this early into a season.
Yeah, and let's not forget, you get 3 points if you win EMEA, another 3 points if you win Madrid. If you come back into Split 1 with 6 points already, I feel like
champs is done.
Yeah, you're going to be in a great spot.
Sit down and relax.
We've spoken a lot about the rookies. I feel like, you know, Mini Boo giving us that show at the side of KC as well. But what about our veteran players? We've seen the return of CNED on a different team, and Fatinho as well being kept on Giants. What did you think about that first match we saw between these two, Kakuka?
I mean, I think that, you know, the head-to-head that they're going to have today, the challenge for them is going to be different. I think that seeing it still on that path into, you know, fitting again into a different team, playing different agents, not different roles. For Fiti, I feel like he wasn't really comfortable the other day, and that is disruptive, right? Because as you're mentioning, they've been together for a very long time, and it had been actually a very long time since I saw Fatinho in the way that I saw him the other day. Lost, not being able to actually communicate. We could even see it on the player cams that he was not comfortable.
Also, for the only Spanish player to be knocked out this early in contention why
are you doing me
for
like
Madrid, I mean, storylines. But yeah, what were your impressions here?
Well, so I have 2 things. One is that, like, CNED looked good, but he didn't look peak form. Yes, he's not on Jet, which is where he looked really just dominant. He's on Neon, he's on Yoru, and they're sometimes setting him up decently well, and when he's on, like, bind with Neon, he's gonna get able to take the deep lines with the op. He's gonna be able to perform well. When he's set up properly with the Yoru, with, like, a Breach Run or something, he's gonna be able to perform well. But what we saw there in the stats page was that, yes, overall with ACS and total kills, CNED looked pretty good. But then when we look at like the first blood, first death engagements and the trading, it actually went in the favor of FIT. So even though FIT had like a really poor performance, 20% of his deaths were traded, and then he was positive for first kills versus first deaths. So when you take everything into kind of account, you can't just say, oh, big number here, therefore a better player.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a team game, and to be able to, I mean, it doesn't matter how many kills you get if your team loses, right? So it's one of those things where both teams need to do more, and while CNED's on the right trajectory, he still has, you know, a little bit more cleaning up to do. And even though FUT had a really poor performance, there was some level of teamwork behind it, that it's not like he was dying in vain.
Yeah, and CNED looking good here in the AIM Labs warm-up going into the match here. Would you agree with everything that Steele just said, Kakuka?
I think that for CNED is like this year looks tremendously different. I agree, of course, with all that you said about the numbers and how seeing it from the outside and not actually living it round by round, it might give you a different perspective. If we remember actually how we were seeing CNED on stage, we always make the kind of meme that he's not very expressive. But actually the other day we saw him getting pissed, getting mad, getting angry that maybe he was not achieving what he wanted or the plan was not going in their favor. And again, both teams were not comfortable the other day, and it had nothing to do with the fact that they were losing.
Yeah, he was really vocal as well. It looked like at least he was talking a lot to his teammates as well. But for Fatinho, I feel like it wasn't his best performance, but you just don't have that many chances to redeem yourself. Still, if you lose today, if you don't show up today, you're out.
Yeah, this is definitely a really big match for people. You don't want to be going out on, you know, basically 0-2. That's like a horrible start to the season, especially in the fashion that they might lose to. Is they get upset in the first game, and then what happens, instead of playing against, you know, what people think is the easier of the two teams that would be on the other side of the bracket, it's, you know, another team that got upset. So now it's like, oh, we don't have just like an easier pathway through. It's like, oh, now we have like just as insurmountable like object that we have to get over.
Yeah, and when we talk about also the way that they lost those matches and who was on the other side, we know that there were some rookies, some new faces, and of course there's going to come with some surprises. If you add on to, for example, FUT, trying out new comms and this and that, too, okay, but on the side of Giants, you know, keeping more of like standard compositions and not being able to find your comfort against something new is very disruptive.
This is the other thing. There's a lot of rookies that are performing, duelist players that are performing. We need to see CNED and Fatinho step up today, but more on Giants and a little bit about what went wrong on that first time around. I think looking towards maybe the roles. I know that Steele, you were talking about behind the scenes of maybe just put Nukie on a different role if they need to be bailed out.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, when I was doing the eye test of the game, I'm just thinking, what's going on here? We saw Nukie traditionally really good on Raze, you know, roll the years a few years back. He's looking really good on Raze, good movement, good aggression, good everything. But you put him on Sentinels like Cypher, like Sage, and what we're seeing is in these mid rounds or even early round situations, what he's doing is
cannot believe we're showing this.
He's overheating a little bit. He's pushing up, even though his team has space and everything. He's playing like he's a duelist, and he's kind of overcompensating for his team a little bit. So it could be any number of reasons that he's overcompensating for his team. Maybe there's a lack of trust. Maybe his teammates aren't doing the jobs that they're supposed to do, and he's like, well, I'll just do it. But the problem is when you put a player that's aggressive like this, that's as good on duelist as he is, onto a sentinel role, and the rest of the team's not doing their job, and then he feels the need to, for whatever reason, there's an underlying issue in the team there that needs to get resolved.
So is the fix just moving him to something more aggressive? Is that it?
Could be, but there could be any number of reasons.
Bear's shaking her head.
No, because I disagree, really. Like, we've been seeing Giants for a very long time, and these players have been together for even longer. So seeing them not comfortable, not following the right calls, playing disjointed, I don't think that it has to do with one person being uncomfortable in the role or not being too aggressive, because even if you put someone on the Sentinel, sometimes you need them to be more aggressive. You know, when Nukie was playing on the Initiator, he was also playing on the Breach. He used to have a different side. He would be the one that you wouldn't never ask for a flash. He will be like, I'm flashing you, go, you know?
I honestly think maybe just no Sage on Sunset. Maybe that's the way to go forward to. But let's move on and look at what FUT were doing. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question, Kakuka. What was going on? What were the problems? And what is the fix going into this match?
I think that they were playing first against the Heretics that was feeling very comfortable. Like, I remember watching the Lotus, and it was a perfect example with the game that we just witnessed. Heretics knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it, and they were also better at adapting. Like, the early rounds, how they were having control over the map, everything was going into their favor. And even when it wasn't, they always had the next response, the next answer to the question. For FUT, I think that they really fell flat. Like, the first 3 rounds, amazing, I can see it. But after round 6 or 7, I was like, is that it? Is that how far we're getting? And I was surprised even, but because when we hear Guy is having a timeout, he did not have the effect that he had last year when he was so impressive to see.
When I watch a team like FUT, I don't see anything necessarily bad from them, especially on their attack side. It's not like they got blown out of the water on their first match, right? They lost double digits. They got their attacks look really good, and it looks like their game plan, especially at the start of the game, like you said, is really good. So they have that good pistol round, they convert that next round, they get the first gun round, they have good patience, they have good spacing, they have good tempo and everything. It's where when they get into the second half, or specifically onto their defense side, that's where things seem to fall apart for them, because they're not playing with that same sort of team cohesion, and what they end up doing is they start fighting one at a time, and it's very sloppy. So they'll start trickling out, they'll start bleeding players. So instead of doing team fights or stalling, buying time for rotations, moving together and fighting together in these big swarms like we saw from even KC and Heretics today. And 2 days ago, they played really well as a team. But when we look at FUT, they just, they're coming to me. I'm going to go and take a fight here. Instead of just putting your orb up, throwing a molly on the floor. And yes, I am pointing out one player in specific, but it's not just like the Viper. It's not just like the Raze. It's not just any one specific person. It's all of them. They're all trying to do too much by themselves, and all they have to do is stall a little bit, wait for their team to rotate. It's not like they have a bad start of round plan. It's just that they need to let the round develop and fight together a little bit more.
It was giving a little bit of kind of early days Turkish teams where they're a bit too eager and maybe making unnecessary mistakes.
But even when you have like too much prepared, it's easy for you to go off the rails, and it has to be someone in the team or something that happens that gets you back in it. If it doesn't happen, it just keeps building on top of it.
Yeah, and not a FUT player, but the one person I will say I feel like, keep doing what you're doing. I feel like none of us want him to do anything more or less or different. It's Cloud. He was flying high. He was trying his goddamn best to carry his team. And Kukuka, I know I've been asking you guys what they should be fixing, but he was great.
I mean, I think that Cloud is the kind of player that it doesn't really matter what role you give me, well, not me, him, what agent you give him, he's going to perform because he's incredibly smart. He's incredibly good, like crisp and all of that. But I need him to be also part of that ecosystem. And even when, I'm not going to give him all the responsibility in the team. Like, you don't have to get the frags and the initiation and
he
everything.
Does, though.
Yeah, he does. But, I feel like there's something in the ecosystem that it's not working. I don't know who to point at, because I'm not in their heads and I'm not listening to what they're saying.
When I looked at Cloud yesterday, it looked like he was really consistent in his role, and he was like a really strong rock. It felt like he was always in the right spot for his team, especially on defense, to be able to bail them out of situations. And then even like his team's diffusing, he's able to just like his team gives him full trust. I know that you're going to cover me, you're going to hit your shots, you're going to be in the right spot, you're going to use your abilities perfectly. And we saw that out of him. And, we're sitting here talking about them being in the elimination game right now, but I mean, he did a really good job making it a close series for his team.
It does feel like Giant X, if they were to come out on top, Cloud could be the win condition.
I mean, that's the thing. We kind of know that Cloud is going to be performing no matter what, because even under that condition, he was doing well. It's actually the rest of the team that we need to step up if they want to not be eliminated so close.
I don't like that word, but this is it. This could be the last time we see one of these teams until after Masters Madrid. They got to make it count. Here's Giant X and FUT. Some of these players are the absolute veterans of EMEA. They both had a fantastic year in 2023, but this could be the toughest challenge yet to face for them, to face elimination this early on. We've seen FUT on stage as well, and here is Giants. They just made that one change, bringing in Redgar. Once again, another veteran player, a player that's been to many lands as well in the past. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of these teams, but if you were one of these teams, this is not where you want to go, Kukuka. This could potentially set a tone for the rest of your year.
Yeah, I think that we go back to the idea that this is not the entirety of the year. Of course, it is important how you start. It's going to set the tone for the rest of it, and you want to perform. You want your fans to be, you know, devoted to the right guys. But in this occasion, somebody's gonna have to stay home.
Yeah, this is the other thing. Like I said, not many exactly rookies on the stage, predominantly veterans, and still definitely people have experiences in situations like this.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're in the game, it's like a lot of things in life. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So getting the rest of the year on board is going to be the most important thing, but making sure that you have a good start is also going to be something that these teams need to consider. Getting out 0-2 right off the rip is not something that these guys want to do, and they're facing down that barrel.
And after the long off-season that we've had, everything that could have potentially been prepared, not only for the tournament, but also thinking about Madrid, has to come to fruition here today. We're talking about how important it is to get the reps. Maybe going through the lower bracket, you're going to get as many as you could.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. They brought in Redgar to change a little bit. They brought in a CNED. You're not bringing these players just to go out now. You're bringing these players to hope that you can win a trophy, not just domestically, but internationally as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on those two players too. But let's talk about the maps, because we've seen a few maps from both of these teams already. Do we feel like this is the time to maybe fix some mistakes on those, or pull out different maps, maybe a pocket map?
I mean, I would be surprised to see surprises in the map Vita, something that deviates completely from what we saw the other day, and especially when it comes to compositions, because again, maybe a small change, but you should be confident in what you've been building and what you've been working on for so long. Bind is out, Breeze is out, and Split is going to be the first one. And after just seeing how Kickoff lost and after what they did to Giants, what are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because yeah, it was a close series yesterday. I think the end of the game score was about 13-10.
Yeah.
So they looked like pretty decent on it, but Kickoff getting destroyed today, I don't know which direction that's going to go in. It's honestly interesting to see how stylistic matchups work in this game, especially when you look at agent comps and if you're starting on attack or defense. So right now, if you're asking me to give like a prediction or something like that, it could go either way. Both teams are able to do so much, and they have so much left to prove that we just need to be able to see them develop that.
Really looking forward to that second map, to that icebox. It's been a hot minute since we saw CNED playing the Jet there, so really looking forward to see if that is going to happen, because as we said, he was, you know, he's been playing different agents. He was on the Neon, he was on the Euro. We still haven't seen CNED on that Jet, and maybe it happens on this first map.
I honestly think if they just maybe go back to basics a little bit, use CNED the way people are expecting him to be played, it could work out for them. But at the same time, you guys mentioned that Giant X, they did lose on Split, but a 13-11, surely there's a, you know, it's just one or two things you need to fix. It's not like a complete rework to your plans, right? It's not that bad.
But Giants have like historically, like this exact course, so many reps on the map, and it's a map that they looked comfortable in the past. That's everything to me about it.
They actually looked really good on their attack. They had a really good game plan. They had good cohesion. They were doing a lot of things well, but it's just like, it's not like we're looking at them being down here because they played horribly in the first day. They played really well. It's just that the other team played a little bit better than them. And I'm not saying this to, like, you know, just talk them up for no reason at all, just like, hey, here, I'm throwing you a bone. It's that they actually genuinely looked good on the map. So them picking Split again, it makes total sense to me.
Yeah, again, they've had a day to maybe just go over little things they want to fix.
Yeah.
They don't have to do too much into this. But what about FUT? Because FUT, they had the luxury of already seeing what Giant X are going to be able to do on this map. So maybe an advantage for Gaius?
Honestly, I'm with you on that one, Soup, but I don't think it's an advantage. I think that Giants is the kind of team that will look over everything. I think that Pipson and Milan will probably go through every single round and just be like, okay, this was this mistake, what was happening here, communication, not to change about the composition, but actually as the protocols. There's something that we've mentioned a lot today for FUT. We still have to see what they're going to be playing on Split, but definitely gives them an upper hand to know what they did and what comp they're playing the other day.
Yeah, presumably if Giant X is picking Split and then FUT has to start on defense, this is where FUT's not really great. They showed that they had really good attack plans, but they showed that their defense was something left to be desired. So it's all going to come down to what type of lead they get. Because we did see on the first day, FUT was actually getting a little bit in their own heads. They were getting a little bit angry and annoyed about some of the rounds that they were losing. The vibe check we talked about wasn't there for them. So it's really important that they come out of the gate swinging here. They have to have a good start. They have to shut Giant X down, because if they don't, I'm worried that if they have a really bad defense half, like let's say they only get like 3 or 4 rounds, they need to be looking at like 7 or 8 rounds. So if they get anything less than that, especially something as low as 3 or 4, we might be seeing like Giant X just taking the series away, just because mentally maybe they're not ready to reset for that second map.
Maybe they go for something more aggressive, you know, a double duelist perhaps, if you feel like a FUT can lean into the side that they're stronger at. Well, we don't have to wait any longer out of all of the maps. This is the one Cena decides to play Chamber, and Cracks, of all people, is playing the race.
For a second, I thought that it was even Jettichip. Like, what is going on? Last year, Cracks was the KO professional, the specialist on the agent, and now we're seeing him explore, you know, new horizons. Apparently, the race is going to be the next one. Now,
I will say just quickly, Cracks has played a bit of race before, and statistically, it's all right. It's pretty good. So yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, but the other thing that I also remember was seeing it on the Chamber back in the Ascent days. I remember him not being specifically comfortable, but hey, new year, new CNET, everything is new to him. Maybe we'll get to see him play Jet one of these days, but very special.
Well, I can't wait to see what they've got cooked up over here and send this into game with your casters. It's Pansy and Ash.
Okay, no combination name there, Sue. We're switching things up, but yeah, let's kind of, I guess, take stock here, because this has kind of subverted my expectations, seeing that agent select come in. But I want your thoughts, Ash. Has this changed your mind now, seeing this comp come out?
I was already concerned when I think we saw that map, Vito.
Okay.
Last year for FUT. Split was a difficult map for them. They went 1-4, and now seeing this shift onto the Chamber here for CNET, historically he hasn't been great on this agent, but we've seen him innovating. He's tested out a couple other duelists. I guess after his time with Angel, he's more open to these new horizons.
I just need, you know, the run it back from CNED, really. I need him to find a little bit of that fire he once had. I think a lot of us are like that, though. It's like you see all that potential, that sleeping giant when it comes to that man. But hey, maybe this is the spark that will ignite the rest of the season, or potentially be a very short elimination group. Now, as it stands, though, if you're just tuning in, it will be FUT on the defending side. Of course, that means that Giant X are on the attack. So we're going to have to wait and see how this one fares. But I already like this approach from FUT, taking some of that mid-space away.
A lot of information found now, and you can see how Yetijay is falling completely off that B site. They're looking to pressure initially off the plants here, just waiting for the timing. See if they can maybe cheeky hop up and over. It works.
All right.
Okay.
Spike plant. No. Okay, a little style to that one too. But by now, surely the alarm bells will start to ring, though, because they felt no pressure, right? Giant X just walked to the site, got the plant. They're like, I'm sure there's meant to be an opponent around here somewhere. And the first real part of contact is coming towards Heaven. But you can see that 3-play crunch now coming through. Paranoia got sent. Dogs out and about, but Cloud, first and foremost, going to get one, but CNED on the trade back out. We're down to 2. CNED and Mr. Fallen going to have to put up some work. And they're, well, didn't get much done, did they, in the end? Giant X off to a great start.
No, I think that rotation coming from the A side a little bit too late there for FUT. The idea, though, was there. We saw the mid clear. It leaves very little options as far as that read goes, but I just don't think they were necessarily quick enough to try and get out of that B choke. Stalled out in that kind of sense. Now looking into the next round here, seeing a little bit of that FPX buy coming out with the 2 rifles on the side of Giant X. And for FUT, playing a lot more default-y into their eco.
And I think the Dex kind of touched on it a little bit, especially Josh when he was talking about kind of FUT's defensive side being a bit of an issue. So I want to see how that looks, at least at iTest. I mean, it's such a limited amount of tape that we've been able to see of these, you know, newer teams coming back out, or even, you know, remade old teams. So it's very hard to kind of get that full grasp on what they're going to look like when really all we've seen is one game from both sides. So we'll see if that continues to plague them, if there's further problems on the defending side, especially here on Split as a starter. If anything, you do have good tape on Giant X, so you should hope that they've got a good plan in mind. For now, Giant X just kind of going through the steps, going through the traditional approach. You're looking to try and maybe feel out if there's that stack in play. We can see where it is. They can't, but they've managed to navigate around it.
Well, it's timing here for Yetijay to actually walk off and in towards CT. Just play for that life, but it won't be that full flank coming in for FUT this time around. GIANTX, of course, a free site for the taking. Looking to what they have to work with here on this retake. Mr. Fallen doesn't have any utility, so that Sky, not something we can rely on here.
No, I want to see if Cloud can farm up a little bit as well, considering he had some good progress already towards his ult. I wonder if he's going to get any more going. Okay, Mr. Fallen, fair enough. Hoodie's gone down. Any more where that came from? Looks like CT's the next avenue of approach, at least for the vast majority of FUT.
Oh, the backstab's incoming, though, towards mid.
Yeah, it does have a time limit on this. Again, there we go. That's going to be Nuki farming this one up. Should be pretty comfy. Cloud is one of the names on the kill feed, so that's the one you got to keep your eyes on, because that ult will be knocking on the door, and it's a pretty critical one at this point. As last man alive, not going to have too many options here. Potentially just want to avoid giving away too many of those ult orbs.
Cloud, player to watch from from day one as well. He was the saving grace for GIANTX. One of the reasons why those maps were so close in their last matchup. And the thing is, I think for this GIANTX team too, while FUT had the expectation of being a team that did so well last year, being that kind of dark horse that rose through the season, GIANTX, they retained 4 of their players. So all eyes are also on Redgar in this situation to see the leader that he can be to elevate this middle of the pack team from 2023.
That's spot on. And the captain's going to hold on his play here. You can see the burst already coming towards him. Fatinho wants to close that gap as best he can, or at least maybe allow for a second player to pick up, but he's now isolated. He's on his own. He's actually done very well. No punish from CNED. He only got a touch of damage. And the captain's the one to finally strike back. Levy some of this pressure. CNED makes his presence known. 2 big pickups and he stops the rot. GIANTX can't make it to site now.
Looking to regroup towards ramps. Try and isolate the one player in towards Heaven. Hoodie, though, still takes this A main control. Split up here on the side of GIANTX.
If Cloud's standing, there's still a chance. Don't write this man out, even in a scenario like this. CNED on red alert, though, being very cautious about it, playing a little bit of a deeper angle. They're going to pause for a second here, heal up, get themselves as best they can ready for this fight. Cloud still has a little bit of kit to play with. Creeping close. That's fantastic work from FUT. Held at the door and held away. Great response. 3 rifles remaining. They'll be happy with that.
Clean round there from FUT, and CNED, the one to stop that push there towards A main, the drop down into plant, and to find 2 was everything to find the advantage. Now, anti-eco here for both teams. That was the bonus round of GIANTX. And looking towards the ult economy right now, not too close to anything just yet, but again, Cloud 3 away from the Rolling Thunder. They're posturing towards B main, a much more comfortable orb here for the attackers. Won't be a choice though, this walk down from CNED.
Love that, love it. Didn't work out very well. Fatinho body checks him instantly, didn't even get to TP back. And I don't mind if CNED wants to try and be more aggressive and try and get in their faces, but not particularly supported in that fact, and it looks like GIANTX putting a high priority on at least challenging and late controlling towards middle.
Yeah, you would expect maybe to be paired up with Mr. Fallen in that kind of situation, assistance from the Guiding Lights, but now rotation into vents, there's 2. And GIANTX, they're playing so patiently towards mid.
Afraid to let the clock tick down a little bit here. Further contact made, so FUT knows there's still presence.
Look at this rotation. Nobody's home on the B site here for FUT. GIANTX, they're pivoting over towards B main here as well. It's all going to be up to Yetijay to spot the cross onto site. A little bit of a jiggle action. Opportunity with a stake bite to try and divvy up the team here as well.
This is going to be so difficult, though. I think they have to basically give this up. Yeah, there's no chance they can challenge here. And now you look at this late lurk. This was something we were talking about, his timing and his capability at it. Nuki not quite able to stick the landing, so they've actually been able to even this back up to a 4 apiece. Plant's going to come in. Do they start early, or do they wait for this to go down? Looks like they're going to have to wait a second or 2, but the pressure now starting to mount. Starting to work their way through from CT. Out of Captain, taking a couple of steps towards the site. It's down towards Cloud and Hoodie once again. This time a 2v3. Can they complement these positions together, create a crossfire? Cloud wants in, and he doesn't get what he wants. Out of Captain, holding strong here as Hoodie last alive, and a very tricky situation in front of him. Near on unfeasible at this point. Hoodie trying and failing. It's going to be FUT answering back again. Perfect work there on the playback through.
Very comfortable here for FUT. The coordination, immense in that situation. Now, heading into the next round, economy not looking great here for Giant-X, expecting a semi-eco to come through. There is still the Rolling Thunder that has cycled up here, though, for Cloud. And honestly, I feel like in these eco rounds, earlier this week, we saw Cloud getting 2 pieces, 3 Ks.
Yeah.
That opportunity to still turn the tide. For Giant-X, looks like they're leaning more towards this death ball approach here towards A. And CNED gonna be that first point of contact, likely early peek towards ramp.
Well, let's see if he's on the money now. A little bit of an uncomfortable start in the last. Outlaw out and about. Gonna dip away, but again, they've had to give up the site here. Not worth the risk, it seems like, which is great for Giant-X. They'll take this every day of the week. Looks like a safer plant option, yes, rather than going for Heaven. We saw a couple of issues before with some very unfavorable situations. That's just unfortunate, it feels. Fatinho falls blind through the wall. But they've got the plant. Can they cause any mayhem here?
I mean, there is a Rolling Thunder to look towards here into the post plant.
Whether or not you commit to it, though, that's the next question. Is it even worth the try? It's losing Redgar. It's making it feel less and less viable. Cloud and Nuki trying to do something. Nuki not bad! A second and third! Nuki almost rolling it back there. The YetaJ's on the case, and the defuse going to come through. It's not as clean as they'd like, but they'll take it. It's a round posted on the board. It looks like they want to try and get CNED on that ult as well, so he'll be taking the rest of the defuse. But FUT managing the storm again there. You saw the danger, though. This is when we're starting to see these two teams heat up a little bit.
Yeah, the pacing changing as this half goes on. I cannot get over these shots that Nuki was able to isolate, though. The micro play and isolating those 1v1s. So much more than you would expect to come out from them there. But now, again, Rolling Thunder wasn't meant to be used into the last round. No opportunity for it there into the post plant for Giant-X, so we're looking towards it into their anti-eco now. But every round's been so close. FUT haven't even really been able to build up too great of an economy. So every round extremely tight in that kind of sense. Earlier mid-control coming up from Giant-X.
Oh, I get nervous. I get a little nervous. Okay, that's fine. Almost played in CNED, who does have the operators. That's going to be heard. That's going to be... you could probably hazard a guess, considering the purchase. The economy was in play for it. Not all too surprising, but again, I want to look at Nuki here. His timings, his ability to play these lurks, his late round presence. Because again, we saw the potential mechanically, right? This guy is nuts. There's a reason that we always go, God, but only if he was on that raise. You know, it's always that, and the timings were something that we noted in the previous games, especially on this match. So I want to see Nuki in full form. Looks like Krax was willing to try and clear that. But again, this is all attention to the other side. So he's done very well to pull all these eyes here. Keep 3 players dedicated to Zay. But YetaJ's up to challenge, up to the stuff again, finding 2 and bailing out any of that pressure that could have waterfall towards B.
I mean, it was an incredible snake bite to delay here in towards Heaven. The operator taken out here for CNED as well. And YetaJ still holding on, denying the push from Giant-X. Site free for the taking here for Giant-X. At the very least, retake protocol here for FUT.
Yeah, waiting for those smokes towards CT just to ensure safety on the cross. Beautiful from Nuki. Bodyguard duty, holding them back. Does dip away slightly deeper towards the backside of Rafters, allowing YetaJ a step towards the side. This is an option, this is an opportunity, but he was still standing for a whole second then. I thought maybe he was dead way earlier than that, but now just down to Krax. Uh-oh, there comes the ult, and actually no player goes down, still standing, but he can't stand any longer. Redgar and Nuki making that work for them in the end, but it got very chaotic.
It really did. Great swing coming out from Redgar to clean that up as well, but wow, FUT, YetaJ, the fact that that poison orb meant so much there towards B Heaven. But Nuki, really the player to watch right now on Giant-X. Yeah, that's got to be a rough. You expect the showstopper to find one in that situation, but Giant-X, they find success into that round. They also save all those ults that we were looking towards here. 4 to work with into round number 7.
And credit in my mind a little bit does go towards Nuki that I'll come back to in a moment, because Fatinho's actually already trying to take all of this space. Heaven left wide open. A Paranoia sent, which does give away the fact that they are in towards B main. TP as well, though, and a captain actually maybe in a position they don't expect. Great trades for FUT here, holding them back. All of that confidence from Heaven gets shattered. Left to dirt as they're down to 3 and split in position. Uncomfortable for the cross too, because CNED could punish on this one. Not as easy this time for Cloud to make it over, so he decided to go for this plant instead. So this is feeling very claustrophobic.
It's a very awkward plant spot. Not really be able to spot it out here from Heaven, but this push down from Nuki leaves Hoodie down in a 1v4.
Show us some magic, Hoodie. It's a 1v4. Players on all fronts. Oh, there's not much you can do there. Crack's gonna put him to his grave. But I've got to say, when I'm talking about, Nuki doing well on one side, that's, I'll park that for a second. Yedajay's been such a little hero for this team. So much value from his work again. And I love that little TP back from Ada Captain as well, kind of subverting expectation, putting another body towards the backside of Pillar. CNED punishing on the site as well. Again, in my mind, Yedajay is doing really well this map.
No, he's been an incredible anchor here for FUT. Just be able to buy the time for the rest of the team to make that rotation over. And Giant X, I feel like on that execution, the timing was just a smidge off there. The Seekers had already pushed FUT back off the site. The Rolling Thunder, if expended, should have been right off the back of that to assist in that showstopper. Now, tank empty. No, it's the Outlaw for CNED once again. Seems like that's the move that FUT are going towards for that economy management to cycle that operator up.
Yeah, I mean, the ult that he can build off the back of this too, he should be in a very good position if they can keep control of this. Again, you look at the armor on the other side, it's light purchases, if anything at all. So it certainly could do very well for them. But he's been a little, no, I don't want to say hit and miss. Flash did confirm attendance, but they don't know it's not just Nuki, but they'll probably figure it out pretty soon, considering the dog's been let off the leash. CNED almost given a chance here. Off-angle position to play with, and didn't get it when he wanted. Looked a little close, but not quite on the money. So they take a step closer. Again, FUT need to be careful to not get swarmed here. It's very possible.
It's only one that was spotted over towards ramps. Great guiding light, CNED, no TP available this time around, stuck in towards elbow.
In trouble. I mean, yeah, he's absolutely dead to rights. He got put in a corner and he got put down. And now they're going to get a plant, and now they've got CT control. Yeah, I mean, it's an Outlaw. It's not maybe the ideal weapon, but you'll take what you're given here, right? Can they make something with this? Yeah, going to be sticking on the Sheriff, it seems. Pity playing on that corner, and a Captain. That Turkish peek in place. Oh, beautiful. Handling all problems there. CT not a threat just yet, but the man of the moment, Nuki. That Sheriff was lethal before. Might just be again. Plenty of potential targets. Cloud's done well. The timing not going to be there. FUT staying alive with 2. It's not as pretty as you'd like, but they get across the line. And again, we said that defending side was their harder half. They're doing quite well here.
Giant X, though, on those thrifty rounds.
They're dangerous.
They are. They're making it really scrappy once they get that spike planted. But again, those retake protocols, 4 out of the 5 round wins that they've found have been off the success of playing a little bit more together, not looking to get caught out into the early rounds. And now, heading into this one, Yetijay does have the Viper's Pit online. Current positioning doesn't really give any hint to that being used early on. Might see it pop out of vents to just completely deny that mid control over to Giant X right off the gate.
We'll see. Yetijay and CNED are the ones gonna have to handle a little bit of this.
That's a good spot.
Opting to invest it through middle, which might actually cause problems for Giant X's plans, considering they do have a couple of players sitting towards sewer. But again, we wait to see if there's any further aggression behind this. I'm looking at the 2 players over towards ramp. Be pushing much further than that, I can imagine. So this does put a little bit of a conundrum towards Giant X with what do they do with this now?
I mean, in the early round, FUT found so much space. The Viper's Pit in towards mid, like we can see with the trademark. Then you've also got the cycling of those one-ways over towards B main, where Giant X haven't actually poked their heads in to see if that space has been claimed, with the threat of the operator on CNED on site as well.
Yeah, they're going to start getting restless for the FUT side. They've not had information, right? You can see that's why the dog's coming out. Hoodie's going to invest his, which is kind of painting a false picture, a false narrative, and just that one dog is enough to put them out of position here. You saw CNED lean away. You saw Mr. Fallen lean off this site, but we know where they're heading. It's going to be towards B, and a missed shot, but it plays in Mr. Fallen. Not very well. Fatinho, fantastic. Site should be theirs here. Redgar's waiting in case anyone decides to get proactive. Not going to work out, and actually, you're going to lose your life for it. A shot in the dark, and you're dead. CNED falls, and it's down to 3. With Yetijay standing, there's a chance, but I mean, they don't have much of a step here.
having control at the very least. Trapwire broken. Great protocol with the paranoia coming through as well.
Shadows
Oh, this is tough though. How do you clear out backside like this? They're trying to divide and conquer. You can see they're trying to slice up the site.
What?
That's one way to start it off, but they need more. They need a whole lot more. And a captain trying as hard as he could there. It's not going to be enough to get across the line. Giant X playing that very well. And the smoke and mirrors, right? That little bit of utility coming out from Hoodie pulled them away from the site. It pulled CNED off the site. It pulled Mr. Fallen away from the site. Maybe because it wasn't Nookie over there. Maybe that was enough that it was like, oh, there's something going on. This has got to be where it is. Pulled the rotation. Got Giant X around back.
They've been so diligent on the side of Giant X as well with their flash utility to ensure that CNED holding whichever angle will be forced to TP off. We're going to see the timeout to be called now here for, I believe it's on the side of FUT. And I mean, has to be expected, right? Look at this economy situation. It's looking dire. You do have that op that might be forced up into the next round. We'll have to see how things do end up going there, Pansy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm the biggest CNED apologist. I always will be. You know, when after seeing him in his heyday, it's hard to not always wish for that, right? To get those glimpses. Now, Chamber never sat comfortably with him. When we saw that initial change come in, it was never like that instant, okay, he looks fantastic. I think a lot of, the CNED fans will be looking at Icebox going, please just give us the jet, God, please. But for now, I don't think it's having the impact that they want. It hasn't quite been that, levying factor of getting them these rounds, but maybe able to bring something through here as coming into this round. I mean, there's not much else to report. Yeah, there's a judge, a sheriff, a sting. I mean, it's odds and ends. It's that weird drawer you have in the kitchen that's got bits of string and who knows what else. But on the other side, you're starting to see the ults coming through, cycling nicely. You've got Cloud there with his in pocket. Yes, Redgar's got his, but you're looking at Fatinho as well. So they're starting to cycle through towards some nicer ults, and I'm a bit worried that this could spiral away. But for FUT, they've got to weather this. They've got to handle this, and a pressure change, a pace change. It looks like A is on a platter here.
Raptors positioning for Cracks. Has to reposition back towards the vent side, though, in case the drop is necessary. Initial heavy utility usage towards ramps there for Giant X, but no commitment thus far. Nice dodge from Redgar away from that Trailblazer as well.
There's no... Okay, that takes away, right? This kind of narrows in the opportunities, but look who's on the site. Had a captain this time. Managed to make it away from
What?
What? Fatinho seems so confused. I thought he might have checked that. But now we're in troubling territory, because look at the weapons. Ada Captain's got a rifle, so does CNED. And Ada Captain's prowling. Gonna take down Cloud and look for the follow-up. CNED just gets himself on the side. Makes Hoodie reveal this position, and now a 1v2. Can he position this well enough? Can Hoodie somehow slice through both of them? I don't know. The spike is not to hand, and it's a rough position to make it from. CNED trying to clear through. They've got to be working out this timing internally, but Hoodie creeping back around, going to see the barrel, but can he take down Ada Captain? That's the first fight. He waits for the response. He's not getting what he wants. Just teasing him now. Oh, it's perfect work from FUT. Started by CNED and closed by Ada Captain.
A beautiful, thrifty round coming in here. That dark cover on site, just allowing Ada Captain to work his way around, isolate those 1v1s, find the backstab, and a lot of that was opened up also by canceling out that mid flank, that lurk coming out from Redgar with CNED's push to come through. 2 rounds left into the half. Giant X, they've got still that rolling thunder to work with. I mean, Cloud's been holding on to that for quite a while.
They have almost a full snowball round in hand, right? Like, you'd imagine that this is the key, but Ada Captain is just the immovable force. So hard to make, him just move aside for free. He'll take one down with him. If he's going to go down, he's going down kicking. But Giant X opting for Heaven Control this time. We haven't seen this being a high priority, it felt like, but all the rotations are in. Here comes the ult we were waiting for. Fatinho just has to fly in blind, and Cracks was waiting, arms wide open, and Yetta J's on the case. But here, they are ready, and Ada Captain's still not feeling the full pressure yet. He even gets away with his life. But he couldn't close down with just the SMG. As Redgar a million miles away. No spike and very little hope.
No, I mean, a minute is also a long time to try and save this rifle into the next round as well, because that hero rifle could make all of the difference heading into the last round of this half. But the protocoling coming out from FUT, I mean, Ada Captain alone with the paranoia shut down that entire execution. And we're seeing a lot more coordination coming out from FUT since the first couple of rounds of this game. I mean, they've been really good as far as ensuring that they're finding those 1-2 swings. Okay, and that spike look, yeah, there's nothing you're doing there.
So again, in my mind though, I guess the flowers for the last couple of rounds. One, yesterday at the start, got to say for a player who's a little newer to my eyes, he has been outstanding. I mean, if not level and above for the last few. At a captain, the guy has been a monster to try and deal with. Always so present. They're going to try and hunt down Redgar. I don't know if they're even going to be able to close the gap in time though. So he should be somewhat safe here. Rifle going to be kept on forward because, I mean, that was meant to be the round, right? That was the heavy investment one. Redgar did eventually get checked on, but it's fine. He's kept the rifle moving forward, so that's still in the hands of Giant X, don't worry. They have to just try and force up around it, right? Like, what can they get, though? Financially, they're somewhat near ruins. Vitinho, I think, is one away from having his ult, so that could be something to look towards, but beyond that, I thought last round was meant to be the one to really make it count.
I mean, FUT have been really good at isolating those ultimate orbs as well, even though they're not necessarily farming them themselves. Just the extremity control to deny that opportunity to Giant X has been pretty comfortable, again, with the very deep smokes towards B main. Vent's completely empty here. Vitinho fully inside with that pivot over towards A Heaven. But the trademark to go down here for CNED. Stalled out, just biding a bit of that time. And knowing that they're on these weaker weapons here on the side of Giant X, FUT are more than happy to give up that Heaven control on either side, play those longer angles.
Waiting for them to commit towards Heaven. Two players very ready for this. One man on the screen, Cracks. Full killing utility, hopefully gets to invest that. The paranoia, perfect. And this is going to send them a little bit deeper towards the side, but they get to keep their lives. Slow the roll, keep them arm's length here. Seeker's going to come through out of Captain and Cracks in perfect unison. That is the FUT people. Oh, come on, and the dog as well. Just biting through Cloud as Redgar once again just going to be left to rot out here, right? What else are you meant to do? He's got very little to say about this matter. Maybe he can pull off the most, miraculous clutch of his life, but credit where it's due, FUT have stabilized. And they've looked fantastic off those early couple of rounds.
I think, too, for Giant X, they've been investing so many resources into those early engagements once they do decide to finally take some of that space on the map. But FUT, ever since they've livened up a little bit, being able to shut that down, hasn't even given Redgar that true opportunity to find those lurks, find those timings. And again, leaving him on an island, like you had mentioned. But now we're swapping sides here.
That dog.
No, that's a nail in the coffin, I think.
That's rough.
They're vibing. They're sweet, chilling.
I mean, and if we're going to talk bigger picture for this, let's roll our minds back to what the desk was talking about. I don't think they kind of defined it as win conditions, but they certainly noted that a lot of the strong points of what we saw initially from FUT was that attacking side, right?
Yeah.
When everything was hitting well for them, the confidence starting to get there, you started to see them kind of working well as a unit. For them to convert that very nicely on the defending side, this could be a really big boon for them going forward. But Giant X are no slouches. They have every chance here, and Hoodie's seen a pixel out of place. Absolutely noted what's going on here, but the swing is just exceptional from Hoodie. Oh, the crunch, though. And a Captain have fallen right back there. Just the bloodbath in middle. Both sides willing to challenge on that.
Fully traded out here as well. Back to a 3v3. Attackers all split up, not willing to give up much more of that extremity control, but Giant X, they look for a bit more information. There's no longer that sky.
I'm scared for Mr. Falling. Oh god, the time.
It's a spike, right?
Oh! If he died then, if he went down, that's the spike loss. They'd been screwed, but he hits an absolute belter of a shot. Now, they don't know too much about Redgar. Now they do, and Mr. Fallen is just on fire this round. Gorgeous work from the man. Plant should be very comfortable, and Nuki's got a long way to walk.
Okay, 1v2. If anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Nuki.
Okay, let's see. Creeping closer. Yeah, he's not got that one yet. A J on the case. This is looking great for FUT, kicking things off well here in the second half.
For Mr. Fallen as well, off the back of those picks, off the back of getting that spike planted as well. Already halfway charged up into the Seekers. So early into the second half. That pistol round was pivotal for Giant X to try and find themselves back into split. We have to remember, this is Giant X's map pick here.
Yep. And on the horizon is Icebox, and then you could be walking into CNED in Prime, right? Like that's...
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it happens, I feel like I'm just in like fan mentality where I'm just talking nonsense. But like, the prospect is fun. Now, we've got a little pinch set up here. This is nice. This is... Oh, Fatinho still gets the paint shot to land, and CNED did punish Hoodie. So it wasn't as clean as it could have been, but I like that little crunch towards ramp coming out from Giant X there.
Redgar's positioning.
It's just a classic. What are you meant to do?
Doesn't quite... Oh, he spotted out now, though.
The captain's going to be careful to not lose that Bulldog as well. Yeah, he's going to make a really quick run for it. Doesn't want to get caught there, and you've already got Cena kind of backfilling that position as well, making sure they're not chasing through Heaven, which actually is very indicative. It's going to be through CT. Smoke going to be invested. And it's just going to be very tough for Giant X to make any more value out of it. So potentially going down to the spike to try and deny any of that further progress. I mean, Mr. Fallen... chase if you fancy it, try and get in there. You've made fantastic work towards the Seekers already. Why not get a little bit more? Only a Ghost if anything could go wrong. As it stands, you can see him starting to creep a little closer, right? He's getting a little interested.
Yeah.
He's like, well, you know, I 3 away. I could get it.
I might as well try
like,
it up.
Redgar's softened up. That's perfect. Okay, 2 away. This man's closing in. Doesn't quite make much more of it, but oh, yeah, Jay, come on. This guy's such a talent. And now Cloud, it is a formality. And he will go down to the spike here, trying to keep that ultimate economy in the best place possible. But Ash, we got to say it, it's already 10 rounds for FUT. I mean, bigger picture, yeah, that first cycle could be a snowball round. So, I mean, Mr. Fallen's 1 off.
That's the thing, 1 off. You have opportunity to find that orb, or even just a pick here towards B main, depending on how things do end up swinging. But this is getting scary here for Giant X. They really needed to find this first map for themselves. Again, this is an elimination match.
Yes. It's worrying, right?
Yeah,
it's worrying.
I mean, it's map 1, but
it's
still.
their map pick. It's the map that they looked okay on. It was a close game. We kind of went, okay, you know, it's hard to tell pound for pound where people are, but you got to call it how you see it. 4 rounds ain't good enough from a team that has kept the core, that if anything has had either a sideways or a direct upgrade, depending how you see Redgar, right? That's dealer's choice, but 4 rounds is not good enough here, and they're going to be feeling that pinch. They're going to lose all comfort, and we're going to see what they look like on Icebox into the, you know, unknown, and already Crack's going to start things off. Fitty's gone down. That was with the Sheriff.
That's rough. Rough looks into this round. I think Nuki has also had very passive Cypher setups over towards the A side, so it's not like they've had much space control from the Sentinel utility nonetheless. And FUT, they continue this walk up towards mid, the 2-person lurk over towards this A site looking for the crunch.
Okay, continue forward. Nuki now knows. Trouble's coming. He does have help here, right? This was the combination that worked for them before. Cloud and Nuki, they were able to hold this side very well. But there's that ult. There's the first issue coming through. They get to handle it early on, but it does allow a couple of steps in, right? J gets to challenge a little, looks towards CT, sees nothing. Pressure from the backlines from Heaven, but the gap's starting to get closed. Can the duo do it again? Nuki with the first and the second. A third?
Spike planted.
Not just yet, but the spike's gone
3
down.
load.
J trying, but again, this duo, these two are digging their heels in. That was exceptional work from them. CNED, a 1v3, you're gonna roll back the years for us? Not right now. Hoodie gonna extend the play here. 5 rounds for Giant X, and a stark reminder that those two really can lock that side down.
Absolutely. I mean, just being able to buy as much time as possible for the rotation from B to come in. Just so much disruption, the chaos that's caused, and FUT now, again, they still have that momentum from the first half. Giant X, great for them to steal that away, but can they carry it forward? Right now, again, you see that protocoling. Nobody home really towards mid here for FUT, aside from CNED, who will have that opportunity to likely TP out if he does throw that back in towards the sewer side. But off the contact, off the flash, the guiding light, expecting. Oh, he doesn't have the TP. Okay. Into the corner, but he could still get caught out if it's an aggressive push from Mail.
I just love this pinch. Cloud's going to try and set it up into motion. He's fortunate enough to not have been punished on this. Does get to keep himself standing, but that got quite dicey. I like the idea from Giant X to try and punish potentially that walk up. It's an early tester. And again, this is something I also want to be seeing, is something that we wanted to smack our heads against the wall for a while, was the fact that no one used to deal with that camera. If you looked at when Alpha was doing and other players, that it just allowed you freedom to not have to worry about rotations. Nice to see YellowJ dealing with that. You could already see a little bit of worry in the back of Giant X's minds. They've lost a player on one side, and now you can see them dipping back through here, forcing to respect this presence in heaven that they've noted from not only Cena, but we know where FUT are going. We can see where they're trying to aim towards, but Fatinho trying to hold back the flood towards heaven, and now it's just on Redgar again. Look how isolated he is. That little bit of work from YellowJ was just gorgeous, joined with CNED. That is where the difference of this round happened in my mind, because Cloud and Nuki could not leave.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Absolute disruption towards the right side of the map, and now with the spike initiated planted here, Giant X, they have to opt for a save. Look at their money situation. Fatinho has nothing to work with, neither does Redgar. Hoodie will be able to afford it into the next round, so these rifles are important to carry over, so Cloud can throw something over towards Fatinho. But that also is a free 11th round here for FUT, with no contention into the post plant, as expected though.
Still
very
Cloud.
least.
Still Cloud.
It's a nice pick. Charge up a little bit more into that Rolling Thunder.
Oh man. It's hard to watch sometimes because Cloud is just such raw talent.
Yes.
Right? It's like you just see glimpses of it, be it, you know, maybe not throughout the entire game here, but the glimpses of what he can do certainly in play. But again, rolling back that round, taking that late mid control, keeping the attention there with, you know, the utility from CNED, the creep from YellowJ coming up. It forced the fact that basically you could not pull those two players away. Loved seeing that. And Giant X, that was enough of a problem. That round is a red flag. They've pumped the brakes. And I mean, scoreline's a problem, that round's a problem, so's their economy.
You have to start having a conversation, because Giant X, success has been found off of their trap plays revolving around Cloud, revolving around that deep sight setup out from Nuki. But then you look on the other side of the map, that mid control, that B main control has been a little bit of a struggle there for Giant X. You would expect if you're playing so far deep over towards A, you would have maybe a little bit more of that B main presence. Uncontested hasn't really been a threat towards FUT when they've been looking for that mid control either. They know that they can clear back towards B very comfortably. And these retakes, I mean, FUT have been so good at dividing the team due to YellowJ's presence over towards that A site that they can't even play full as 5.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's been actually a real surprise to watch, a real treat to watch. It certainly wasn't on my radar. Again, forgive me for not noting, you know, some of these up-and-coming players, but YellowJ has been class to witness. And going into this, we've got to keep our mind towards what a Giant X going to try and bring into this round. I mean, they've got to do something, right? Like, it can't be nothing, so what do they go for? Looking at the purchase coming in now, 10 more seconds until we're back live underway in the round. I'm seeing Guardians. I'm seeing some lack here and there, but they've been able to fashion a purchase. But is this the pace hit then? Is this the pace change? Do they dare walk back into what is the blender though on A?
The thing. Again, poised and ready. Cloud playing towards elbow with that great line for the fault line, no matter which way he wants to go. Fatinho alone here towards A heaven though. Has a nade.
A little bit of support came out from Cloud there to stall this, so it has kind of taken the wind out of the sails. So it's not a complete just pacey hit. It's allowed a little bit more freedom for Fatinho to calm down as well, get the support towards CT from Hoodie too. But again, this is all above a minute. They've done this in incredibly quick fashion, so they've shown all this presence towards heaven. They've drawn a little bit of kit out from the Giant X side, and they're going to pause. They're going to see if they can maybe catch any of this overextension. You could already see them checking through middle. Can they catch Redgar potentially, or anyone who got curious about that internal clock? Good work from Redgar to note there is problems coming my way. He's already called in for support. Hoodie could be the linchpin here.
But FUT, they look to pivot back over towards the
double
same
pump.
side.
Yeah, they're going back through. I mean, maybe they feel they've pulled enough over. Maybe they noticed on the utility. Surgical shot from CNED. Fatinho falls, and then just back and forth. The seesaw every single time they get a pick, and now you know it. The Redgar's on a platter, on a plate, so vulnerable. And YellowJ, just the timing god. This guy's got it. We're talking about bad timings, bad lurks throughout the lead into this matchup. That's a man who's absolutely got it down to a T. And now Nuki and Cloud left a million miles away. What are you meant to do here, Cloud? It looks like he's just fated to fall. I mean, he's tried. Let him know. But at the end of the day, Cloud, you can shoot the body, but you're going to be against 12 rounds, so it doesn't really matter, does it, mate? 12-5. Ash, this one's looking done.
I mean, nothing in the tank here for Giant X as far as that money goes. It's going to have to be that light shield buy, but not everyone can afford the proper full loadout. Very least saving grace, we're going to look for that combination with the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper. But it has to be a clean round for Giant X. They need to take as much as they can if they want to try and carry this forward. But right now, FUT, the reads have been so good. The calling from Mr. Fallen. And again, the way that they're just able to continuously isolate 1 to 2 players on those crunches has left Giant X with little to answer with.
A little bit of a different setup though. They're playing ahead of the utility this time, which I quite like. This is a really good call coming out from Giant X because they were kind of was working behind the curtain, right? When their Viper Wall goes up, they didn't know what was happening. So they have to fight ahead of it, which is dangerous, but you gotta back yourself. And this time they're winning it out. Cloud denies Cracks any control towards ramp. This will somewhat dissuade the plans of FUT, right? They don't have that free access to pressure towards A. They can't pull those rotations freely to tee up Yeta J. It changes the dynamic now.
Then with a very deep A main trip here for Giant X, they feel comfortable falling back towards screens, play the numbers advantage, knowing that no information is to be had here towards mid here for Giant X. There's also that Vents trip to have to worry about here, so could be revealed if Yeta J does drop in and decide to shoot that one out. It will be uncontested for now, just seeing if they can find any information.
Yeah, no subtlety to it, but they're trying to bait out, so you can get a pick on the other side, right? It's like, will Hoodie actually push, or no? Okay, he's still going to use his utility. It's just testing, right? And so far, Giant X are keeping up with the challenge. They're not overstepping, they're not being caught out. This could be the first problem of it. Coutinho's waiting. Does that a Captain walk it? He does. Timing's right. Good work from Coutinho. He's actually going to just let it go. He's going for this one, chasing it down. Gorgeous. Could have been even better, but Cloud is there. The backline support system. And all on the young gun himself, Yeta J. What can this man do in a 1v4? 10 seconds. Probably not much.
No, I mean, Giant X, they're not going to be able to give that to them. You got maybe 2 seconds to work with, but all they have to do is... yeah, I mean, this is something that we talked about, right? They don't have the weapons, and the ones that I've saved into the next round are stuck on a Spectre and a Bulldog. Seekers available here for Giant X, but same can be said here on the side of FUT. They did make that adjustment that you mentioned, Pansy, in the last round, playing a little bit more forward, more for that control into the early round, the information, but might just be too little too late.
It strikes the fear of God in me, because you look at them having to try and juggle how they're going to play the utility out. I mean, I don't think Coutinho's going to be able to afford a great deal. You're lacking a lot of areas, and FUT have now just done something completely different, right? Like a whole new wall's come out. They don't know what's going on. Viper's Pit's going to be there. They've got the Seekers if they want it. Redgar, no subtlety to where he's going to be, right? This is all scary. Now, do they pull the likes of Cloud over? I think that they do, but look at what this is doing. This is causing them to over-rotate potentially.
I've got your trail. Seekers come through here as well. And then you've also got now the Showstopper up towards Heaven.
Can follow it through though. Can he close the gap here? Giant X are on the site. He's still got Redgar sent towards the pit. Not going to be able to use it into... Oh my god, but who needs it? Cracks sharp as ever, 2 towards CT, but CNED with his watchful eye above. They've got the site, so they can get the plant. This is already going so well for them. They've got to try and make something work here. Nuki is still on the A site. He's so far away.
We've got no utility on the side of Giant X either for this retake. The Sky Nerfs are hurting right now here for Hoodie.
Timing. And a Captain could just find the perfect timing. Actually, it's worked out well for Nuki here. But still, so much more work ahead of them.
So much space to have to clear. Not able to take that front sight space either into the retake due to the pit.
CNED putting himself nice and close by. It's Mr. Fallen, find Coutinho, it's down to just Hoodie, and he's gone, he's dead. This map is done. 13-6. That was an absolute clinic from FUT.
On Giant X's map pick, nonetheless. Again, Cloud was the one for Giant X trying to keep them alive. Nuki as well. But doing those numbers, Cloud very consistently, but FUT has been absolutely immaculate.
Absolutely. Let's get ready for map 2.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train.
Merhaba! Welcome back
back to VALORANT EMEA Kickoff, and we're coming to you live from one of the co-streamer booths, where Aylol from FUT is currently streaming the matches to her audience of thousands, no pressure on me. And we've got Baki, the general manager of FUT, who's going to be translating this interview for us as well. Aylol, we've got to talk about splits. FUT took it by force. How did you find their performance and watching it?
Split'ten bahsedeceğiz. FUT çok net kazandı. Ne düşünüyorsun? Hadi Hakan.
Başlarda aslında birazcık korktum ilk 2-3 roundda ama ondan sonra devam çok güzel geldi. Zaten çok güveniyordum ondan. Her şey süperdi. Biliyorduk kazanacağımızı.
I was scared first because it was going a little iffy, but then we played really well and we won it quite clearly. So I'm very happy with the stuff, and I really trusted my team, so it's really going great.
And what about the stream? How are they enjoying your coverage of the games?
Çok eğleniyorlar tabii ki de. Hepimiz çok eğleniyoruz izlerken. Özellikle izleyicilerim. Çok mutlular.
It's really going great. Like like viewers are having a lot of fun, and me as well. It's wonderful here, and it's really going good.
I've got to ask, because FUT is not the only Turkish team in VCT in Berlin. Why are FUT the best Turkish team?
Okay, çevireyim istersen. Berlin'deki tek Türk takımı FUT değil sonuçta. Başka bir takım daha var. Niye peki FUT en iyi Türk takımı?
Yani kim kazanan tarafta olmak istemez ki açıkçası?
Who wouldn't want to be the like a part of the winner part? So like.
I mean, you can't really put it better than that, can you? Jessica, thank you so much for talking to me, guys. Let's head back to the deso because we've got 1 or 2 maps to go.
Thank you very much. Frankie, yeah, FUT, they, I think, earned the crown of being the best Turkish team we have in the region. But we do have to talk about this man, Mr. Charles Neddington. He's played the Chamber, he's played the Euro, he's played the Neon. We're going on to Icebox, Kukuka. We don't want to see any of this, do we?
I mean, potentially no, right? But I was talking to you when we were watching this split, and I was thinking, you know, I need to see the value. You need to explain to me why you decided to go from this. And I think that at some points it was too easy for them, so we didn't get to see the full potential, the full extent. Now, going into Icebox, there's only 2 chances. Either they keep it or they go with the Jet. And I think that everybody is waiting to see CNED go back on the Jet.
All I gotta say is a CNED, Jet, Icebox, we have an Outlaw, and the Outlaw skin is literally his op skin. It's like the prime Outlaw. I feel like this is a marriage
match made in heaven.
Yeah, match made in heaven. And also, I mean, FUT just in general looks so much better than they were the match before. So maybe Icebox keep it simple, play their game, and they can bring this home.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget that against Giants, we're the ones who have decided to play on that split. And it was actually FUT who decided that we were going to go to Icebox. So, of course, we expect... And he's getting on the Chamber, but yet again, also on the Phoenix. Also with the Fade.
Omen as well. Omen Rays on the other side. What is going on?
Okay, so
what
Fiti,
is happening?
let's address quickly. Giants playing with the Rays on Fiti, playing that double controller with Redguard. We know all of the potential, not only the TP, but everything that you can do with the one-ways from Omen. Now, are they going to be expecting this kind of twist coming in from FUT? Definitely something that you need to test. Hear me out. You're already one map up. If you had this crazy idea that this is the composition that you want to run, go for it.
Bro, CNED played with Angel for 1 year, and then this happens when he goes to FUT.
There's no going back.
What is going on? And also, I'm not the biggest fan of this Omen Icebox pick. I can't wait to see how it's gonna go. But more than that, Giants, they have to pull a little bit deeper if they want to stay in this competition. Pansy and Ash, we don't want to see them go home just yet.
I'm fuming, if I'm honest. This was the perfect opportunity to get to see CNED on Jet, and he's not done it. So, you know, you get solo cast. I'm out. I'm protesting.
Okay, but you're talking about Yedij too. I mean, Rising Star on the Phoenix, see what he can do.
No, it's not enough. It's not enough. This is soul destroying. This is my one chance to find happiness, and it's just been shattered. Well, it better be good on Chamber CNED, because I feel like, you know, you apologize for someone long enough, and then they just really let you down in that one moment. This is it. Anyway, into the game we go. We'll see if it actually works, right? The proof's in the pudding, and maybe, I don't know what they've been cooking up for dessert. This is a wild comp to my eye. What do you make of it?
I mean, I genuinely don't even know what to say. I guess you do have the opportunity to try and flash through both Ada Captain's wall and Yedajay's wall of his own, but when it comes down to that toxic screen, that could be where the answer lies.
We sit and we wait. We see the value already cracks. I mean, man's not going to miss opportunities like that. Nice little line of sight down there. Coutinho waiting to see if anyone's going to push through towards rafters. But for now, Spike's down. So at least Giants do have the time on their side. But look at the chip damage. Got to be a little careful to not get any of those moments capitalized on here. But big information revealed. CNED wants to springboard in. This is a big chance. And not clean enough, really. And hold on, you have to excuse me. What?
Okay.
Where did Nuki just come from? It just flew down at them, but it will be FUT with the first. This is their map choice, and I don't think we've quite seen the method to the madness yet, but I mean, they made it through the pistol.
There. Well, with this composition, will there be a method? I don't know.
No.
No, I mean, I do think what is cool, though, is looking towards Giant X. Sure, they're running the double controller. You've got the Viper, you've got the Omen there for Redgar. The Phoenix, Yetijay is very good in just handling his own, going off and kind of doing his own thing. So I do see a lot of potential for him individually with those curveballs to just pop out of smokes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look. I love the way you're trying to like theory craft the way out of this. You're like, they've done some weird stuff and I'm desperately trying here. But the problem for Giant X is this isn't the start they'd want, right? You end last game, a bit of a low point, probably frustrated. Yep, that's your own map. Okay, let's start with that pistol. Let's get that building for ourselves here. Didn't happen. That's rough. So now we see the purchase coming out. Bulldogs aplenty. Outlaw on deck for CNED. And on the other side, Classics and two Sheriffs. So Nuki with one and Hoodie with the other. And it looks very simplistic for now. 4 players already in rotation from FUT, so making no subtleties of this, really, on Giant X.
Man, just stuck in towards Maze right now. Comfortable stack here for FUT, knowing that they are going to opt for the shorter fights here that you find on the A site here for Giant X. But now with the cutting of noise, Giant X trying to tease this rotation away, but again, not enough time.
Nah, they got to make a go of this, and just FUT aren't allowing them any further forward. This is lovely from Mr. Fallen. That's going to be some great work for Result as well, leaning into that nice and early. I mean, Yedajay's going to have that on deck every single time, it feels like, right? That's going to be cycled through so often. So again, bigger picture. Having Andalusia flawless at this point is only just, adding to the boon of all of this, right? The benefit for FUT that they get. All those ults coming up nice and quick, working towards it. And I've got to say, I love seeing them pumped up on the stage. Kind of getting a little bit more feisty about it. Seeing that come through, love a bit of it. Now, how much damage can they do, though, up against a full buy, right? A decent purchase coming in for Giant X, and they need to stick this.
I mean, they're fighting for it. Again, it's farming up this ultimate here for Yedajay, but going to be punished for it, of course, this time around. Giant X wise to it.
Scanning ahead.
Huh. Oh, okay, well, that's not doing much.
Huh.
I closed my eyes, didn't see anything. All good.
Take flight.
I heard laughter in the crowd. That's rough. That's, Here we go, CNED. Show me something. Make me a believer. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've read the pamphlet. I'm on. I'm real close to signing up to this. You just gotta do something. Oh dear. Well, that's not really gonna help, is it? Gonna have to back away here.
Gotta reload the double pump too.
Yeah. Coutinho can take the space by Yellow. Gorgeous catch from Hoodie as well. Out of Captain. Well, pamphlet in the bin. Cracks and Mr. Fallen. Gonna try and do some damage here, but this is a good response from Giant X, kind of at least stemming the bleeding on those first couple of rounds that looked very one-sided.
Yeah, I like the denial that they did have over towards that A site initially as well. But it should be a clean and easy post-glance here for Giant X. Not too much to work with still. Just having this recon finally cycled back up here for Mr. Fallen.
Last player standing.
Not gonna happen. This is nice. Once they get into that post-plant, gonna be very difficult to break. Cracks. Yes, we'll take down Redgar, but beyond that, a good round for Giant X and a necessary one, right? Come into the gun round, you need to keep it in a really good spot moving forward. You want to keep as many of those rifles up as possible. Kind of got the feel of things. Again, I got to say that was the bonus for FUT, so they were being a little fast and loose with it. It looks like Yedajay took a bit of a risk to try and go for that orb at the start. A little bit of fumble from Mr. Fallen. It wasn't perfectly clean, so we kind of put pause to that, but we have to give credit there to Giant X to at least stabilize a bit because they've been struggling in the last couple of few.
Nonetheless, though, I feel like FUT will still try to find that ult torp here for Yetajay. Now, still only one off of that running back, and nobody is home on Giant X to punish that towards the A site. And Drone, of course, to clear out towards green. So many pesky corners that you can hide behind now as a defender here on the side of FUT, but also makes it a bit more comfortable to push in as an attacker for that.
This instantly rotated 4 players very, very quickly.
I mean, Giant X have yet to pressure mid, right? Of course, you go, you cover your bases, you check back in.
Deploying drone.
But now that the wall's up, the Owl drone comes through, but with that one way, Giant X still yet to push through.
Right here.
I mean, they've been sending Prowlers on the other side of the map, right? So they've been checking that no one's pushed up. And you're going to hear this going. Yetajay wants information.
So early.
Yeah, how far can he get on this one? Again, the wall's still there. He's seen very little, which is the worrying part. They don't have the full information. No, it's Nookie, but that's not going to tell him everything. There's still the paranoia of, is this still a late A hit? You can see the utility cycle from Cracks just trying to make sure no one's slowly creeping the site. Now, fortunately for FUT, they have already kind of hard rotated the 4 players here. Yes, leaving out a captain towards keeping check on middle, but this is going to be Giant X heading their way. CNED connects. That's Fatinho down. And now this becomes a little bit trickier on the site because the time, this is getting real low on the clock.
A lot of respect was paid to that initial one-way there towards B main. Again, you mentioned the time here. CNED with the wide angle.
It's just no time. They're going to be forced to plant here. The one bonus is that Cracks is late on rotation. They do have the spike down and no challenge. But the timing wasn't pretty then in the end, but bailed out by Mr. Fallen. Taking down Redgar, leaving Nookie in a 1v2. This man can be monstrous, though, in these scenarios. And that's what I mean. Nookie with the Red Bull clutch looking crisp with it. The man you want alive in these situations, even after seeing some heroics from CNED there.
What a way to turn the round back into the favor of Giant X. Those are scrappy fights there towards that B site. A bit of overextension from FUT. Overcommitment to some of those angles that were being held to just try and continue to deny that plant. But Giant X, I do worry about the fact that, are we going to continue to see an iteration of them trying to stall out on that time? Because it's not going to work in their favor every single time they try to push that kind of issue. But very forward information found here by FUT on their eco round towards that A site. See nobody. Again, Giant X, they haven't really poked and prodded in any sort of default. Have been stacking towards here as 5, knowing that they do have the weapons advantage in that kind of sense.
Down. Oh, Cloud, that was really risky to run out like that. Oh, CNED! Just takes the wind out of Fatinho's sails, but it is traded out by Hoodie. So somewhat no harm, no foul in the end, because they did get the plant down as well. So if anything, Giant X kind of walking away with a little bit of a benefit here, considering that they've only got Sheriffs behind that. CNED was their one big factor of impact. Oh, recovered rifle there for Yetajay could do something, but again, the post plant is potent. It's difficult to break. Redgar not forced away just yet, uncomfortable. Yes, but it's Nookie on the bailout again. Redgar falls, Nookie still firing. This guy will be the one to just completely keep this in check if he has to. Yetajay is there, and now we start to keep notice of the time. He can't get that defused. There's nothing he can do about this one. He's made a damn good go of it, Yetajay. But the post plant, these 2 players, Hoodie and Cloud, are just going to play to the clock perfectly. There is no more to be said or done here. Time to fall to the spike. And a valiant fight, yes, from FUT, but a round for Giant X.
Keeping it tight on an eco there. Doing a lot of damage. Again, not really allowing Giant X to scale up your economy that you would expect from them in that kind of situation to be able to carry over a couple more rifles. Looking over towards the ult economy this time around, though. Giant X, they have Viper's Pit to work with. Could do well to help them actually find maybe the right side of A, or even just deny that screen's control if they do manage to find that space. But we're seeing a flip-flop here for FUT beforehand, looking for that aggressive peek over towards A, that early space and control. This time, a different look towards B main, denying the pressure of that Viper's toxic screen.
Yeah, I kind of like that they're trying to play ahead of this, and seeing, or maybe even hearing some of that fade utility towards B should leave Giant X scratching their heads, but I don't mind this. start testing up Tube, you know, have to deal with that chamber utility that will, of course, be in place. That's not a surprise, but will they expect this to fall? And he's so fortunate to be still breathing. He does get caught on the way down by Redgar, actually punishing underneath Tube. And now they've got middle control, right? Divide both of these players from either side of the map. It's going to be very difficult for them to handle now. You've basically put Ada Captain on an island here.
No charges.
I mean, just looking to play disruption, right? Try and find that pinch towards A and isolate Ada Captain like you had mentioned.
Hey, they're still going up middle, though. That's the curious part. They didn't try and back around towards A. And actually CNED's found Hoodie. I don't know if I like this as much, because Ada Captain gets played in a little here. He's heard all of this. That's a catch on the cross. Ada Captain gonna know there's another player as well. Chip damage done. Giant X had way more of an opportunity, but for now, does Cloud get affected by this? A little bit on the way out, but mostly gonna keep his HP in a decent position.
This belt timing.
And that's what I was about to talk about here. Yedajay, the timing on his flank. But look at this from Nookie. Heads up work here. Who sees who first? But again, Yedajay may be pursued, but he's certainly not prey. CNED, another step towards the site now. It's going to be the alarm bells ringing because Nookie's got to get back. Oh, the turn, Yedajay! You're nasty with it. FUT, come on! How are you winning that?
Did he make a step there on the hop up? That's the big question, but man, it was a great idea from both sides. Yedajay's timing, Nookie, so diligent to know, okay, someone could have wrapped around. We didn't have that flank watch. Now all tied up 3-3. Run it back, cycled back up again. Second one for the half here for Yedajay. We saw it being used much more proactively. Giant X are trying to starve FUT of that information into the early round, but Giant X, I think eyes have to be over towards Vitinho with that showstopper. If they can manage to find some sort of numbers advantage here for Giant X, they might be able to pump the gas and try and find a bit more success.
Uh-oh, CNED has an army against him. He's seen the TP, he's seen the L drone, the paranoia is coming, like, can he live? Vitinho on the hunt. He wants to gap close, he wants to get in their face, but for now he's got to respect it. Look at the utility just stalling him out. He doesn't want to overextend here. He's got the site, he's done his job. Now they need to get that plant down, but this is the problem. You heard it. He's got the tag, he's got the frag. Fortunately for, oh, Vitinho for free as well? That feels almost unfair. They try to make a damn good go of this. Can they do anything in this post plant now? Cloud's still alive, Hoodie's still there. They've got opportunity to stall this.
These snake bites have been a pain here for FUT in the past.
They've got to break the back line. They've got to get in their faces. Hoodie stands and delivers, fighting Yedajay and CNED. They're now dwindling in numbers. They still haven't broken that back line. They've taken down Hoodie, but listen to it. You can hear it on the other side. Cloud going to send this downtown. They get it halfway, but they still haven't got the full defuse here. And look at the HP on Ada Captain. 5 HP and time is not on his side. Cloud desperately trying to come back with the shock dart. Should be the end of it. It is. Excellent work from Giant X. That back line did not fall.
Incredible post-plant positioning, playing so far back, like you had mentioned, but at the same time, for FUT, they managed. Well, actually, no, that's the other way around. I mean, that was the thrifty round. I was thinking about the fact that, okay, they expend that showstopper, and they also force out so many of those ultimates from FUT when they were on that eco. Now FUT to be the ones on the back foot when it comes to that money. Viper's Pit available. Again, fighting forward here. 4 people.
I like it though. Use Ada Captain, right? Push him forward, make him work with the squad, try and tee him up for success.
Here.
Yeah, the Jay gonna creep ahead of this. He's gonna hear the Vandal. He takes the fight, but he tees up the other teammates. That's what it's about. Ada Captain just put in position to frag out, and he does the best he can. They had their rifle, they made something of it. It's down to a 2v2 here. Still gonna have the headhunter. Couldn't land it. Hoodie and Nookie keep cool, keep calm, and keep composure.
Cleaning things up, but damage done nonetheless there by FUT. Giant X, this is the advantage that they want to start finding themselves in. They need these rounds. Again, they're down a map off the back of their map pick. And we're on FUT's playground right now. Lockdown available here for Giant X. Last time we saw it, it was that B main control that we looked towards there for Giant X. They had that stack. They didn't have that mid control, but it looks like they're taking a different approach this time around to guarantee that they can maybe catch off the defenders that are looking to fall back.
Yeah, and Nookie with that lockdown is just that in the back pocket is such a factor. Early investment from the Viper's Pit, right? That's just you don't want to come to a, just go elsewhere. Which is why they've sacked obviously the rest of the team towards that B long side. They're going to leave Mr. Fallen towards top middle. Ooh. And they're willing to take such scraps early on. So big information, yes, but Mr. Fallen's going to feel this pressure. That's an issue. He can't control all of this. Depending on the utility invested early from CNED to keep shoot safe, but he just drifted across middle. That felt...
Adacaptain's
Adacaptain's screwed because of the lockdown. Again, and he's got the wrap coming in from CT. Mr. Fallen really made a mistake on that one. Good attempt from Adacaptain, but this round is absolutely looking Giant X's way.
What a way to pivot over towards that A site. Nuki low, though, at the very least, and looking towards Foot. Krax has all of his utility available into this retake.
But again, you've got Cloud, you've got Hoodie, both there, both with that ability to kind of play this post plant, but see what Foot can do. If Yedajay is still alive, maybe there's still something to be said. Krax still has a little bit of kit to play with, sure, but this is really hard to break now. They're not getting many chances. Look at this, look at the damage! Just get towards the site. CNED with a valiant attempt, but it really feels all for naught. I just want to try and drift out of it. Krax, yes, gonna make a go of it. Nuki's still standing, and you just can't break these final players. Krax not gonna find him on the side. Cloud waiting it out, kind of playing with those expectations of where these players would be in the post plant. But again, curious why Mr. Fallen was drifting like that after he lost sight on middle. Maybe he felt he had more time to play with. He certainly didn't.
No, I think after that initial tag on towards Redgar, I believe, who had to TP back down towards mid, didn't expect that walk up to have been so early underneath Boiler. It's expected maybe a bit more of that kitchen presence, but this positioning here, I mean, the proactivity that we saw coming out from Giant X and their usage of those mollies, not just saving them for the post plant, but just to completely deny that backside control, make it very uncomfortable into the retake. But now a timeout to come in here again for Foot. They are onto an eco. Not really much we're looking for. It's just about looking forward.
And again, if I'm going to sit here and harp on about CNED when he played Jet on maps like this, you know, I'm going to put the kind of shoe on the other foot as well, is that Nuki playing this role on this map was always enjoyable. Him on Killjoy was always an enjoyable aspect. It was one of the first roles that really put him on the radar for me, especially alongside, obviously, that Raze that became almost synonymous with his success, but an exception on that role as well. So good to see him back in that Hoodie, having a great performance as well. I mean, it feels like they still know that protocol list so diligently on this map. I mean, once they get into that post plant, I'm not seeing opportunities for Foot to break it, right? So it's like you've got to either fully address the backline with massive pressure on flanks, really try and break it with that presence, or somehow you just don't let them plant, right? As silly as that sounds, it's very simple solutions to very complicated problems. But as it stands, they're going to try and work with a very shoddy purchase here, Foot, so I don't know how much they're going to be able to get away.
I mean, this positioning this time for both sides is looking much more reminiscent of the first couple of rounds that we saw here on Icebox. That aggressive positioning, you talked about the flanks. On the eco, Yedajay looking to deliver, pushed all the way out from A. The one-way still denying line of sight here for Giant X.
Timing. Yeah, Nuki just started to step away from that. He was watching by the little angle on ramp. Yedajay and Mr. Fallen have connected.
Okay.
Now, that should be maybe one recoverable rifle. I don't know about any others, but CNED's so low. Ooh, still a little bit of damage. Okay, Yedajay's got himself the rifle, right? Because that was dropped from, I imagine, Nuki. And he knows that. Look at this post plant, though. They're just instantly going to the other side. They're like, right, we'll just sit on the other side of this. But do they have the same utility? Do they go for a long walk around? They don't. They've lost a little bit of a track on where he is. So that's a shoulder he might have spotted. Yeah, definitely called from his teammates. Still got flash. Still got the molly. Does have ult, but they're double stacking this. There's the flash and the swing. Oh, he's caught Hoodie. That's an issue. Yeah, it's ult time. He's running it down. Cloud up for it, trying to close the gap. Does he get back in time? Cloud stands and he falls. Yedajay, what a monster.
You can see smiles on stage here for Yedajay, the bright star, the rookie on the side of Foot with a Red Bull clutch to come in off the back of an eco. So not just a clutch, that was a thrifty round as well for Foot. That's great momentum for them to continue forward with Giant X. Comfortable knowing that they go into the next half at minimum even at this 4-6. And
one
Operator
enemy remaining.
Now online here for CNED. It's been a while since we've seen it. But just taking a replay, a look back at this situation, man. That Phoenix ult, it cycles up so quickly. The only ult to have not gotten that nerf of needing one more orb.
Yep. The survivor. For now, it looks like Giant X kind of going back to what was their bread and butter somewhat, and that might be a dead Krax over there. Oh, has he got moves? He absolutely does. Nice to evade, but Yedajay gets played in here on this angle. That's gorgeous from him. Easy to get overwhelmed, but he can stall out with a util. Look at this. Instantly cycles it, gives him a way out of danger. Perfect work. Big damage done. Fatinho gone, making it very difficult to get to that back part of sight. And at least get the rifle back, but again, they've lost a lot of the spring to the step.
Gonna have to be a bit more measured now on any attack. And Viper's Pit is available to cut off half of this A site at the very least. Font gives information that Giant X have not backed off.
Oh, that's a little too far for me. Maybe didn't need to go for that by himself. Because now they've got massive opportunity to get towards the site, get that spike down. You don't want to get to the post plants again. That's the biggest issue. Mr. Fallen not allowing them to do it. It's Nuki, the one to try and trailblaze further forward.
30 seconds left.
Players close to the site, though, they haven't dipped away from this. There is still Ada Captain nearby, and he's going to try and get around the corner. He's done it. That's Nuki gone. It's all on Hoodie. A 1v2. Going to play around the pit. That's about to drop if he's not. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What an absolute travesty of an end of a round. That's not what you want to be seeing.
I have no words. I mean, a pixel off, I think, on the timing there for Hoodie, but something that you really can't afford here as Giant X. You need every round you can take, knowing you're trying to push it to a map number 3 again. Lauren, at the end of this matchup, at the end of this best of 3, the desk was talking about it. We're not going to see one of these teams until after Masters Madrid.
And honestly, I wasn't that worried about this map until we've seen 2 rounds now strung together by FUT. I was thinking, you know what, Giant X look really competent here. They've got a good read on it. Oh, what am I seeing? I mean, for this one, we do have Mr. Fallen running with the operator. Maybe he's got a rifle by him as well, but because we do have the Tour de Force with Cena, so he's got a bit of everything. Krax maybe trying to bait this in. Mr. Fallen just going to post it down. Does he get any connection? No,
just
absolutely not. Close, but no cigar.
It's 2 big snipers here that FUT are working with to lock down these long angles. Allows a very comfortable stack here towards this A site, knowing that they have mid and B main on lock.
That's a lockdown,
My ultimate is ready.
Massive. Facilitating the plant. Looks like Nuki's going to hop up. There we go. Cross and sorted. Do need to be careful of that corner. It can be covered if they want to do it, but I don't think FUT are going to sit around for that anyway, so they're going to have to respect this.
You just play the full retake in this situation, right? You do have that backup SMG there for CNED, and Krax has his entire kit to work with as well, plus a flash there from Yedajay. But still looking to delay here.
Yedajay's in trouble. Yeah, that paint shot was fantastic. It's going to be tricky to kind of make this work, actually, considering FUT are working with 2 SMGs. It's not exactly what the doctor ordered. Fatinho going to find his first there. The captain going to go down. Yedajay does find damage, so it's all traded back. Now we look towards the back line. Hoodie and Nuki. Nuki going to put himself forward, trying to play ahead of this. Krax takes him down. Now we're down to the final few, but time is going to be on their side. They're going to be working this as far as they can. Cloud with it all to prove, and all to do, and all of the shots going his way. Cloud is the exception to every single rule. This kid's nuts.
A Red Bull clutch from Cloud coming out once again. The savior in their matchup yesterday, or 2 days ago. I keep saying yesterday because these days have been going by so quickly. But that match against Carmine Core, Cloud was the saving grace. We're seeing him pull it off once again. It is maddening how good he is at this game.
He's kind of saved this half of them, I've got a feel in my mind. That was going to be tied up. It felt like you're really close by. Wow. Wow. I mean, I think we've all seen it before. I think a lot of people, even in the previous game, were saying, you know, Cloud, this guy is a talent. We've seen it and we've said it for years, but every now and then you catch those glimpses of it so clearly, and it's just fantastic to witness. However, FUT managed 5 on the defending side. Giant X managed to scrape through with 7 in the end. Feels like they snagged that one away just at the very end thanks to Cloud's work, but still, they do have a lead here.
A little bit of scouting there towards mid with the aggressive TP up there from CNED. Now Hoodie. Nice timing to fall off the site as FUT look to creep up. Not making a peep thus far. But Hoodie actually pushes back on.
Standing ahead.
It's a flash. There's a swing. Good connection, but didn't actually catch the body off the back of it. Hoodie going to try and punish CNED. The response in kind is actually very, very strong from FUT, who've taken over a large portion of the site now, and Nookie going to feel wrapped on here. Couldn't actually convert the kill either. So working as a pack animal almost, but they're just working around as this death ball. Speaking of Fatinho and Redguard, look at the kit on Fatinho. He's still got the paint shell to invest if he fancies it, which he almost freely clear some of these corners.
I mean, you've got two super low, in Mr. Fallen and Cracks as well. Paranoia, opportunity here.
Can spot one, there's the paint shell, but I mean, not going to get the value we were imagining out of it. Paranoia could be actually very good. I wonder if that caught 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. Mr. Fallen catching the cross. Sharp. Needs more. Not going to get more. Okay. FUT are in the first in the second.
I think Giant X sticking around a little too long there towards the back of A. Just swarmed around and taking those 1vx's. Now, FUT working towards this buy. CNED again. The Outlaw has been what he's been fancying on those ecos, or on those anti-ecos as well, into the second round of a half for Giant X. Curious to see the method that they choose to approach this round with. They're looking at forward positioning towards that A site, maybe try and farm up some sort of orb. I think it is going to be Clouds that they're looking to try and get that Hunter's Fury up into the future.
That makes sense.
Take flight.
They're going for both of them. Okay, uncontested here from FUT.
You'll take that every day of the week. This round is not one that you're imagining you're getting away with much, so you almost take what you're given. Yeah, the Jay looking to maybe farm up the opponents instead, as Edgar's going to be ringing the dinner bell for him here. Up here. Yeah, the Jay way further ahead than Redgar expected, so that's going to be a point to the good for him and that ult. He's secured basically the entirety of B, and they've left A.
Okay, the walk up. Thing is, though, the spike is going to be so late. Giant X not hearing much towards that B site. They'll just stick together, I guess. The pistols, you got to play those numbers, try and guarantee that you can get those trades down at the very least. Playing so careful in that kind of sense.
Yeah.
Full view into spawn here for Cracks.
Yeah, I want to see who goes hunting. I do imagine the J will be on the case, but again, you don't want to go too far if you do have that rifle, right? It's like there is that fine balance. So,
okay.
There's a wall there. Doesn't matter. Oh, good. Mr. Fallen wants in. Yeah, it's just it's hunting season, really.
Shot done.
And Hoodie, Cloud just trying to, I don't know, keep their lives as long as they can, but they are,
right here.
The days are numbered here.
I mean, I've got to imagine that the call to just have 4 completely just try and save and die to that spike later on was probably to try and avoid J just cycling back up into that run it back. Halfway there again, and Andalusia flawless coming out here for FUT. 7-7. Giant X anti-eco coming through. The FUT, very comfortable bonus.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is a FUT timeout as well, so maybe wanted to come up with some sort of concept for this, considering they are on that slightly lighter purchase, or maybe just to check in for this half, really, if anything. So why not pump the brakes for a second, it looked like, but tell a lie, we're back underway. So I'm interested to see what they go for. I don't know how these two teams fare at this point. The Giant X, it's a little scary because they are the ones who are going to be facing elimination here at this point, because FUT do have that map under the belt, so they get a little more respite and a very quick challenge up middle, and intent behind it. Nice, had a captain just walking mid, dealing with utility, no fear from it. And look what he's done. Redgar and Fatinho are so uncomfy now.
Yeah, still maintaining this snow pile control here. Nookie, what a flick! On the head of Ada Captain. Site, free for the taking. No cover available, though, no longer on this B site. Great Paranoia to push off that spike plant as well. But may just have to revisit over towards A.
Yeah, We'll see if CNED can find some space to work for them. They haven't cleared the utility, that lower mid side, so that's still feeling safe. And you can see the run back already happening. Cloud's the one to start leaning back towards that A site, but he will be behind the curve slightly, I think, as Mr. Fallen should be able to get, if he wanted to, straight towards site. Obviously, he didn't know it was completely sparse of players, so I'm going to slow down just a touch, but
30 seconds
we'll
left.
find out very soon. And he is free to plant.
As expected, I mean, you're up 5-3 here for Giant X. You're going to play for that retake protocol. Cloud has the recon to work with. And you also have the Maze Toxic Screen here for Giant X as well.
Just want to see if it gets costly. That's it. CNED.
He needs one.
He ain't going to get it. Hoodie. Quick. And now down to Mr. Fallen and Krax. Nookie. Making himself noted. Yeah, taking down Krax and Mr. Fallen. Swept aside. Clean stuff from Giant X. Love that. Love what I'm seeing. Considering the pressure that Ada Captain was willing to put by just flying up tube, getting towards middle, putting Redgar really on a platter right next to Fatinho, but they handle it perfectly. And if you were missing it, it wasn't Andalucia flawless, so they'll be happy with that. Stabilize the money, keep those rifles up, answer back after what was a rough start.
Ada Captain, the one that we're looking towards as well. I mean, those lurk timings, very strong, the positioning, the disruption, but again, if that Viper is the first to fall in a composition like FUT is running with, and you're leaning towards that B site, you are going to have to pivot continuously. No cover to be provided in that kind of sense, but we'll see how they decide to cook up into this round. Your standard drone coming out. No one spotted thus far. CNED walking up towards pipes. Cloud right on the other side, but he's going to play a bit more passively, just try and keep this space in case FUT do need to find themselves elsewhere.
I mean, you've got Mr. Fallen one away, Yedajay one away, Fatinho just handing out fades though. Mr. Fallen's gone, so that's the ult out of this round potentially for Mr. Fallen. That could have been an opportunity for him, but...
Oh, see that spotted out there too.
So they've lost all the surprise to this round. Yedajay does have the ult ready to go, so they could depend upon that to clear that B site a little more if they fancy it, but this is scary times now, losing out on Mr. Fallen.
I like that dark cover thrown out by Redgar as well. Just makes it a little bit more difficult and forces out the run it back from Yedajay to clear out these angles, push past these smokes.
He's got a lot of information off that though. Should have seen a whole lot of players back there by CT. Now for the post plant, what do we have really? Ada Captain with a little bit of kit, but with Mr. Fallen down, they don't have the same sort of effect, right? They can't depend on all of that utility, so they will need to posture up, they will need to take a fight, and that'll certainly help out matters. Just a shot in the dark and it works. Look at Yedajay, this guy is so confident. He's such a nasty little player. Look at him. They had no idea. He was so ready for the follow-up. But great work from Ada Captain in the back lines as well. Down to 2 apiece. But the HP lower, dwindling. Ada Captain down to 8, but still alive and still enough for them to tie this scoreline even closer.
Neck and neck here on the second map of this best of 3. And with how close every single round has been, though, since we've swapped sides, despite the fact that it has been FUT for 3 rounds into the second half, Giant X have made it uncomfortable. They made them fight for it. So haven't been able to get quite comfortable in building up that economy for either team thus far. Fatinho, though, Showstopper is available. And we're seeing a lot more proactivity.
Massive paranoia Sen, you can see him just running straight down. He wants to either herd them forward, but look who's just cowering in spawn. It is Mr. Fallen, he didn't want to be caught there, but Cloud actually delivered the fatal blow towards Ada Captain. That was down middle if I'm not mistaken. You'll take that, but how far does Yedajay get? No, they are very much aware of you now. He's an audacious player, but he is being just hunted out. Cloud had enough of that mischief. And losing out on Ada Captain and Yedajay, that has really taken a lot of the viability out of this round.
Creeping up towards tube here. Nikki's been watching underneath. The timing. Mr. Fallen will be able to use that new window to look in towards spawn, but great re-clear coming out from Fatinho, covering all bases here on the side of Giant X. This round, 45 seconds left, just about done and dusted here though for FUT. Would require heroics to be able to bring them back in again. Leaning back towards this B site. They're gonna have to, if they want to get that spike plant down, they have to clear so deep into B.
30 seconds
Giant
left.
X happy to give it up, though. They know that they have the numbers advantage.
No need to risk anything here. It will need
I'll find you.
something monumental from these two.
Spike planted.
Plants in. Right, CNED cracks. I mean, these two, mechanically, talented. That's a lot of targets.
A lot of targets, a lot of space that they've given up as well. You would expect maybe CNED to be playing a bit further up in this 2v5.
They got to be clean on this. They need at least a freebie. They're not getting it. Cracks. He didn't take much damage, though. That is one benefit. But again, look at this utility, forcing him deeper and further away. So difficult to try and be that difference maker now. Defuse is inevitable. He admits that now. It's time to back off from this Giant X. That early work, the pivotal aspect here.
So much space had been found by Giant X on the extremities. Now FUT, semi-eco to come through. Just try and bolster that by just a little bit alongside the hero rifle in the hands of Cracks. Looking at what else they have to work with here. Mr. Fallen does have the Hunter's Fury in hand as well. One away also from a couple of these ultimates. CNED could try to get the Tool of False online.
I mean, we're clutching at straws, right? You're just like, maybe, but in my mind, it's on YellowJ having a pop-off round or Cracks having masses of impact. Something going almost kind of beyond expectation. On the other side, also very close to a couple of ults. Cloud's almost there, Hoodie's almost there, Nookie's very nearby. So and they've just rang the dinner bell, right? And Cloud, so clean. CNED falling to his death there. And this is just going their way. Yeah, Fatinho having none of it. He wants that ult back online. He used it just a moment ago, but he's farming with every single kill he gets as Mr. Fallen. He's got plenty of targets and not many chances. So that's Giant X now, double digits. This is big from them.
Looking very comfortable here on Icebox. We were worried about how the momentum was going to go, but after they lost 6-13 on their map pick, still able to carry forward, have that resilience. And their defense has looked very solid thus far here for Giant X. FUT, though, massive snowball round coming in for them. With the ultimate cycling up, you've got the Nightfall, the execution, deny any of that auditory, any of these auditory cues.
This is bold.
That is extremely bold. I mean, you play retake protocol now. For Giant X, getting that lockdown could be the round for them.
It could potentially, but this is really risky. Okay, Fatinho was able to turn in time to at least deny YellowJ further impact. Now you're going to hear all of these ults coming through, right? Lockdowns there, they're just spamming these out. CNED, the one to find Hoodie. The plant yet to come in, though. Look towards that spike. Look towards what Fatinho is doing! Finding both of them. The spike now falls. And this was a heavy invested round from FUT. This is problems. This is dire straits. This is down to one man, and it is wrapped up. Fatinho, exceptional impact there.
4K for him, and already got that showstopper back in hand here as well. FUT. We saw the ideas. Giant X. The fact that it's all on the back of the duelist to turn the tide there. It was looking a little bit dodgy. We saw the lockdown came out very early. Giant X wanted to fight forward, not even give that opportunity for FUT to find the plant instead of playing a bit more of a clean retake protocol, but absolute heroics to come out. Second time out now here for FUT on Icebox. And things are not looking good. One until you're on match point. Then, in that case, FUT have 4 rounds to go to try and take it overtime.
Yeah, if you kind of talk bigger picture, once we've gone for this half, yes, it was a good start for FUT, right? They got those, the pistol round going, followed up with a second, that's fine. But once we go into the gun rounds, once we go into the buy rounds, it has been Giant X really in control. And it's been very well handled, kind of playing a lot of the strengths of Icebox, really. Yeah. It's nice to see, kind of, it's a reminder of how good these teams are, these players are on a map like this, right? It sounds almost silly, but, it's been a moment since we got to enjoy Icebox, and there is still very much some very deep diligence here from Giant X. The way they've been approaching it is just fantastic. Again, Fatinho in that last round just threading the needle. As soon as that spike wasn't down early, he was finding it on the way through, so that was just perfect for him. And now we come through, yes, still ults to play with for FUT, but the problem is they don't have the finances to really back up much beyond that. And then they could be against 12 rounds, right? It's just that snowball effect in practice. Let's see if they've got anything up their sleeve here. This has been Giant X running away with this half.
Let's play.
Tofoss out, looking to peek alongside this Owl drone. Finds one.
Oh. Imagine if he was on Jet.
He'd already be up in there in yellow.
Don't even talk about it. It like breaks my heart. But Hoodie has to give away the game, and now he's a little screwed here. I don't know how much he can really do. Whoa! Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. You know, it was a good try. NT, any more information?
A little risky.
Yeah, the J. Well, he knows where it's coming from, but Fatinho is always going to find some impact here. Mr. Fallen's gone down. But this time they've got the Viper's Pit to depend upon as well, so that should facilitate somewhat of a safer plant. And I say that, Fatinho couldn't find out a captain. This guy is just immovable in this. And this is going to be, again, another problem. Yellow J's gone down. Now it's really on CNED, who has the rifle, maybe cracks with that advanced positioning. But no, Fatinho is on fire. He is coming alive for this side exactly when they needed him most.
1 to match point here for Giant X. 45 health here for CNED. Nothing he can really do. Spike drops so far in towards B site as well.
30 seconds left.
There's no fair fight here. It's first contact and then a swing from the others. And he knows it. He's trying and he's failing. It's Nookie. And the icing on the cake here, but I've got to say, in my mind, Fatinho is finding form, and it is wondrous to see.
Yeah, match point here for Giant X, and so much invested into that round by FUT. No ultimates to work with now. That was the last 3 remaining for them, and now I think what's interesting is also comparing these compositions a little bit. I think Giant X, they're a little bit more measured in their utility usage. FUT, it feels like they're really relying on Adacaptain being able to find those positionings on the lurk, and then Yedajay just being so scrappy and just throwing off some of those timings. But if they're not winning on those engagements, they don't really have much more to work off of.
Yeah, it's running on fumes now, isn't it?
Bring them down.
And we're seeing some vintage Nookie, some classic Fatinho. Seeing them really find that, and it's nice to see. So it has been the Cloud Show for a while, right? When you're talking about Giant X, but we're seeing some of those pillars of strength that this side used to depend on. Yeah, the J unable to really kick into that high-level gear. He's been great, to be fair, but not quite enough to secure the rounds. And it looks like, again, this BP is going to be coming through. This time around, Hoodie here. I think it's Redguard pushed up as well. Yeah, the J, can he close down on any of these players? He wants that first one. Yeah, he's going to get it. Redguard unable to escape, and that should at least allow access towards Yellow, but there's the response.
Great Viper's Pit coming in, denies so much of this site. Still a sliver to work off of here, though, for FUT.
Oh, but Nookie just not allowing them any further, and Yedajay completely dialed in towards where Nookie was, looking to maybe, I don't know, get a trade on that, but he loses his life, and now numbers advantage. This is scary. Cloud still has Kit to play with too, as does Fatinho, so they're making a run for it.
Again, numbers here, but look at Adacaptain looking to find something on the rotation. Alarmbot to give away his location, though. The Ruse is given up.
Gone.
Okay. CNED and cracks.
10 seconds left.
Is there any recovery here? Any chance? It feels like it's fading by the second as the HP bars get chipped away at. CNED, if there's a time to come alive, it would be now. That's not the shot he wanted, a clip, a tag, but it's not enough. Look at them surrounded, swarmed near on. Giant X trying to stay alive more than anything, trying the best they can. And digging in deep here. Oh, but it's not going to be enough. Giant X live to fight another map. They bring us the distance now. We're going all the way.
Hey, heading over to Sunset as our decider. It feels pretty appropriate, seeing that the sun will be setting on one of these teams tonight. But what a way for Giant X to climb back. Upsets on each map here, taking each other's map pick.
Hey, look, it's a reminder of who they are, some of their greatness we've missed out on. Maybe it's enough to make them believe in it.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a response that was from Giant X. They keep themselves in this elimination match with a win on Icebox. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here on the desk with Kakuka and Steel. Honestly, Steel, what did you think? What was that? Why was that? How was that? All of that. Yes.
That was a game. It was a game of Valorant.
A game,
It was
yeah.
a game.
Yeah.
It was one of the most games of all the games I've seen. The Phoenix Icebox pick, that was a very interesting thing. Now, FUT, starting on defensive Icebox, choosing that comp, really want to know kind of a few things. One, what led them to that composition? Why not?
Did they game too
You
hard?
can go and ask them.
Do you think?
We could ask them. I was just I can understand if they have some sort of specific game plan for it, but we've seen FUT is way better on attack than they are on defense, and they chose defensive Icebox with the Phoenix comp. So I want to know kind of what made them go for the Phoenix. Why not CNED, for example, Jet? I know that you were talking about it. Why, how do they end up here? And then also, it's looking like there's two versions of FUT. You have the FUT that has the really well-oiled game plan that looks really strong in the first 5 rounds of attack and are able to close out games. And you have this version of FUT, which is just okay, you're just bleeding out, one player dying every second, and then it's just one by one, and everything is falling apart. Giant X, on the other hand, looking really solid together. It's not just one person. It's not just Cloud shooting back now. It's everyone is really contributing to the win, except for maybe right there.
I gotta say, Fatinho too. We spoke about how he hasn't had the greatest start so far this year, but that was
You were cursing him. You were trying to curse him. Okay, maybe the other day he didn't have the best of the performances, but hey, my ladies
F2M, F2M. Fatinho to Madrid, we're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely happening. And I have to say that especially for the second half of the game, Fatinho was online. He understood this perfectly, the pacing of the game and how the Phoenix was going to be utilized and be played around. We also see, especially at the beginning, denying the orbs and all this movement that he was adding onto the layers of Giants was definitely necessary to Icebox, and he needs to keep it up for the last map in Sunset.
Yeah, the last map is Sunset. You guys spoke about this in the pre-match already, about that Sage on Nukie. You want to see it again? Yay, nay?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too.
I didn't necessarily mind the Sage. I know that what's the Sage doing? I don't think Sage is necessarily an issue. I think what their issue was 2 days ago when they played was that it seemed like in the mid rounds they didn't really have a lot of options. They did end up winning their map, right? It's not like they lost the game. It was a 13-10 win, I think, was the scoreline. They got some value out of the Sage. It was understanding hey, this is Sage on bind. You use it in a very execute-heavy fashion, and you use it for stalling out and buying time for the rotates.
Yeah.
We need to see them do it, but a little bit more efficiently than we saw them play it last time.
I think that people are looking at this composition and thinking it's not what you put in the composition, it's actually what you take out. It's not seeing that Cypher, that control. I think that trap, especially on B entrance, is something that has a lot of value time and time again. But besides that, the way that mid is controlled and you regain control over it, I think that Cypher could have less value in that sense. So I think that we need to keep our minds open into this kind of compositions and try and understand that also they need the reps to try and go beyond what was pre-phased.
Yeah, and as you can see from Agent Select, you asked us to keep our minds open. What do you think about FUT's comp here?
I mean, I like the double control. I think that there is a lot that can be done. I would have maybe liked the bridge a little bit more just because of the synergies that you have pre-existing with both Raze and Fade. CNED is going to play any agent but Jet, which is fine. In this map, I'm not going to criticize him for that. I'm very excited to see that in Cracks amplifying his agent pool so much during 2024.
I think this composition for FUT on attack here is going to be actually really good because the way that they approach their attack is very slow and methodical at the start especially, and that's where if you're a Sage and you're putting down the wall right when the round starts, that's when a team like FUT and how they approach their attacks, that's going to do really well, because once that wall drops down after 40 seconds, that's when the question marks start to come into your head. Where are they now? Where can they be? What do we do in response to wherever they could be? And that's when we start seeing the mistakes happen from Giant X.
Well, this is it. No more chances. The losers will be eliminated for the last time today. Pansy and Ash, take it away.
Almost got you there, Sue, didn't we? Almost had you. Almost through to the wrong casters. Could have been Tom and Mitch. They're still outside, actually, sticking around. Mitch, who are you going for in this game? Oh, he hates both of them. That's crazy. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. That's actually insane.
Wild.
Cancelled
Well,
on Twitter.
I mean, I don't think he's even on Twitter anymore, if I'm honest. Now, quickly, I want your thoughts here, because we've seen both teams winning on each other's maps, which is already a bit bizarre, but that aside, where do you put this now? Because we're coming into that third and final map, right?
I have big question marks. Giant X, they're following through with the comp that we saw them play the other day up against Carmine Core, and Nikki on the Sage was questionable. We didn't really see that much value, I don't think, coming out from that Sage wall. And again, starting out on the defense first, especially, you're lacking in a lot of that information that the Cypher, the more meta pick here on Sunset, would be providing you instead.
Yeah. On the other side, I think Des put it perfectly. CNED will play literally anything other than Jet to just, you know, upset me.
He knows.
It truly. But if we look at what we've got here, they've completely isolated Nuki. If they decide to go B, it'd be free. But they're not. They've decided A is the eventual goal, where currently the vast majority of Giant X reside. So it looks like they've maybe felt out a little bit of that pressure and gone, I think B sounds better.
Yeah, I mean, and Nuki can hear this run through top mid as well there. So the Cavalry will be shifting over towards the B site for Giant X, but again, they have a lot of control here. Full market control, full Boba control, denying the two main lanes here for Giant X on the retake.
But also just not having a lurk as well after having those positions is wild to me, but a deep smoke towards CT, look at that.
Oh, the one way.
That's gorgeous. Mr. Fallen's just bought them a lot of time while forcing them to invest their utility just to clear this corner. CNED now going to work in unison. Lovely work together. This is just picture perfect from FUT. And now the rest is the formality. Hoodie, it would be great to do something here, but at the present moment, CNED's had a belting round, but credit to that one little smoke from Mr. Fallen. That was wild.
But so much time, just the space that FUT were able to find there. And that was also, they just had nearly gone into that full setup on Giant X as well towards that A site. But now, looking forward in the grand scope of things. Man, this was such a clean round here for FUT. But regardless, anti-eco abounds here. CNED 4 into the showstopper as well off the back of the pistol. We're looking at likely some sort of fault line off maybe Prowler contact, jiggle towards a main, but FUT not really testing things out there. It's just going to be that pressure that Ada Captain has been so good at putting on Giant X. We saw it on Icebox, we saw it on Split.
Well, speaking of pressure, it's going to be towards Nuki very soon, and he's got a classic to try and dissuade the approach. Otherwise, oh, Redgar's on a platter, and he can't do much about this. So Redgar, well, that's about as far as you get, to be fair. Almost got a little bit dangerous, right? Just to fall in, took a boatload of damage, but that was as best he could achieve. Now we look to see if there's anything further. Now I like this from Ada Captain. Love that late round presence, just beautiful. Making mid just seem inaccessible. Hoodie, still good for one. That's Mr. Fallen down, but still, this is classics. There's not much more really to be done.
No, I mean, right now it's just about maybe trying to deny some of the ult orbs here on the side of FUT. Otherwise, Nikki here's one around the corner. Right click, trying to do some damage. A nice paint shell to just close things out and guarantee the pick. It's all down to Fatinho. But again, maybe try and get a weapon out of the hands of someone on the side of FUT. But a clean round nonetheless. Won't be in the cards, and Ada Captain with the Ghost alone, the one to find the 3K for FUT.
Well, it's almost the way you'd want it, right? Because they had, you know, a Vandal in there, some Bulldogs. You wouldn't want to be risking losing those technically, so I'm fine with it being Ada Captain, hitting that lurk timing perfectly. Loved the way he exploited that later play coming up through almost second middle there. Just really nicely done. If this is what FUT's going to look like on this map, I quite like it. Now, early doors though, right? That's a lot to take away from 2 rounds when it's a pistol included. So we wait and see. Giant X, there are a couple of flaws I think Steel was very aware of when we were watching this before with their performance, that they were struggling in certain areas. So we'll have to see if that kind of, you know, creeps in again. And look at this top mid presence. They are right up through them. CNED leading the charge. This is bullying Nuki, basically. I mean, Nuki's great, but this is so much for one man to handle. Right, he can dip back down here, try and, you know, regain some presence towards middle, because that's not the only attention. Exceptional work from Nuki to even make it out of this alive. The fact he's got pressure on 2 fronts and no support system, he's left all on his own.
Yeah, no delay available there, and will look like a good start here on the defense for Giant X again. Just being able to be crunched in that situation. 3v4.
And they're paranoid about that lurk now. Adacaptain does it once with a ghost, and now they're really worried about it, and rightly so. There's an opportunity for one of these players to do exactly that. Now, be it Adacaptain, it doesn't matter. It will be one of them. It looks like Yellow Jay, but Patino, the one to try and go find something here. But look at them sitting super deep, making this difficult. They haven't even started that diffuse. Just a tap on the spike and cracks the one to commit on the swing. He's only 15 HP, so why not? Yellow Jay does make that lurk work in the end. And now it's Hoodie on a platter. FUT are putting on a show. This is really nice work from them. This is the best sunset I've seen from them so far, and it's only 3 rounds.
I mean, it's calculated right now. Cracks even so low, knowing not to overpeak in that situation, playing so patiently, while the remainder of the team plays disruption towards B main. Push back, of course, from Hoodie's utility, but nonetheless, to maintain that position, to be the one to be able to still swing off that initial tap, it's everything to deny half, at least. Now looking to the next round, Giant X. Only pistols to work with here. Again, default look for the team. Adacaptain, I want to take the time to talk about these toxic screens too, because he's been shifting them around the map. It hasn't really been conditioning on one extremity or another. It's been all about, okay, if we break these walls, if we have a smoke that we can maybe creep past, some sort of utility, it's just continuously drawing so much attention.
Let's see how this goes. No one playing close here, so they've been allowed the way through. They eat the paranoia, so that allows Redguard to re-clear this space, but they're being quite careful in this round. They have changed things up, but it is a pistol. Yes, there's light armor behind it, but you can already see the adjustments, right? You've got Nookie on the other side of the map, but this has opened up space. Yellow Jay leans through, finds Cloud. He knows that's not the normal player. It's Redguard traditionally, and they knew Paranoia just got put through there, so they know he's close towards sight. Big information game, and he's going to see the full picture very shortly. Redguard gonna find CNED, and that should be a rifle to hand, potentially. That's a little sketchy. Adacaptain, though, once again, this guy's lurks, this guy's timings are horrible to play against. He's really got them wrapped around his finger, and now they can't split their attention effectively.
I mean, it's always worrying about that backstab. Adacaptain continuously waiting for the perfect moment. He'll pull back after that attention is drawn, knowing that the time is ticking, and once Giant X have to start making that move back towards sight, well then, again, show himself, show his hand. Now, big investment here with the operator.
I want to see how that looks. Is that enough to maybe change things up? I don't know. But in my mind, when I'm looking back at, let's say, comparisons, when Steel was talking about some of the timings on Nookie's lurks being a little off here and there, so the lurks coming out from Giant X before, where it just wasn't quite well timed to taking contact on the rest of the pack, so maybe you could optimize it. I've got to say, Adacaptain's is near on to the second of perfection. It's very impressive. So now, into the buy round. Oh, what? No. Xantares, who, Yenajay, this kid is just out of this world. It does get somewhat nullified by at least a trade coming out, but Nookie, I mean, this guy's having to work for his dinner today. He's getting pressure everywhere. He's like, when am I going to get that lurk from Adacaptain just behind me at some point? When are the two players in front of me going to burst through this? He's trying to be proactive, and he just walks through the smoke. Nothing there for him. Adacaptain grinning at that. They got a plant, they got a post plant. They still have mid control. Adacaptain still hasn't shown his hand fully here. Look at this.
And so diligent. The timing perfect as always. Giant X, they need this round.
Hello. There he is, like a phantom every time you think, no, I'll be fine this time. I'll be fine this round. No, you won't. Adacaptain is in your spawn. He's behind you. He is always there. I don't think he's died yet, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I'll have a little check on that in a moment, but that is maybe his first death. Cloud going to gift that over to him because I've cursed him, and I'm sorry. But still, this has been masterful to witness, Ash. This feels like we are seeing probably either an extremely well-read side, right? They've watched that other Giant X game, they've come in fully prepared, or they are just simply the better side of this map.
I think a lot can be said, again, not just from the presence that Adacaptain has had, 8-1 at that, as we see a timeout to be called here by Giant X, but again, that toxic screen. I mentioned, okay, there wasn't that much conditioning for it because the first 2 rounds, they were more for those set plays, that pressure towards B main, then you have that walk up in towards top mid, but now it seems like he's looking to condition that more towards that A site. Giant X, they tried to play forward on it just a bit, but I believe there was a dark cover that cut off elbow as well. So again, just no information in that kind of regard. I'd like to see Giant X try to continue to be a bit more proactive, I think, on the defense there, because they really are giving up so much of that early map space for free.
But also, individually, they're just going to be feeling swarmed, right? Like, none of them have broken above 2 kills. Literally, Nookie, Cloud, Hoodie, all stuck on 2 kills here. Redgar with 1, and Fatinho's yet to get on the board. After having an outstanding performance, right? Icebox was, you know, almost the icing on the cake, the gem to the crown. Fatinho would be loving that. That felt fantastic. Now, 3-5, not having that impact he wants here. That's going to be frustrating. That's going to be hard to handle. And it's very hard to pick yourself up and be confident, play aggressive, when individually you're just not winning even the 50-50s. Because this doesn't feel like a 50-50. It feels like a 70-30 every single round. But we digress. We put our attention back where it should be. Couple of ults starting to cycle through as well, right? Ignore Redgars, doesn't matter that much. It'll prove me wrong, it'll do something important with it. But the rest are not a million miles away. So this could be a snowball round coming in for Giant X at some point soon, right? I mean, FUT not particularly far away themselves either though. So similar scenes on either side, but we see the difference here. Look at the switch up. Again, they've just... They're reading them like has someone left their notes out on the table. What's happened? They are in their head rent-free. They hadn't really toyed with A too much, right? There was a couple of looks towards it, but they went, nah, not for us. This time, yeah, as near on 5, of course leaving 1 lurk in the hands of YellowJ. This time, they've got the side for free.
I mean, it's really a masterclass set. The difference, I think, in these compositions as well, FUT taking full advantage of the fact that you're not running Cypher on the side of Giant X. Makes it so much easier to worm your way through and forward those backstabs, yeah.
YellowJ, he waited, and he strikes so perfectly this. And there's no escaping it. It feels like the inevitable, right? If it's not out of captain, it's YellowJ. What are we meant to do? That wasn't the full purchase there. Yes, they did go for a stack, but this is an oppressive feeling. You are feeling you've got a weight on your chest playing up against a team who's currently leading you by 6 rounds to the good. Yeah, okay, we finally got some of our ults coming through. Exceptional. Wait, so do they.
I think, it's... Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, FUT haven't really needed to use them in any sort of regard, right? Just comfortable to take the duels. I think Giant X as well, with that crushing the Sage.
Same thing. 4-1.
I mean, I think the idea is there, but for Giant X, with their composition, they do look towards trying to set up some of those trap plays in the fade, in the breach there for Hoodie to help Fatinho in that kind of regard. But when you're playing so default the way that FUT is, you're not actually running straight into those setups. Lives a lot to desire.
They might have worked this out though. The way they just got contact from the Prowler towards, who was it who was tucked in the corner? I think it was Hoodie, and they would have noted the Prowler that came from Cloud. I think they've realized this is unorthodox. That's not the traditional thing we've seen, because that's different bodies on the site in a different way. That's not just the standard, Nookie playing towards the side there. So yeah, they've read this really well and they've responded perfectly off the very limited amounts of information they've been given. Oh, that was quite close. But they've got themselves a plant here. This is, I'd be terrified to play against this team.
Oh, that Viper's Pit, so much value.
Raps.
You have one avenue to go through now.
You want to walk into that? Have fun, guys. Go for it. I mean, they've got ults.
Yeah, but fully funneled over towards A short.
Here we go. I mean, the wall's gone up, so it's given them avenue. They've given a little bit of access here, but this is so difficult. And he's dropped into the bloodbath, it looks like. CNN's been found. Hold on, there's a little bit of something to this. A tap on the spike, and they're looking to see what they've got against them. Out of captain, going to pull the trigger. Down to YellowJ and down to Cracks. It's a 2v2. There's a chance in this, the first chance in what feels like a lifetime. Oh, Nookie's found Cracks, there we go. Just about getting there. They should have the defuse here. First on the board.
Much needed round here for Giant X. Stopping the bleeding for now. Big part of that was actually from, I think, the first really good wall that we've seen Nookie be able to pull out there, just fully cutting YellowJ off from the play over towards A short. And the explosiveness that they were able to find to flood back onto site as well when they were only given that singular avenue to really work with. Only the Nightfall had been used, so still looking towards Showstopper. Rolling Thunder available here. Resurrection if somebody goes down early here for Giant X.
My brain got really confused when you said Resurrection, because I think when I hear it is just Res, and I was like, oh, that's the full name. No,
yeah.
Patino, there we go. Starting to maybe warm up a bit after what was a disastrous start. We don't need to sugarcoat it, do we? Not bad. Taking down Yeda J, that gives him a really nice bit more freedom. And this switch up here, right? You look at the complete adjustment. Wall towards top mid, Nookie over towards almost A Link side, rather than playing kind of towards B, around that market area. So again, big switch up in positioning, playing very deep towards A, almost allowing them the side control, but I'm curious to see how far they're willing to take this. That's going to be noted. Yeah, Mr. Fallen's hunting that down. Vulnerability shown by Redguard there, and that's a big opportunity lost.
Information given as well knows that one person is pretty close by here towards this A site, and he's just going to wait the remainder of Giant X to try and catch up. Again, Showstopper available into this retake here for Fatino.
There you go, Cracks. Holding the edge here. This is dangerous though, he's got a lot of players. Oh, he couldn't get it done! And a captain though. Gonna try and stem this, keep this in control, but Nookie gonna invest the res, and Nookie popping off here. It's all on out of captain. A 1v4. How much can one man do? He has been the absolute monster they've been unable to get past until now, and actually he's buying time really nicely here. This is such a tall task for him though. There we go, dealt with, Diffuse coming in, all good in the end. I got a little nervous then, but there you go, that's a second.
Nice adjustments coming out from Giant X. Previously, they did play, I feel like they did play pretty passive in a lot of the early rounds there, but in positions where they were able to be swarmed around now, a bit more careful to that, just warming up to the lurks that they were expecting to come from FUT in that kind of regard. Now things are starting to get closer.
Like the monitor.
Whoa, okay. How do you even...
I don't know.
You have to turn your whole head to look. I feel like...
You got a 30-degree view, and if it's anything outside of that, good luck. Hey, there's some players that like blow my mind, like Yakinda does it, and some others, it's just like, what the hell? It's wild.
Hey, you're dialed in.
Yeah.
You have to be.
He misses a shot, damn. But we'll find out, because it's currently Redguard who's got 4 players coming his way. And I think they've kind of felt out of this adjustment. They haven't fully found the method they want to use to try and break this, but again, the retakes have been pretty solid from Giant X. These have been the rounds have been stringing together. And already, Nookie, okay, Redguard, careful now. You see them coming. Christ, at that point with your screen where it is, you can smell them coming, but already, Plant gonna come down, you gotta be careful now.
Spike planted.
On the other side of things, it's not necessarily CT, it's not that, you know, main approach, it's the side approach that is gonna be the bloody battle. And wait, look at this. Yeda J trying to get ahead of himself here, and Nookie was having none of it, but the backup was there for FUT. CNED and Cracks were ready to chat. Hoodie, what is going on here?
Hey, stun could be massive. Cloud finds one at the very least. What?
Remaining.
Okay. Yeah, no, hey, it works. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. It just seems so messy. It seems like... Okay, what the hell are we witnessing? Like, that was just, like, so messy when Hoodie's, like, wide swinging out there, and it's all like a player sitting around the place. And then you have just, like, what was it? Fatino flying in, just, like, literally flies in, takes the fight. These are such risky rounds, and they're winning them. That's 3 consecutive now.
I mean, Giant X, they're not afraid to bring the scrap back towards FUT when they are getting more aggressive. Man, winning out those engagements there towards short just means everything for that play to find the numbers. 3 retake rounds here for Giant X. And I like this shift here for FUT, though. We were lacking on that mid pressure the past few rounds that they had been losing. There had been, I believe, the Sage Wall had gone up towards top mid rounds, giving Giant X a lot of comfort to flex a bit more towards either extremity, towards either site. So a bit of that pressure was put down, keeping that attention of Giant X. 3 towards B.
I like this.
Scale up.
If Yeda J is able to play passive, and so here's the conditions of it being interesting. They win the fight, right? And this is the difference, though. They have a judge here, and they also have the additional body. They actually have kept Fatinho here as well, so that's a little bit of a switch up. I was liking the idea of keeping Yedajay there because maybe he could catch and punish Hoodie and Nookie coming over, who've been really deadly in those retakes. But now with that not being the case, they might be trying to scramble.
Oh, Cloud's so wise to it. And Redgar's now switched up the position of this judge around the corner.
Oh, it's not pretty, is it? Oh, no one likes a judge. Do you like, actually, wait, I have never asked you. Are you a judge apologist, or where do you stand on the judge front?
Depends, if it's in my hands.
Oh, then it's fine? Okay. I mean, this has been a fantastic adjustment, though. Judgment, Christ. But in all actuality, we have to give credit to that pause that they hit earlier here for Giants, because the adjustments they made of changing out where Nookie was, putting Hoodie in a new position, and again, you kind of left Redgar to solo A for quite some time, but the retakes have been just so good because Hoodie kind of facilitating a lot of that impact coming back through. It's been really impressive to watch. So this is a big credit there towards Giant X. You can't undersell that.
No, adjusting very well. This upper angle now with the wall. Trade for a trade. Hoodie the one to go down. Player you just mentioned. Being able to use that utility to assist Giant X in a lot of those fights. Now, regroup here, 4-foot. Nookie just looking to delay a little bit longer. Nice start cover to cut off the left side, but little do they know Redgar is around the corner, so Giant X are not worried about that creep up.
Where is everyone hiding?
Bald head now for Yedajay.
Yep. I thought that was, our little production team messing with us for a second. I was like, wait, no. It is the old pinhead running around. And Giant X again, oh my God, Redgar.
Spike down A.
He's down out of captain too.
It's all up to see, Ned.
If it was on Jet, I'd believe. He's not, because he likes upsetting me. But this is good. This is in the nicest way. I really thought this was Raps. Those first 6 were so clean, but FUT haven't found an answer at all to this adjustment from Giant X, which is so surprising that they haven't been able to find any solution. This round, to be fair, was completely different, right? They had that double stack towards top middle. It was very, very different than what we've been seeing. But still, this has been so good from Giant X. There's no way they should have been able to come back into this game.
No. I mean, you're down 0-6 to start now 5 rounds in a row to find that momentum. But I hope we see maybe a change in pacing here. You do have the Nightfall. You have that showstopper. But at the same time, looking towards that, if you're Giant X, you would read into that as well. Maybe expect them to pump the gas in that kind of regard. In this box. So nice to play around.
Oh! Okay, this is all gonna go a little bit wonky though, isn't it? Because Cloud's still here. I thought that was on the money. And Mike on the tag, he couldn't get that time. Cracks. Oh, and out of captain. They should never have left going to that B site. This is just theirs, isn't it? What can Fatinho do now? A 1v4, CNED, yeah, a little lower in HP, but certainly still breathing. He's got the paint shell, a couple of satchels. That's about it.
Satchel out.
There we go. This is horrible to try and break through. The Viper Pit on the other side. Obscuring vision. Oh.
Satchel out.
He's trying, and here we go. Made a go of it. Not gonna happen. FUT stabilizing towards the end of this half here, but I've got to say the life that Giant X showed was so impressive.
It's pretty incredible the way that they were able to come back in this matchup. Now, the question is, if after FUT found their way back into that first half, if they can continue forward, try and find this pistol here for Giant X. We saw them struggling a bit towards that attacking side here for Giant X in their matchup against Carmine Core. These big questions about how that wall will be utilized. We saw attempts at it being a bit more proactive. Nookie would try and cut off some angles. Then Giant X, they would just try and funnel through the other side. But
oh, look at this pace, though.
Already quick.
Yep. Making no, subtleties about this. They're being very obvious, but look at the mid-walk on the other side.
3 players.
Okay.
No flank watch. That's the issue.
Yeah, you've just seen, I think, Redgar drift back through. But as long as they don't lose life on CT, this is really... Okay, that's not clean. So Redguard's going to see a lot more than maybe they would have wanted here for FUT, but they are going to be able to get the wrap on the side. This makes Giant X uncomfortable. Nuki already tagged up, put down a little lower, waiting on that heal to come through. The Boombot going to be sent in, but no one going to be able to close the gap. You've got to wait. They've got to try and clear as they go out of Captain, waiting to move in as well, but time's starting to tick. They've got to get moving on this.
Wall for that flank as well. Full sight here for FUT though.
Oh my god, they're just crumbling around them. They couldn't hold on to it. That mid-walk was essential for FUT there. Taking that trip down middle, 3 of them getting the wrap. Yes, it got noted by Redguard, but then there was no safety in the post plant.
I think the difficulty there as well here for Giant X was Nuki throw that barrier orb, the Sage Wall, over towards sidewalk there, CT spawn of the A site. And that really left Giant X with no other options. It was 3 players stuck over in alley. No opportunity to try and wrap back around towards short. And fully alone now. Anti-eco here for FUT. And looking towards Giant X again, looking for that death ball method. You can see pings going out for the defenders though. FUT looking to fight forward.
Careful. Yeah, they're chasing them too. They're taking that space. They're not allowing any sort of freedom, but a quick response coming in kind from
Look at the
Giant
trap wires.
Oh, you're absolutely right. That's going to be lethal.
Our carrier's dead.
They're trying to find a way through here, right? But where are you meant to go? Being herded around. Nice try from Nuki. Does at least get Mr. Fallen, but you're down a Hoodie and Redguard. Trying to work out some of the utility they're going to be coming up against. Oh. And I've got to say as well, Yedajay, to me, has one of the best LAN nices that I've heard in a while. You know, that like you win around, you just start yelling nice.
Yeah.
He's got exceptionally solid nice there. So, you know, I put a lot of credit towards that. But what are these 2 meant to do? If they can get a plant, cool. Very unlikely considering you still have quite a bit of Yedajay set up here. So we'll just see what they can make of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an early cam as well that gets taken out here, so everything given up, just trying to farm up that orb here for Hoodie.
30 seconds left.
See what else they can do, 30 seconds on the clock. They're just walking back, taking their time. They know that this round is done and dusted.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Okay.
Still wait. No charges.
Not bad. But I can't call this game yet, right?
No.
Like, after seeing them string, how many rounds was it? 5?
Five, yeah.
5 on the trot for Giant X. I can't be like, well, you know, they're almost double digits for FUT. Because Giant X proved that they have some gear shift they can get into that is absolutely wild. So, timeout time coming in. Looks like Giant X gonna try and get that focus back in, right? That first timeout they called in the first half worked wonders. Got them right back into this series. Can it do the same again? Because this is elimination now, right? This is the real core of it, that it does get very, very difficult because the weight of this half is everything.
I think what's tough too, though, is for FUT, their team composition lends very nicely to the defense.
Yep.
Right now, you've got the double controller, you've got additional smokes if you want to look at those Cypher cages coming out from Yedajay, plus those tripwires, and for Giant X, they've been playing more of that death ball, maybe a 2-3 split through the different lanes towards a site, but we haven't really seen much of default coming out from them when they don't have that flank watch capability. And I think FUT as well, that last round, they did really nicely with how they adjusted Yedajay's setup on top of that, like fully covering towards mid, that deep B main cam, while all of us fighting very forward towards that A site. And it just gives so much information up towards FUT that Giant X are gonna have to be more diligent going forward and taking down early.
But for FUT, they can do something kind of weird with this round, right? That's the scary thing in my mind, is that this round they can do something kind of weird. They've got Bulldogs, they got Stinger Spectres, bits and bobs. It doesn't have to be a traditional round, which makes it very hard for Giant X to approach this in any sort of diligent way, right? Trying to clear through all the utility, and there's the mid-swing. That could... Oh, what a captain, what a shot! Vitinho and Redguard. This is Giant X in tatters. There's the weird and wonderful I was talking about. Eating them alive on that mid-swing. Oh, Fatinho. Oh, Redgar's got to face the music. It's Fatinho now. That's not how you wanted to see that to go.
No, you're expecting a little bit more firepower out from Giantex, but like you said, their opportunity to get weird there from FUT, much less on the line in that type of regard on their bonus. Now, Giantex, eco situation, but with double digits so early on here for FUT. Every round counts. And right now, we need someone on Giantex to come alive, to really have some sort of star performance into a round, to bring that momentum, that energy back into Giantex.
I mean, that's soul-breaking, that round. That is, you know, that's a hard one to recover. They got to do it back to him, right? With Sheriff says, they're on 10 rounds now, FUT. They're fighting for their life here. Giantex are barely breathing. Feeling somewhat smothered here, though. Yeah, FUT not letting them even get a step towards the site. That's Redgar and Fatinho gone. Nookie, is it the time to come alive for you? Sheriff ready. Potential victim, no. Mr. Fallen, he's not falling for any of this sort of work. Hoodie, Cloud, great players, sure. But this would have to be nothing short of a bloody miracle now.
I mean, you just try and get that plant down, cycle
Last player standing
into that Rolling Thunder. Oh. But nonetheless, clean rounds here for FUT. Giantex not able to bring the oomph that we were looking for off an eco. Yeah, I mean...
Oh man, this is when the comms go quiet. They need to get themselves pumped back up here, Giantex, because this is... It's hard to watch, right? They had that little, you know, boost of energy, that first half comeback. Oh. Oh.
Okay, it's that kind of game now. It's that kind of game.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they're 11 rounds up. You got to hope the Giantex don't start doing that comeback again, right? But they have every right to be confident. They got past that first big buy round with some naughtiness, right? Some mischief being managed towards middle, and it was just perfect. Now they don't have any big ults to depend on for Giantex. They don't have that quite banked. They have some right on the precipice, but it's not in hand. Whereas on the other side, you got the Rolling Thunder, you got Razor's ult there. You got so much to play through, and they have 11 rounds to their name. I've got to say it, Giantex is now or it's never.
Well, here we go, right in towards this B site. Such a passive play from Yedajay, though, knowing that that kind of oomph was gonna come for him. This little plant to come through. Let's retake protocol.
I like that they're getting bold, though, for Giantex, so they're not just going to sit back passively, but this is when the real brawl begins. Hoodie's still standing. You see the boombot put through. They know there's more players here. Everyone's scrambling to try and draw blood. It's Mr. Fallen to connect towards Cloud, but look at Hoodie. Oh, what a shot from Hoodie!
Rolling
They've
Thunder.
seen it in a 1v2. Redgar on one side, Hoodie on the other. Can he get away? He can. He's still. Oh, he's got one!
Nade.
Is this vintage Cena now? Redgar is on.
Oh, okay.
No, there's no way. There's no way. You don't have time for this. Oh, a fumble at the end there. That could have been beautiful for CNED. But a missed opportunity and a second chance for Giantex.
Regardless of the second chance, though, it was expensive. It was costly for them in that round. The Rolling Thunder expended into that post plant as well when it was a 1v2. Now, nothing as far as any incredibly impactful ultimates that you're going to see coming out from Giantex. Other than that resurrection, but again, that also requires Nookie to be the one to survive into the late round to use it, and he's been the one who's been winning out on a lot of those opening engagements. Fatinho.
Oh, I love it. They're just brute force and ignorance almost, right? Just run at them, get in their faces. Let's stop playing scared. Let's get into this one. Fatinho trying to do it, and you can see already going to claim the scalp of CNED in this. But there's still 3 more players on this site. This is a lot going on towards A, and with Yedajay clearing as deep as he has, this is big information. Yeah, maybe they're a little worried about middle, but for now they know where that contact came from. Even with Giantex pausing here, FUT should have faith that they're around this corner. They don't need to...
The angle!
Oh my god, I thought there was going to be a follow-up to that one. Mr. Fallen does get out of danger. Oh, and a captain goes down. Giantex clawing into this one, clinging onto it. Mr. Fallen, second bite of the cherry, not going to get it. Fatinho still running, still gunning. Leaving Yedajay a mile away. Bond should be coming in any second, and he's got an army to face.
Nice find first. You do have the neural theft, but he's just going to back off here. I mean, money situation, a bit rocky on the side of FUT. They'll be able to afford a full loadout for the entire team, but it will be some weapons tossed around to each other to make that one happen. But again, Giant X, they're slowly making this comeback. FUT still 1 off from match point, though. Something that we have to continue to keep in mind.
I mean, it's not quite there yet, but you know, sometimes you're on 12. That final round does always feel like the hardest to get for some ungodly reason. You could be doing everything perfect, but as it stands, though, I mean, the way they're approaching this Giant X, it feels like they've just been told. I don't think I can say how I want to, but play with confidence, because the way they've been approaching this, they're taking the fights. They're going into it feeling like, you know, they can actually win them this time, because they were so down and out, it felt. Those earlier rounds, where were they?
They were giving too much respect over towards, but after even the comeback they were able to make into that first half. Now, again, running it back towards this A site, looking for that elbow control, having Vitinho consistently being that kind of distraction, the satchel in, while the rest of the team looks to follow up.
Oh, but the paranoia this time, he's in trouble. Yeah, they've read it this time. Cena not going to fall for it twice, but he is stuck in place here. Does he get punished? No, he's made it away, and they've lost down the man who's making some big differences here. They've gone back for more. They've gone back for seconds. Still hungry for a little bit of this. The flash gets turned. Couldn't quite adjust the aim in time. But Cracks can take it down too. They're willing to brawl out. They're willing to fight these sort of very aggressive fights because they're up at 11. They have that opportunity. So now it's Hoodie and Nuki feeling very uncomfortable here. They don't know what sort of the map's safe, what's not, and had a captain just around that corner. He's gonna find one, note the spike getting dropped. He knows that Hoodie was near because he just took down his teammate, but Hoodie, a 1v2 ain't easy.
Where is everyone?
Oh, the ult.
Nail in the coffin right there with the information.
Couldn't close down in time though, but it is insult to injury like that. Just bullets through the heel. Brought into check, and that is the 12th round. The adjustment there was what we were waiting for.
The counter coming out from FUT. That paranoia, stalling the entire play, cutting off the rest of the team from that follow-up that Giant X had been relying on off the back of Vitinho's entries. That space creation is able to find. Now on match point here for FUT. Giant X, they've cycled up to 4 ultimates in hand. I mean, they're probably gonna rip them all right now, to be honest, but even if they can get that 8th round, they're left with nothing in the tank. This could be all she wrote.
Could be. I won't say it till I see it, but CNED catching Vitinho. That's audacious from CNED, too far. Punished by Cloud, overstaying his bounds, and the reactionary play is gonna be huge. That's 3 players noted. Do they pivot? Do they rotate? Do they adjust? Or do they pause?
You have an opportunity to reset here. Top mid, very safe right now. Yedijay just set up so nicely. You have full vision of the A site with the camera. FUT stack fully towards B with all the information that Cypher Kit allowed.
Okay, here's the double pump. Now they shouldn't be too affected by this. Actually, Ada Captain could have leaned a little ahead of it. He decided against it though. So this should allow for a plant to come in. Look and see if anything dissuade that. Not really, unless someone gets caught off guard in a very silly position. The plant should be in. Hoodie's gone down, but yeah, that's a little surprising. It's Redgar. Oh, that's not bad. And a captain, those found another. It's all on Cloud. A 1v3, or it's elimination.
It's the guy you want.
It is the Clutch King himself, Cloud. Can he do it again for Giant X? He's got Mr. Fallen, Yedijay, and a captain, all to find. And the first tap on the spike, he knows he's being called, being beckoned to fight here. He can't even take the angle, he can't even see him. There's nothing more to be done! Giant X eliminated, down and out, and FUT looked untouchable on that map.
They were insane on Sunset. The calculated plays coming out from FUT, the adaptations that we saw into the second half there on the defense at that, and for Giant X, unfortunately, goodbye. We're not going to see them until after Masters. That's months from now.
Yeah, it's scary times if you didn't make it through this game, right? That's the part that is going to be weighing heavily on Giant X's side. But for FUT, what a performance. I didn't expect to see that on Sunset, if I'm honest. Icebox split, sure, that played more to my expectation, maybe the other way around, but we take it how we get it. But Sunset was something special. Great to see some of that capability really shining through on that. At a captain, his presence alone was absolutely nuts. Those lurks on that first half, out of this world.
I mean, even in that 1v3 for the last round there, Cloud still checking over his shoulder, despite the presence being shown there on site. But man, what a turnaround. FUT looked difficult there on day one, but they made the comeback. They are the stars that we expected to see.
That's absolutely the case. If you want to hear more from them, don't go too far away. You'll hear from them after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-plant show. Yes, that is a plant. No, this way. I'm not even pointing the right plant. I'm your host, Sue. I've got Kukuka with me, and I'm joined by two players of FUT. It's their IGR, Mr. Farlin, and CNED as well. Welcome back, boys. It's really, really good to see you guys here. First of all, you survive another day, but it does feel like this year, at least the last couple of games, it's been a little bit tougher for you guys, which we didn't expect because you had such a fantastic year last year. So what's been happening? Did you expect to be in this elimination so early as well?
Actually, we didn't expect, if I be honest, because we had high expectations, of course, like everyone. But in the first game, I think we got a little bit pressured, and we couldn't play how we played actually, and we couldn't keep advantage. You know, we've started 5-1, for example, in Lotus, but it ended 7-5 or something in the halftime. So yeah, we couldn't start how we want, but I think we will fix some little mistakes and we will be better, and we will be in playoffs, I hope.
And Fallen, what about you?
Actually, same as Sinet, we just couldn't play ourselves right now in the first match against Heretics because we did a lot of mistake for ourselves, you know, not like a tactical mistakes. Everything was perfectly fine, but sometimes we didn't pick, you know, 1v1 or just picking one guy to two. So it's hard for us, but we're just fixing it right now. I hope we're gonna play better match against Cameron Cup right now. I don't know, I wanna be in playoffs so badly.
So it looks like definitely the challenges have changed, or at least the expectations of the challenge, but from before Kickoff started to now. How are you dealing with that kind of pressure? Like after you lost on that first match, coming into today, what was your main concern or your main thing to fix to win today?
First of all, of course, we want to play like how we play in the scrims, in the and like play comfortable, play like with confidence, like play together. Yeah, that was our little mistakes in the I think first match, and in the first match also we couldn't hit our shot like they should better actually. But yeah, that was our mistakes in the first game. And yeah, we just like we don't care about like if we get eliminated, like there is another tournament in the next month or like 2 months, so we didn't have like too much pressure. We can prepare for next one because there is not one tournament. Yeah, because you don't need to go Masters Madrid to Champions for qualify for Champions anyway.
Yeah, the format's a little bit nice, I think.
Yes.
It's not like so important, but I'm just gonna say it because I think this is what everyone wanted to hear from you guys. What is going on with the comps? What is going on with the agents? What is going on with everything? Well, I guess we'll start with you, CNED. Okay, so I think there's an obvious agent that's missing. I'm not sure if you remember Jet, you know, the one that dashes.
Have you ever played? No, I didn't see
knives.
her in a while.
Yeah, so why?
Do you miss her?
You don't like Jet anymore? What's up?
Okay, how can I explain this? Like in the how we play actually, I want to be supportive for my team, you know. So like for example in Lotus, maybe we tried Jet, but it wasn't that how we expected. And I said like we can maybe play Euro because it's like I think it's not OP, I will say, but
it came from you, the idea?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the Angel effect?
No, seriously though, is that like something you picked up from Angel? Is that the like?
First of all, our Lotus was not. I wouldn't say it wasn't good, but it wasn't that feeling comfortable. So because like some like entering inside, taking control, blah blah blah, and we couldn't feel comfortable. So I said maybe if we play Yoru, we can surprise enemy, and there is a really good synergy with the agents in Lotus, especially.
But is that like an Angel effect? You know, like you were playing with Angel for
PTSD?
a year, and you like can't help it. He's like, it's rubbed
maybe a
off
little
on
bit.
you.
Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
Angel was ahead of his time.
And what do you think about that, Fallen?
Nah, he's comfortable Jet. He's the best character in Jet, but we just don't want to carry one guy to us, to the Madrid or to the champions, you know? We just want to play as a team, like last year. There was no one carried us for last year, and we just happened to do it in this year too. If we give him Jet, we know he's gonna shoot everyone. We know he's gonna play good on Jet, but we want him adapt to the team right now, like communication, like how we adapting our game style for us. That's why this comp's feeling a little bit different from the last year.
Can you explain like the Phoenix on Icebox, the Fade, Cracks not playing KO? Like, is that what's that for?
It's the same thing again too. But we know we have a KO lineups, we have everything on the Icebox. I don't know, maybe on Lotus too, but we're just trying to adapt new things for us because this is a new year. Every roster like nothing the same like last year, so we have high expectations from other teams too. By the way, because we don't know who they are. They have all players come from the down, so they might be actually very good players, and so we're just gonna try to adapt them.
You want to be unpredictable, basically.
Yes, unpredictable, because last year everyone knows we always playing Kaio. So probably they're gonna expect us to play Kaio as well too again. And
Can you blame them?
And it's gonna be much more predictable. So if you don't change your mind, you lose it this year from the beginning.
I mean, more unpredictable than Phoenix on Icebox. I don't think you can get more.
But actually, on Icebox, we didn't play our game sense too, by the way. We just know how they play, but on the attacker side, we just couldn't adapt to each other, by the way.
How much of this, obviously, like you said, you brought the Yoru into Lotus. How much of this is individuals? How much of it is Gaius? Like, is Cracks coming to you? Like, I don't want to play KO anymore. So how is the decision being made?
I think it's like 70% Gaius, and if Sinet taking on some character is 30% Sinet, but Cracks is not doing anything. If he can just play everything. If you give him Fate, he can play. If you give him Sova play too, he can play Sova too. So it doesn't matter. But Gaius, everyone every time just say like this: if you're not comfortable with that character, I will not give it to you. Just tell me. If I give you Yoru, you're not comfortable? Okay, then not play. You will not play again.
So Gaius just doesn't want to give you Jet then?
No, he wants. But
okay.
There's a default maps, so like like Ascent, like BVs, you only play one duelist character on these maps. But on Sunset, like on Icebox, you can play different heroes. Maybe you can play Neon on Icebox too. I don't know. But
we'll see it. No worries. Next time.
No, Kickoff bans Ascent. We're never gonna see
I was literally going to say, like, we've seen a lot of maps from you in just 2 days of play. I cannot wait to see Ascent one day, hopefully.
Yeah.
I also wanted to ask about, now that you're talking about the roles, about the agents and making decisions, I think that we have had such a big highlight on the rookies, the youngsters playing in, and I feel like Yetiye hasn't had that big of a spotlight on him. So I would like for you to actually tell the audience and explain to everyone why he's so special and fits so well.
He was great today.
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
great today, yeah.
You ask how is special?
Yeah, how good he is. Like, why is he a good fit for the team?
I think first of all he's really like I wouldn't say funny, but like he
It's
can.
the vibes. It's the vibes.
He's just how do you say? He's good with
Outgoing.
everyone. No, good with everyone. You know,
he's very nice.
Like Atta Captain.
Yes.
Like Atta Captain.
Yes.
I get it.
So he's good with everyone, and he's really like nice person. He's listening us. You know, like he's taking the
feedback.
Yes, feedbacks
And
very
he opens-
positively.
and he opens everything.
Yeah. So he can play like smokes. Like
Everything.
everything.
Literally
Phoenix,
Phoenix, Sentinel. So it's really good to like we can switch the roles also in the between the maps. So it's really good. He's flexible, and if he gets enough experience, I think he will be really good player, and he can like really give like frags, like he can carry us, you know.
He
like,
can do better than this.
I mean, if we're going to get a second ATA captain, because I feel like ATA captain was like the rookie of last year, so I think that's going to be very, very exciting. And also for you, CNET, it's been a very long time since you've been on a full Turkish roster. I feel like you were the one that left Turkey. You were the one that like kind of like broke the barrier, you know. You went into an international roster, and now you're back on a full Turkish roster. What was the reason, you know, for this decision, and how are you feeling? How different it is?
First of all, like it's good to be in Turkish roster because I can explain myself, I think, better with my ideas. Like it's good to have like same culture person from you. You can explain better, you can understand better, you can like help, and people can give feedbacks to you. So it's good to be in Turkish roster. Also, like speaking your main language is always like better than everything. Yeah, like I think I was like we play against them in the last year, so I know they are a very good team. So yeah, I said I said why not? So yeah, I'm here right now, and I think we will. Really good this year.
I think even on the player cams, I see you being like a lot more vocal, like in the game and stuff, which is always nice to see. But if we take a look at the bracket here real quick, because you guys will be playing again. Again, this is a very, very grueling tournament. You know, you then have the play-ins and then you have playoffs and so on. You will be going up against K-Core next. Mr. Farland, what do you think about this new K-Core team?
Well, I think they played very good on the first match, but I don't know what about the second match again. Hevesik, by the way, I think they didn't actually play like ourselves again too, but like I said, I have high expectations for us right now, but this kickoff tournament right now for us is like a
trial?
A trial for Yetuje, I guess, because he got to, you know, warm up for the stage. Because it's first time like playing the stage right now, and while he's warming up, we are warming up ourselves too. So against Kamenko, we're just gonna try again new things, like today, maybe, why not?
Even more new things.
I don't say anything about that, no.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So yeah, we're just gonna go to win there, but if we lose, really, I don't care about lose, by the way, too. We just go here to win and play like ourselves, not like the doing against strategically bad for them.
So like a learning. You just
yes,
see
we
what
just
you
learning
can
for
learn.
the teams, you know, what are they capable of, what will they will do on the main league. So that's all.
Now, we're going to do something, I'll give you guys a fun question, because this is not a question from me or Kukuka. This is a question from actually two K-Core players. You're going to be going up against them. This is from Narrate and Tomazi. We had them here the other day, and check this out. I want to see if you want to answer this question from them.
What do you mean? Oh, just ask them who is the worst team in the league. That's it. I agree. I vouch on this one. What do you mean? Oh, just ask the worst.
They want to ask you two who you think is the worst team in the league. They're instigators. They wanted to create some drama.
Drama. Do you want to be in drama?
I think it's right now looks Gentlemates.
Oh, okay. Mr. Farland?
I'm gonna say Giants.
I mean, they just got knocked out. They're the first one to be knocked out.
Yeah, Giants also could be.
Honestly,
I didn't think I was Giants.
I thought you were going to say K-Core, just to like, you know, give it back
No,
to
I
them.
think I think they played.
Never underestimate
opponents?
Because like
until you beat them and you say that they're the worst.
There is an captain world, you know? You know that?
Wise, very, very wise.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Don't underestimate them, never.
I was saying like they are 4 rookie, even 5 maybe. So they are new in the league, so they will have more patience to you know win against better players, because they weren't in. I think no one of them were in league last year. So they are 4 new players. They will have like. They will do some crazy stuff, you know. They will go first pick alone, or like will have good ideas or bad ideas. I don't know. So they will try things. So I think they will be good this year, but I don't know about the next year or next games, because when you play too much in the league, you start to be less. I wouldn't say less confidence, but less. you know, you will not pick alone against
I mean, they're
teams.
the new kids, right? So
Yes.
you never know. So guys, don't twist his words, because I know what you're like out there, okay? CNET is a great answer, very nice answer. Leave him be. Now you get an opportunity to create some drama, because I want to ask you to leave your questions for the next guest we're going to have here on Postplan. So what would you like to ask
whoever?
whoever?
Know who it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be an open question.
It might be Atta Captain, who knows, yeah.
It might be yourself.
Any question you want to ask the next guests?
Like not one question, yeah, from both of us.
Yeah. Or you can have two. I don't mind.
Bende bir şey yok.
Who you fear the faced most?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, okay.
Don't tell Fnatic.
I'm gonna let you just say it one more time so we can record it. Yeah. What's the question?
Who do you fear most in the league? Is it
not Fnatic?
You can't say Fnatic.
You can't say Fnatic.
Okay, you can't say Fnatic. That's actually a great question. Thank you very much, you two. Before we let you go, we're gonna take a quick look at tomorrow's schedule and let you just predict who you think is gonna win each match. So Na'Vi, Liquid, BBL, Koi, Vitality, Fnatic. Who's winning?
Come on, Cena, don't do them dirty.
You have the chance to do the funniest thing ever. I support you. Whatever you want to do, I support you.
Like both of us.
Well, you don't have to agree. You don't have to agree.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's start with Liquid versus Na'Vi. Who's winning?
I didn't like how they play in the first match actually in like against BBL. Na'Vi played. I don't know if BBL played good or Na'Vi did like mistakes. I don't know. But I think against Liquid they will be more. How do you say?
Consistent.
Not consistent, but they will be more focused, you know. They will not do too much mistakes, I think, against Liquid. And I think I will say first game Na'Vi, and second game was BBL versus Koi, yeah?
Yes. And you also said Na'Vi?
Yeah,
you agree?
Na'Vi
cool.
too, yep.
Yeah.
Second match, I think it will be BBL. Could win because I think, I don't know, it's 50-50, but I want to say BBL. And third match, who was it?
Fallen, BBL, Koi?
It's going to be BBL too, because Koi has a lot of rookies right now, so they might have under pressure under this match because it's an elimination match. So BBL has a very good chance for the win this match.
Okay, and then last is Vitality, Fnatic.
Well,
I think Fnatic. Fnatic has a better roster, I think, like slightly.
Slightly better than Vitality, yeah, why not? Maybe 2-1.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations for surviving another day. We look forward to seeing you back here again. Thank you, Kukuka. Also, for joining me. We've got 3 games, not 1 or 2, but 3 games coming to you guys tomorrow. So make sure you come back and join us, starting with Na'Vi versus Team Liquid, and we'll see you then.
Martin up close, he might have a chance to punish, it's huge! Martin's decimated this squad!
One enemy remaining. Ace.
Bir, iki, üç, vur, bir! Vamos!
Oh, what?
you're stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single.